Chapter 14. By the time light finally crept through the dusty windows and cracked door, my eyes were bleary and unfocused. I hadn't slept, and I felt vaguely nauseated because of it, but I had at least the beginnings of a plan. When I slid out of my sleeping bag and tiptoed across the frozen room to look out the door, I heard someone rustle from behind me. "You're up early," Gillean said quietly. I didn't answer right away, taking stock of the conditions outside our cabin. The wind had blown most of the falling snow into piles around trees and cabins, but there was a light dusting on the ground. Interestingly, there was a fairly wide circle around the steam vent in the middle of the clearing where no snow stuck. The ground must be warmer there. "Lots to do today," I finally replied, turning back and stretching my arms over my head. Although I felt tempted to spot the hunters again, I had to conserve my energy. Instead, I pulled on my boots and slipped outside, trudging through the massive snow that had built up against the door overnight. When I knelt down to inspect the steam hole again, I heard Gillian's footsteps behind me. "This steam isn't going to, melt me or anything, is it?" I asked, holding my bare hands over the vent. He sat down on the ground across from me, face obscured by the steam. "How would I possibly know that?" I shrugged. "You're a water spirit. This is water." "I'm a river spirit and I don't know." He sounded grumpy, and I wondered if he had slept either. "Let me know if your hands melt." I picked up a pine cone and threw it in the hole, shushing Gillean when he opened his mouth to ask what I was doing. I was pretty sure I heard it splash, not too far down. Good. "It's not too late to run," he said, staring at the steam. I almost laughed, but that might have been the sleep deprivation. Did he really think running was a better option than whatever plan I had come up with? Or maybe he thought I was just stalling for time, hoping someone else would lead us. "Not necessary," I said, brushing off my hands. "Although you are going for a walk today. Are you strong enough to sustain an illusion for a few hours?" He grimaced. "What kind of illusion?" "It doesn't have to be very good," I said. By his dour expression, I realized a second too late that he had taken it the wrong way. My brain was working slower than usual. "I mean, it just has to be passable from a distance." His expression only grew more sullen. "What kind of illusion?" "Me," I admitted, "and true." He stood, standing over me. "We're not splitting up, Cora." "Don't worry," I said brightly, standing up as well. "It'll only be for a few hours. Think of it as a break from me." "No," he said. "Not happening." Frustration won the fight over my forced cheeriness. "Gillean, you told me to come up with a plan, and I came up with a fucking plan," I exploded. "You think I'm happy about this?" I pinched the bridge of my nose, a headache quickly coming on. "This is the only way it works. You need to take my sister and trust me." "What's going on?" "Shit, Mahara." I looked over at the source of the voice and saw her standing barefoot in the cabin's doorway, eyes half shut against the morning light. "Why are you yelling?" "It's fine," I said, anger deflating. "Just explaining what we're doing today." I could see True now as well, standing in the shadows of the house behind Mahara. "You're sending me away with the water spirit?" I sighed and shot Gillean a dirty look. "Not sending you away. Put your boots on and I'll explain over breakfast." No one liked the plan. To be fair, I didn't either, but when no one else volunteered a better idea, they reluctantly agreed. By mid-morning, after we packed our bags, I silently ran through a checklist in my head as Mahara said the longest goodbye to Nini, who kept getting distracted. "Wait," I said, as Mahara finally picked up her pack. I took it and handed her mine instead. Just in case that vulture really can track her individual scents. "You sure?" she asked, swinging my pack on and tightening the straps. "What if I lose all your stuff?" I raised an eyebrow. "What are you gonna do? Throw it in the lake?" She shrugged. "I'll keep your stuff safe if you take care of mine." She nodded, face serious. Okay, I'll be careful. I watched True and Gillean trade packs as well and resisted the urge to roll my eyes when True hesitated and unclipped her radio from the pack she handed Gillean. Just in case, she said. After one last goodbye to Nini, who utterly ignored all of us, we headed outside. Raise the illusion when you reach the lake, I told Gillean, or sooner if you spot the vulture. It only has to be good enough to fool the hunter looking through its eyes. Don't overdo it. I know the plan, he said, voice terse. I ignored his tone. Make sure you stay within range, I told Mahara. Anything weird happens, you get back here as fast as you can in spirit form and get my attention. What do you mean weird? She asked, forehead wrinkling. What could happen? I don't know, Mahara. I was getting anxious, worried the hunters would be here any minute. Anything unexpected. Just stay close enough that you can reach us. I turned my attention back to Gillean. And then you run. Are you sure you can find the storm on your own? He asked. He sounded bored, but I sensed the worry underneath. I nodded. With any luck, I won't have to, but we can get there on our own if needed. I gave them both a huge, fake smile. Have some faith in me. I don't like this, Resha. True glanced between us, then grabbed Mahara's arm. Come on, Hera. I want to show you where we'll be hiding in case you need to find your sister. I just follow her strand, Mahara said, voice fading as she walked away with True. You can just say you want to give them alone time to argue more. I know you think it's a stupid plan, I hissed at Gillean as they left. I don't care. If I'm going to take care of the hunters, I have to ambush them, and the only way to do that is to be where they don't think I am. It's all we've got right now, so unless you have something better, you can at least try it. He startled me by quickly stepping forward and closing the distance between us, wrapping his arms around me. I stood, arms stiff at my sides, trying to figure out what was happening. It's not a stupid plan, he said in my ear, and I don't have better. He pushed me back, hands on my shoulders. But that doesn't mean I like it. My cheeks burned. Why? He let go of me and pulled his necklace out from under his shirt, hesitating for a moment before pulling it off and fastening it around my neck, hands tangled in my hair. Because I'm fucking terrified for you, Harasha. I'm scared something is going to go wrong and I won't be here. I'll be fine, Gil. I tucked the necklace away, unsure of what else to say. My brain was moving far too slowly again, although I wasn't sure sleep deprivation was the problem this time. He paused. Promise, just keep my sister safe. With a nod, he turned away. Come on, Hera, he called, already walking toward the tree line. She came tearing through the clearing, leaping over the steam vent with her backpack bouncing against her. See you later, she called, barely even glancing at me. At least one of us was confident. I watched until they disappeared into the forest, True at my side. We'd better get to work, she said finally. I don't know how long we have. The wind had finally died down, which meant we had to work fast and stay out of sight in case the vulture returned. I was ready to drop into my spirit form at a moment's notice if it appeared, but the sky remained clear and we hauled our packs over to the steam vent. You said Gillean had rope in here, right? I asked. She nodded and handed his pack over. I felt a little bad about pawing through his things, but not as weird as I expected. Considering half the clothes I wore were his, and I currently had his necklace pressed against my chest, going through his things felt a little familiar. I found the spool of rope and handed it to True, who pulled out a plastic garbage bag, bound it over Mahara's backpack, then began looping the rope in an intricate series of knots over the bag. Finally satisfied, we stuffed the covered pack through the hole, and together we carefully fed it down until I heard a splash. How long do you want to leave it? She asked. I shrugged. Not long. You can probably pull it up now. She yanked the rope as I helped feed it carefully out of the hole, a burst of steam billowing out as the pack reemerged. We both stared at Mahara's pack for a moment as we pulled it out onto the ground. The garbage bag we wrapped around it was in tatters and barely holding on as the bag steamed, water falling off in rivulets. "Shit," I finally said. "What happened to the bag?" I touched the pack with my bare hand and winced, waving my hand. "This thing is boiling hot." True grimaced. "I think this one may be warmer than the last hot spring." Mahara's backpack seemed okay, just slightly boiled, so I finally shrugged and pulled it aside. "I guess we do Gillean's next then. You think this is worth it, right?" "It shouldn't hurt," she said noncommittally. "To be honest, vultures are a little out of my specialty, but I'm pretty sure the sulfur scent is just as strong to them as it is to us. If you want to hide our scent, it's not a bad way to do it." She unclipped the radio from the pack and began transferring the rope over. We dipped Gillian's pack the same way, closing it up tight, then dipping it into the water for a couple of seconds before pulling it back up. It sat steaming next to Mahara's, and we both looked at it for a few moments in awkward silence. "Cora," I jumped, startled. "Our clothes." Right, I said, rubbing my face. "Next step." I spun in a slow circle. "I think I saw a bucket in one of the cabins." It was the one where the kitchen had been picked apart, I remembered. Someone had used it as a trash can. I found the cabin quickly and dumped the rubble out of the bucket. To my delight, it was still in fairly good shape. Rusty, but no holes. I hauled it back to True, who was already pulling off her cloak. Together, we began stripping off our clothes, stuffing them into the bucket. The cold air prickled my bare back, and now barefoot, I discovered I was right. The ground was unnaturally warm here. With a cauldron apparently boiling below, it didn't surprise me. "Hey." I felt True's eyes on me as she spoke, but I didn't look up from where I crouched, focusing instead on the bucket, tying the rope tightly around the handle and testing its strength. "Cora," she tried again. "I need to It's fine," I interrupted, waving my hand at her without looking over. I tied another knot. The last thing I wanted was to lose all our clothes. I looked up at the sky. This would be a horrible time for the hunters to show up. "Listen to me," she demanded as she crouched next to me, and I finally met her gaze, startled. Her cheeks were rosy from the cold, and her skin was as flawless as ever, but her eyes betrayed how tired she was, with dark shadows underneath. Her long blonde hair looked tangled and dull. She appeared as exhausted and worried as I felt, and I wondered if she thought the same thing about me. As I watched, she fiddled with the radio, now reattached to Gillian's pack, twisting the dial and making it click on and off. I felt nervous, but I couldn't tell if it was True or me, maybe both of us. "I never should have said that to you yesterday." I shrugged. "It's fine," I said again. "I'm not a spirit, not like you and Gillean. You don't have to make me feel better. Just forget it." She touched my lips with her finger, silencing me. "No, you're nothing like me or Gillean." I wanted to interrupt, but her fingers stayed in place, and I stared at her, wide-eyed. "You're impulsive and reckless, fearless when you should be cautious. Like a human," I thought. As if she could hear my thoughts, she shook her head. "Like a young spirit before we break them down. Don't get me wrong, I can see what the Hresha world did to you. You're also too curious and headstrong and far too trusting for your own good, but maybe that's not such a horrible thing. You're everything, Cora, all the best and worst parts of both our worlds. You're spirit, you're human, you're a child, you're grown, you're everything." She finally took her finger back. "Then why'd you say I'm not a spirit?" I whispered. She gave me a half smile. "I never said that, Shala. You lied to me and told me it wasn't your fight, but I've charmed you. I've seen you. I know you hated what you saw in the Capitol, wanted to help everyone you met. You care too much to ignore our pain. I shook my head, but she wasn't wrong exactly. I cared, but I was just tired. So tired, physically and mentally. You might not want to fight, but we both know it's your fight as much as it is mine. When I call you Haresha, it's because you're a stupid spirit sometimes. I never lie to you, so don't lie to me. She reached out and brushed my streak of white hair down from where it had puffed up out of place. I shouldn't have said it, though. I knew it would hurt you, and I'm sorry for that. But shadows, Cora. She hesitated and leaned back, face troubled. Can I give you some advice? I nodded, bucket forgotten. Don't let others tell you what you are or what you aren't. She poked my bare chest with the same finger that had silenced me a moment ago. Her fingernails, once so perfectly pointed, were chipped and broken, but still plenty sharp. Not me, not Gillean, not your sister. Okay, I said, voice still quiet. I wished I had a better response, but it didn't seem to matter to True. So we're good? She asked. We're good. She clapped her hands and took over tying up the bucket. Then let's get busy. I'm not letting these animal spirits ambush me naked. We dipped our clothes into the steam, careful not to drop the bucket too far. Without a change of clothes, we didn't want to accidentally soak them in the near freezing temperatures. The steam would have to be good enough. Before getting redressed, we dipped the empty bucket one more time and pulled up some of the foul-smelling water to wash ourselves with. It might have smelled terrible, but the hot water felt heavenly, and I even dumped the last of it over my head, knowing I might regret it later when my hair grew icicles, but unable to resist. Finally, we got dressed again as I worriedly watched the sky. With Gillean and Mahara in plain view at the lake, the straightest path for the hunters to get to them was through this village. My goal was to break their bonds with their animals before they even knew True and I had stayed behind. Shields up? I asked, as we grabbed our backpacks, now mostly dry. She snorted. You make it sound far more interesting than it is. Yes, I have as many birds as I can handle watching the perimeter. As soon as those spirits are in sight, I'll know. My mental checklist was quickly dwindling, and although it felt wrong to sit and do nothing, there was nothing more to prepare. As we took shelter in the house where I found the bucket, I saw Nini exit her cabin and begin puttering around the tree line, picking roots and talking to a stone man in the middle of the vegetation. I briefly considered warning her to stay inside, but the sooner she forgot us, the better. I had picked this cabin because it was the darkest. The roof was mostly intact, letting little light in. Dirty folds of fabric that might once have been curtains obscured the windows. The front door even closed, giving me a slight sense of security. We sat at an old kitchen table after righting two of the chairs. The more I looked around, the more everything seemed not just abandoned and disused, but knocked into disarray like everyone had left in a hurry. True continued to nervously flick the radio on and off, and I thought about telling her to stop, but couldn't bring myself to disturb the tentative truce between us. It's probably not my business, she began suddenly, then stopped. I stared, intrigued at what she could possibly consider not her business. If there was one thing I'd learned about True, it was that she had opinions on absolutely everything. But I feel like I have to say something, she finally decided. If you're not interested in Gillean, I think it's only fair you should let him know. I still didn't answer, baffled, and she shrugged. Or I could talk to him, if you want. What are you... I stopped, but this time it wasn't because I was lost for words. I felt something tug at me, almost like I had just remembered something important but more urgent. It took me a moment to realize, oh shit, True, it's Mahara. I didn't wait for her to reply, so frantic that I forgot to put my head down. It was only as I sprang out of my body that I saw my head tip forward and smack the table. Sister, Mahara stepped back from my body, where she had been shaking the threads attached to me. The hunter with the vulture, Vilpetus. Let's go, I said, hurtling toward the door. He's there at the lake? Yes. She sprang in front of me to lead the way, eyes wide. He found us. He didn't come through here? I shook my head, mind racing. No, he didn't. But why would he go all the way around? The town acted as sort of a mouth to the lake with ridges surrounding the other sides. It was the obvious path in. He either got through without us detecting him, or he scrambled up and down a steep cliff face. It's okay, I reassured her as she looked back again to make sure I was following. I'll take care of him, okay? Has he spotted you and Gillean yet? She threw her hands up. I don't know. I don't think so. The water spirit saw him first and hid us behind a big log, but sent the illusion of you and True on ahead. What about the other hunter? I asked. Arlen. I don't know. We were hurtling through the trees now, not bothering to go around them as we took the most direct route possible toward the lake. I knew we had to be getting close as I felt the strain increase, felt my body tugging me back. Something snapped. The room spun as I opened my eyes and lifted my head. For a moment, I had no idea where I was, when I was, and it wasn't until True hissed my name that I realized I was back in the cabin, my head aching where it hit the table just moments before. Her fingernails dug into my shoulder as she shook it again. Anger overtook my confusion as the room settled and I swatted her away. What are you thinking? I seethed, about to put my head back down, more carefully this time. You want to cause another affliction? Mahara needs... She hushed me, and for the first time, I registered her wide eyes, the fear on her face. Cora, someone's here, she whispered, pulling me away from the table, further into the shadows of the cabin. In the village? I asked, blinking as I let her lead me away. My heart told me to ignore her and get back to Mahara and Gillean, but my brain begged me to hide first. If anything went wrong, Gillean knew to escape and meet back at the raging whirlwind of dust a few hours north. I had to trust he would make the right decision. In here. She paused for a moment, then tugged me to the left, down the hallway where the light faded further. I drew closer to her, stepping lightly over the rubble and broken boards that threatened to trip me. I loosened my cloak slightly, feeling strangely warm as we crept through the darkness. A spirit? I breathed, trying to listen for footsteps behind us. It was dark, but it wasn't pitch black. How would a spirit have snuck in without either of us noticing? She shook her head. No, something small. I relaxed a little as she pulled me through a door that led into a bedroom. It was even darker in there, and I froze as something tapped on the grungy window. But no, I saw it was only an overgrown branch, blowing in the wind. True's grip on my forearm tightened, and she took a sharp breath. It's only the wind, I said, but she clapped a hand over my mouth. I heard it then, too. Something whispering through the cabin, old pine needles shifting, a floorboard creaking slightly. Something was coming down the hallway toward us. Close the door, she whispered, barely breathing as she let go of me. I was closer and shifted to push it closed, but just like Nini's front door, it jammed and didn't budge. A bead of sweat rolled down my chest. I shook my head, and even my curls brushing against each other sounded too loud in this near-silent cabin. The branch squeaked against the window, pine needles clawing at the glass. After a moment's hesitation where I felt her trying to decide whether to escape the room or hide, True took my hand and pulled me deeper into the room, putting space between us and the open door. Whatever was out there was too close to escape. It felt like the time I hid from the Spexa in Gillean's bedroom, except this time Kai wasn't here to save me. A spirit just crossed into the village, True whispered in my ear, drawing me into the far corner. I stubbed my toe on a pile of rocks and half fell into the corner with True, the floorboards flexing and groaning worryingly. We huddled between an old, half-fallen cairn and the wall. I could feel the anxiety and panic rolling off her. I knelt down. Whatever was outside the door seemed to have paused, preventing us from leaving, but didn't seem inclined to cross the threshold into the room. I'll be right back. Whether it was all the practice I had from checking on Tristan and my friends, or whether my worry for Mahara had given me an extra boost of confidence, I left my physical body behind despite the overwhelming fear. Mahara was long gone, but I focused on the smaller threads as I drifted toward the door. Something glowed just on the other side, the threads connected to both of us. As I passed through the door, I spotted it. Coiled up on the floor, narrow head fixed on the door, tongue flicking out every few seconds. The third animal, the one bonded to Arlen, a snake. Still in my spirit form, I shuddered and focused on the thickest cord connected to it. Time to cause some chaos. I seized the thread and yanked it, intending to snap the connection like Mahara had done to Tristan and his wolf. The cord sprung from my grasp like a spring, vibrating my entire being. Shadows take me. I had felt this before. Even as I knew what would happen, I grabbed for the thread again, but missed as it seemed to oscillate too quickly for my eyes to follow. I looked up just as Arlen entered the cabin, strolling as if she had all the time in the world. Frozen in fear, I watched as she paused to inspect our backpacks, still propped up next to the table in the front room. A dark shadow obscured her core, and the air hummed as she grew nearer. She wore a vest, just as Seif had. I had no power over her. Oh, fuck. I catapulted back into my body, mind going blank as my plan fell apart. We had to get out of here. It took my eyes a moment to adjust to the dark, and I clutched for True, who still knelt beside me. It's a snake, I whispered, pressing back harder against the wall. And she's in here. I can't break their bond. I felt True give a sharp exhale, her breath against my cheek. Get out of here, Cora. Dark means nothing to a snake. It can sense our body heat. We can't hide. I heard her, but my body screamed at me to hide in the corner, climb under the bed, or curl into a ball with my eyes squeezed shut. I could hear Arlen walking around the cabin, humming tonelessly to herself. No one was coming to save me this time. True thrust something hard into my hand, startling me back into the present. Break the window. I'll buy you time. I looked down at the jagged rock she pressed into my palm. Small rocks lay scattered around us from the cairn, and I wondered dully if the stone man represented the spirit who had once lived in this bedroom. If he or she was still out there somewhere, what had happened to everyone? Strands of hair stuck to my sweaty forehead. I closed my fingers around the rock, felt the ridges digging into my palm. True shifted to her feet, kneeling with both hands on the ground. The movement caused the floorboards to flex again, and I heard another stone clatter to the ground from the cairn, tapping against the floor twice as it rolled. I winced at the sound. Just as I thought it had finally come to a stop, it fell with a muffled final thunk. With a deep breath, True gave me a nod, intense, to hurtle toward the door, determined to give me a chance to escape. My brain finally seemed to loosen from its terror-filled freeze. I threw out a hand to stop True's reckless rush forward, thinking quickly as Arlen's strange monotone humming neared. The snake seemed to respond as she changed tone, and I heard something brush against the door. Was she communicating with it somehow? I thought the whole point of being bonded to an animal was that they could just think at each other. Whatever, that wasn't important now. With seconds to act, I considered my options. I could break the window. Even with True's attempt to distract Arlen and her snake, I doubted I'd have enough time to escape safely. It would likely take several hits to clear enough glass, and I worried I'd accidentally impale myself on the way out. She or the snake would be on me before I could get out, and I knew I had no chance of resisting her charm. I could go back into my spirit form. I had enough time to attempt something, but what? With the vest on, I couldn't touch Arlen's memories, including her bond with the snake. maybe I could break the snake's attention on us, but Arlen already knew where we were, so that seemed pointless. I didn't have enough time to get to Mahara, and even if I somehow alerted her, I'd be charmed by the time she got here, if she even escaped Vilpidus. There was something else, something that nagged at my attention as True frantically waved her hands at me, trying to ask what I was doing. I could hear the snake in the room now, whispering against the floor as it searched for us. The room wasn't large, but it sounded like it was turning away, searching the other side of the room where an old dressing table with a tarnished mirror sat against the wall. It wasn't just my fear. The room really was unnaturally warm, and the snake didn't seem to know exactly where we were. Still, it was a small room. It would find us eventually. My hand tightened on the rock, the listing cairn, the broken floorboards, the pebble that seemed to tumble away below us. I craned my neck to peer around the cairn from where I crouched, but all I saw was darkness. There was no way to be sure, but I saw no other option. Without warning, I set the rock down gently on the floor and shifted away from True to the other side of the cairn. I could feel True's confusion mixed with outrage as I ran my hands over the floorboards alongside the cairn, shifting my gloved fingers among the rocks. I cringed as I bumped against an unseen rock, which clacked against another. Arlen's humming changed tone again, and I heard her take a step toward the door. When I glanced over my shoulder, I saw the snake change direction, nearly invisible in the dim light. All I could make out was a glimpse of movement in the dark. Heart in my throat, I ran my hands frantically against where the floor met the wall, pushing a little against the pliable boards. My gloves warmed as I finally found the spot in the darkness where the floorboards fell away into the shadowy depths, rotted by years of steam. Unsure how large the hole was, but terrified of the snake whispering closer, I dove headfirst into the darkness. At first, I simply hoped I was small enough to wriggle through the hole into the crawl space below the cabin, and then, as my shoulders squeezed through the crevice, I hoped I wasn't falling headfirst into a boiling cauldron of steam. I rolled as I fell and landed hard on my shoulders and back, but quickly flipped over and began crawling on my stomach through the mud underneath the house. Noxious-smelling steam trickled from tiny vents in the ground as I slithered toward a slit of daylight, frantic to get away. I knew I only had seconds to escape, if that. It was tighter than the crawl space had been under True's house, and I had to change direction when I felt my shoulders wedge against the sagging house above me. There was a sudden thumping of footsteps directly over my head, and the intense dread that followed nearly overwhelmed me, slowing my escape. This time, the sharp tang of fear in the back of my throat didn't belong to me. True. The guilt felt as crushing as the narrowing path forward, but I pushed on. Even as I tried to tell myself that True wouldn't have fit through the small gaps I shoved through, my back scraping against the wood above, the truth was she wouldn't have to fit if my plan had worked. Why had anyone trusted me? I banished the thought as the gloomy daylight grew closer, urging me on. My plan had devolved into simply running in whichever direction I emerged from, but I froze when I heard more footsteps and Arlen's voice boom out from somewhere to my left. "You have 10 seconds to come out, Shala." Shit, I had gotten turned around under the house and was back near the front door. My available options shrank. The floorboards sagged too far down to my right, which meant I needed to turn around and try the opposite direction. "She's not here," True said. Her voice came from the same direction as Arlen's had, but it sounded unfamiliar, like someone else entirely, wavering and unsure. Arlen laughed. "Then I guess you die today, Kriata. 10. I needed to focus. Where was the snake? I let my cheek fall against the warm ground, steam condensing and dripping from my forehead. 9. My body fell away as I tore upward, searching for the snake. Shit. I followed the thread and found the snake nearby. True and Arlen stood on the porch of the cabin with Arlen's hand wound tightly through True's hair as she pulled her head backward. Wrapped around True's neck, the dark snake's mouth gaped open, its teeth a hair's breadth from the side of her neck. Her breath came in shallow gulps, and I saw her swallow. I couldn't hear anything, but I saw Arlen's mouth move. Was that 8 or 7? I was running out of time, and the vibrating vest still blocked me from touching the threads connected to her. If I touched the snake, would it attack in fear like the wolf had? I couldn't risk it. Arlen's mouth moved again. 7. I was pretty sure that was 7. I couldn't tell if she was excited to kill True or excited to force me out of hiding. Judging by her expression, I suspected she wasn't planning on just one or the other. Her gaze snagged on something, and when I followed her look, I saw Nini, still standing in the garden with her back turned to the commotion, clearly ignoring it all. I knew she couldn't help, but I still watched her for a moment as she angrily plucked at some leaves on the ground. She gestured at the stone man next to her, and I blinked, drifting closer. A golden thread connected her to the cairn. How was that possible? The thread quivered as she handed the stone man some sort of root, tucking it by the base of the stones where several older vegetables sat in various stages of decay. She truly thought they were fellow spirits, I realized. The threads were as complex as any other set of memories I'd seen, slightly scrambled from her affliction, but I stared, not quite understanding what I was seeing. Every other afflicted spirit I'd seen had a trail of unattached threads streaming behind them, like they just walked through a massive spiderweb and torn it from its anchors. Nini's threads were tangled, yes, but they were firmly attached in every direction. I hadn't caused this affliction. When I glanced back at Arlen again, I saw her mouth move. 5. True's big eyes were open even wider than usual, too much white showing. Her fingers twitched. What could I possibly solve in 5 seconds? If I hadn't caused this affliction, I could fix Nini's memories on my own, didn't need Mahara's help. When I had offered to fix her memories before, it had sent Nini into a screaming, pinwheeling fit. Would she do the same if I followed through and forced her to remember? Would it cause enough of a distraction for True to get away? It wasn't enough time, but I didn't know what else to do. Diving through Nini so that I could face Arlen, I frantically started untangling the threads. As I did, Nini froze. She dropped the bundle of vegetables she was carrying and didn't look down as they tumbled into a pile at her feet. She had remarkably few threads attached to her, but as I combed through them, a small braid of cords caught against my fingers, stubbornly refusing to move. Confused, at first I thought maybe Nini had a vest on to block my powers as well, but this felt different. They weren't vibrating or humming, but simply didn't respond to my touch. Indifferent, unresponsive, exactly like Mahara's threads felt to me. Shit, these were memories of fungus spirits. They had to be. Looking bored, Arlen leaned back against the cabin. She pulled True's head backward by her hair and held up 3 fingers, casually counting down. I focused on the 3 threads I couldn't touch. 2 led to the cairns in the collapsed building, the ones Gillean and I had repaired. A little one with red petals on its head that felt so strangely familiar, and a taller one. I couldn't adjust these threads, but I could feel them as I ran my fingers along the knots and kinks. One was a stranger, but the other, even the thread felt familiar, like I'd felt it before. This wasn't getting me anywhere, though. With Nini's memories linked to the cairns, there was no way to find the real fungus spirits. I was out of time. Arlen held one finger up and she was grinning now, pushing herself off the cabin and giving one last look around the clearing. This wasn't working. I had to go back to my body, stop Arlen some other way, or True was going to die. Still, I hesitated. My fingers twitched as I ran them up and down the braid. 2 of the threads led to cairns, yes, but the third... I looked back down and saw all my hopes and desires in a single golden thread. At the end of the braid, the third thread split off from the others in a long looping arc northward, away from the cabins in the direction Mahara and Gillean had gone. I could use this thread to find a fungus spirit. All I had to do was follow it and hope it didn't end in yet another cairn. I had waited too long. Movement caught my eye and I looked up, watching in horror as the silent scene played out in front of me. Arlen stepped closer to True, whispering something in her ear before gently stroking the snake poised at her neck. I hurtled toward them, hoping to distract the snake before it struck, but knew I was much too far away, had wasted too much time. I was going to witness True's murder because of my selfish obsession with finding a fungus spirit. True gave a sudden movement, trying to twist away as the snake stilled at Arlen's touch. When I was still halfway across the clearing, arms and fingertips stretched forward in a desperate attempt to reach her in time, something even faster burst through me, rocketing into the snake and drawing its attention away. As it came in for a second dive bomb, I saw what it was, a sparrow. True's fingers twitched again, and a crooked smile pulled at her lips. The relief didn't last long, though, as Arlen swatted at the bird, finally knocking it to the ground and stomping on its small, feathered body without ever letting go of True's hair. Several feet away, I could do nothing but watch as Arlen took the snake's head in 2 fingers and redirected it back toward True, whose small smile was fading. I could feel her hopelessness growing and knew she had no more distractions at her disposal. Even as I dove toward True, some small part of me clamored for attention. The cabin with the collapsed roof stood to our left, only partially visible through the line of trees that separated it from the others. But out of the corner of my eye, I could have sworn I caught a flash of red petals as I finally reached Arlen and True. That small piece of me grew more insistent, shoving a memory into my mind's eye. It was a memory, but it wasn't my memory. I felt the wrongness in every breath and movement as I crept through the dark and lay down on the forest floor, staring up at the moon overhead. As it dimmed, I felt myself grin hugely, lifting my arms as thin tendrils of light rose from the surrounding ground, splitting and growing until the entire world glowed. My head spun as my consciousness spread, and I became aware of dozens of other spirits around me. It reminded me of the time I grabbed Quinn's core, except multiplied, and I felt vaguely sick at the influx of information. Except in this memory, my exhilaration only grew. I reached out and grabbed a tendril as I felt it connect underground to one spirit in particular. My vertigo intensified as the memory split, and I now saw 3 scenes playing out in front of me. 1, the present, with True, struggling again as the snake fixed its attention back on her exposed neck. 2, the moon overhead, dimming further as I gritted my teeth and my heart beat faster. 3, an even more unfamiliar spirit blinked and rose from the ground, clumsily shoving through the flap of a tent as tendrils beckoned around me. I saw myself, my real self, pushing off the ground to stand under a tree. Then, in an instant, it all resolved, and all I saw was True, frozen in time in front of me. I understood. Oh, shadows, I understood. How long had this memory slept buried inside of me, planted by the mushroom spirit as they tried to make me understand? As everything began to move again, I finally closed the distance to the snake. But instead of fiddling with all the thin threads that connected it to the others, I cradled its core in my hands and closed my eyes. I was terrified that it would take me too long to figure out how the mushroom spirit had done it, but almost instantly, the world shifted. Even though I knew my eyes were still closed, I saw whitish blobs moving in front of me. The blurry shapes were almost meaningless next to the barrage of information that came flooding in. The world came alive in shakes and shivers, vibrations, a strange sense of directional warmth, and too many smells to make sense of. Even as it resolved into simple facts, large body in my grasp, still struggling, I floundered, my body tightening in response. No, not my body, the snake's, I tried to remind myself. I felt my consciousness growing smaller. Too long in this body, and I would lose myself, I realized with little emotion. A rumbling vibration echoed through the world, and I understood the command, attack. The portion of myself that remained in control fought the command, but I felt myself losing as I focused on the large, warm body in front of me. Warmth. I clung to the idea, trying to get the snake to focus on its desire to find warmth. The rumbling deepened, and I knew the command to attack should come above all, but the spirit's commands didn't have quite the same overwhelming demand when she voiced them like this. Something strange locked her thoughts from mine, and I loosened a little, letting the large body take in a gulp of air. Warmth. I could see/feel a warm den below me, where I'd wanted to follow the primary prey earlier, before the bonded spirit recalled me. She was still under there, tucked into the den, warm. I heard/felt her breathing, not far. Uncoiling myself from the larger prey, taking in as much warmth as I could, I wound down through her clothes. I tried to communicate my intention to the bonded spirit, but felt my thoughts bump up against something unseen. Her incessant vibrations stopped, and I knew she watched me closely, holding the larger prey still for my return. A gap in the wood allowed me down, and the moist, warm air embraced my head. It smelled of rot and decay, and I eagerly slipped down, my body sliding smoothly against the hole in the wood, just large enough to allow me to squeeze through. I felt a sudden thud above and knew my bonded spirit was grabbing for me, but I ignored her as I moved faster. My great weight pulled me down now, and the heat seeped through my scales. I saw the primary prey down here lit up bright against the muck, but a gap in the ground behind her lit up even brighter. Yes, warmth, faster now. I wanted to be warm more than I wanted anything else, and my goal was right in front of me, beckoning in almost blinding brightness. I sped up, making tight turns as I grew closer and the heat increased. The ground steamed around me, the moisture beating on my nose. It smelled stronger now, the thick air almost overwhelming in its intensity. The hole was right before me now, and without hesitation, I slipped my head through the gap. The heat blinded me, and I hesitated for a moment, unable to tell where the ground was, although I felt a great trembling coming from far below. More heat, the tiny voice urged, barely more than a whisper now. I resisted it, unsure. Something was scrambling behind me, quickly moving closer. I felt her presence more than the vibration and knew my bonded spirit had finally removed whatever blocked our connection. I waited for her command, my head hovering over the hole, still tempted but wary. The noxious air blinded my senses, and it wasn't until she was nearly on top of me that I smelled the wrongness, understood my mistake. I struck blindly but missed, and her hands were all over me, shoving and pushing. In our struggle, she flipped me over, exposing my underbelly. My back scraped against the rock as she shoved my mass through the hole, and my weight pulled me down. "Strike her," a new voice suggested, a rasping whisper I didn't recognize. I struck again. This time, I hit flesh, but the awkward angle kept me from latching, and my fangs grazed harmlessly across her skin. With one last thrash, my head hit the edge of the hole, and I began free-falling through the thick vapors, frantically twisting back and forth. When my true bonded spirit finally shoved my consciousness free, it felt like an almost physical shove, and I discovered myself writhing in the mud, mouth open. When the screaming began, it took me a moment to realize that it wasn't me, but someone else nearby. My entire body shook violently as I tried to resolve who or what I even was. Something yanked my arm, pulling me through the muck, and I moaned a little as I tried to free myself, twisting to face whatever it was. It took my vision a moment to clear, but I finally glimpsed long blonde hair in the dim light. True. With a last tug, she pulled me free, and we both emerged from under the sagging cabin, covered in mud. It took me several tries to climb to my feet, my limbs wobbly and unfamiliar. By the time I was up, braced against the wall of the cabin for balance, the screaming had intensified. Half blinded by the daylight, I put a hand to my eyes and tried to make sense of the scene. Arlen was topless, but I barely noticed as she screamed and rolled in the snow, clearly in agony. The sunlight revealed that her iridescent skin was covered in angry welts, or maybe blisters. I thought I saw streaks of pink in the snow, but quickly looked away. Terrified, I cried out when True lunged forward to grab my shoulders, shaking me a little and shouting something. The noise, the smell, the bright light, it was all too much, and I shook my head, understanding nothing. She half dragged me up onto the porch where we stepped over the dead sparrow to get through the door. Mahara and Gillian's backpacks, I realized, mind still moving sluggishly as True shoved Mahara's backpack into my arms. I slung it onto my back and followed her outside, trying to move quickly but slipping on the icy steps. It was all I could do to regain my footing and chase after her as she darted into the woods, heading in roughly the same direction Gillean and Mahara had traveled hours earlier. The thought of Mahara cleared my head just a little. My body still felt foreign, and I kept stumbling over my own legs as I tried to keep up. As I passed the cabins, I saw Nini's face pressed against the window, eyes wide as she stared out at the chaos. Then she was gone, and we were surrounded by the forest. I cringed every time the trees rustled, sending clumps of snow billowing down around us as we ran. Even breathing and swallowing felt wrong, like I was overly conscious of my body's every movement and had to keep reminding myself to continue basic functions. The screaming cut off suddenly, only to start again at a much lower pitch, muffled now by the trees between us. I was still piecing together what happened. Arlen had shoved me out of the snake's body at the end, I remembered. She must have finally removed the vest, needed their bond to regain control of the snake. Just in time for it to fall into the boiling underground lake. I shuddered, not for killing it, but at the horrible strangeness of being in the wrong body and how close I had come to forgetting myself. If she hadn't shoved me out, what would have happened to me? But strangely, I had saved myself somehow. I hadn't even really recognized my body as it shoved me, not me, I reminded myself, the snake, down the steam vent, and I fought back against myself. How? I hadn't been in control of my body, had barely been aware of myself inside the snake. The more I thought about it, the more it absolutely terrified me. It was too close to how I had nearly lost myself when I put Quinn's core into my body. Except this time, Mahara wasn't here to save me. How in the world had the mushroom spirit done it? They had remained in their own body, even talked to me, all while controlling another spirit. Was it something to do with those strange tendrils they sent out? I wished I had asked more questions. I had never even asked their name. Nini had used the name Micah, but it didn't feel quite right. When the two of us connected, I felt them, got a sense of their inner self. They didn't feel like Micah, not anymore. It was the same way I'd never questioned how I knew they were, well, themselves. I pushed the memories of the mushroom spirit away as we ran, breathing harder now as my forearm throbbed in unison with my ankle. Oh, fuck, the snake. My eyes widened as I pushed back my sleeve and saw the angry red slashes where the snake had tried to bite me. I knew it hadn't injected its venom, but some residual venom or bacteria or something unpleasant had clearly left its mark. I only hoped it wasn't deadly as I pushed my sleeve back down, hiding the marks. Several seconds too late, I realized True had been saying something, glancing back at me with wide eyes as she slowed to a jog. "What?" I asked. "Are you okay?" I nodded. Was I, though? Are you? She nodded, although she didn't look certain either, hair wild and face pale. We need to get to the storm. My focus sharpened. How had I forgotten? Vilpidus had gone after Gillean and Mahara. What would they have done after our communication got cut off so suddenly? I hoped they stuck to the plan and we would find them hidden within the storm. I can point us in the right direction, I said. My voice still sounded slightly foreign to my ears. True nodded again and slowed, head swiveling around us as if she half expected Vilpidus or Arlen to pop out at any moment. The woods remained quiet as I sunk to the ground, knees popping as I leaned my head against a tree. It took much longer to rise into my spirit form than normal. Even that part of me seemed exhausted. Still, I slowly rose above the tree line, high enough to spot the dark, grayish-brown cloud that obscured the horizon to the northwest. It was already late afternoon, I realized with dull surprise, as I saw how low the sun hung in the sky. As I stared at the storm, which looked unmoving from this distance, I spotted a golden thread twinkling in the distance, skirting the storm to the north. Even from this far away, I recognized it. The third fungus spirit. Now I was almost certain this one didn't end in a cairn. I sank back down before I was quite ready, felt myself pulled back to my body. I didn't fight the feeling this time, eager to rejoin my physical form. Right before I fell back into myself, I noticed the thick cords that connected us to Gillean and Mahara pointed toward the storm, not the lake that now lay to the east. I opened my eyes and felt a weight release from my shoulders. They made it to the storm, I told True, pointing in the direction I had seen it. She sagged against a tree next to me, raising her gaze to the sky above us. Thank the light. She was quiet for a moment, catching her breath, and I took in how disheveled she looked. Grime streaked her cheeks and her hair clumped together, half frozen and full of cobwebs and dirt. I knew I looked even worse, could feel my clothes sticking uncomfortably to my skin. What happened? I finally choked out. The snake, I was inside it. I couldn't convince it to keep going. I knew I wasn't making sense, but I wasn't even sure if she was listening as she continued to stare at the sky. Finally, she wrapped her arms around herself and sunk to the ground, meeting my eyes. I charmed you. Or whatever was left of you. She shook her head. It was like controlling a corpse. Was whatever I did to the snake what True felt when she charmed an animal? The thought was horrible, and my disgust must have shown on my face because she grimaced. Sorry. What happened to Arlen? True tried to comb her fingers through her hair, but gave up, settling for plucking out pine needles instead. She wore a Mikanizit. It's why you couldn't break their bond. She removed it to regain control of the snake. Clearly, it was too late. She felt it boil alive. Mikanizit, to nullify fungus. It must be what they called the vest that blocked my power. I should have grabbed the Mikanizit, I muttered, stumbling over the new word a little. True's face pinched up tight, lips pursed. She looked furious. Tell me this is worth it. I stared at her, unsure what she meant, then jumped as she lunged forward and grabbed my shoulders. Her eyes shone in the waning light. This wasn't a look of fury. She was on the verge of tears. I was willing to give my life for you today. Tell me it was worth it. The rest of the world fell silent, as if the animals themselves also waited for my reply. My lips parted, but I couldn't say it. How could I tell her curing the affliction was worth her life? It wasn't. But even as I tried to deny it, my gut twisted in guilt. I had chosen my mission over her life today when I followed the thread of the fungus spirits instead of focusing on saving her. If she hadn't saved herself and then saved me immediately afterward, we would both be dead. Or she would be dead and I would be on my way back to the capital under Arlen's control. I couldn't admit it to her, tell her what I'd chosen. Tell me your plan is worth all this. She was nearly yelling now, fingernails digging into my shoulders. Her tears spilled over, leaving tracks down her cheeks. It wasn't just her life, I knew. We had left a trail of devastation in our wake. The burned inn, Tristan's bond with his wolf, the scars that would forever mar Mahara's leg, the explosion at the outpost, the dead sparrow, the snake. Even True herself, she might still be in one piece and breathing, but she was no longer the sweet spirit who dragged me around in her garden, offering sticky pieces of fruit to mice and dragonflies. It's not, I lied, finally looking away. Nothing's worth all this. If I didn't stop this now, I knew I never would. Her body sagged and she let me go, sobbing silently as she let her hair hang in front of her face, hiding her expression. I didn't know what to do or what she was thinking. Was she relieved or angry with my answer? I was certain of one thing, though. I couldn't tell her about the link to the fungus spirit I had found. Following that lead would break whatever tenuous bond that still held us together. And maybe she was right. Maybe a lone fungus spirit living in the middle of nowhere wouldn't be able to help us. Part of me longed to give up the last of my control over the situation and hand over responsibility to True. I followed up my lie with a reluctant truth. I trust you, I said quietly. If you think the Krecha will help us, I'll follow. Chapter 15. We heard the storm before we saw it, an unsettling rumble that I felt deep within my chest and sounded like a train hurtling straight for us. What started as a steady breeze at our backs that pushed us forward, urging us to keep moving, grew into a whipping wind that left its mark on the surrounding woods. The trees here all bent toward the storm, limbs nearly devoid of needles or snow. Dust and flecks of ice pelted the back of my head. As dusk fell, the landscape became even more barren as no trees survived the onslaught. Small, scrubby bushes filled with thorns were the only remaining vegetation. For possibly the first time, I was thankful for Mahara's backpack that helped weigh me down against the relentless wind at our backs. Every time we stopped to check where Mahara and Gillean were, I was too tired to reach them, but their threads appeared to lead to the left. Even as we tried to head directly toward them, the wind soon grew too strong to walk anywhere but straight ahead. We're walking in a spiral, True practically shouted into my ear, the only way I could hear her over the all-consuming roar of the storm. I didn't respond, but I agreed. They felt closer even as we followed this indirect route. At least the vulture couldn't follow us here, I thought. When night fell, True grabbed my hand so that we wouldn't lose each other in the dark. There was nothing to do but stumble forward, trusting we would eventually find the others. Although True turned on her flashlight, all it did was illuminate all the dust and debris that hurtled past us. It gave the disconcerting feeling that we were actually moving backward. The force of the wind increased, and it became impossible to do anything but keep moving. Each time we tried to stop, it felt like we were being shoved from behind, pitching us forward. When True tripped over one of the prickly bushes, invisible in the darkness, it took both of us to get her back up, leaving me with a face full of dust, half blind, eyes streaming with tears. There was no reliable way to tell how long we walked. For a while, I counted my steps, but gave up somewhere between 8,000 and 9,000. With a pounding headache from the wind, I began to lose hope we would ever find Mahara and Gillean. I kept tripping over my own feet and knew I was slowing down. We couldn't keep going like this forever, but if we fell now, I wasn't sure either of us had the energy to regain our footing. How long could we even survive out here before we froze or suffocated in the debris-filled air? The thought of slowly choking to death on the air itself gave me a tiny burst of energy. How long had Gillean and Mahara been out here waiting for us? Without warning, True hurried forward, yanking at my hand. Nearly tripping at the sudden movement, I yelped, and the sound instantly vanished in the storm. Her hand slipped from mine, and I panicked, lunging for her as she vanished into the swirling darkness. I broke into a run, heart pounding as she abandoned me. The wind only intensified, and I felt myself toppling forward, unable to keep my footing. I slid to my knees and continued at a crawl, the backpack threatening to tip over the top of my head. If it did, I wasn't sure I'd be able to struggle free from it. I considered unfastening the backpack and leaving it behind, but was terrified that as soon as I lifted an arm, the wind would pin me to the ground. And then the storm changed. Ears ringing, it took me a moment to realize the wind had let up. It still gusted around me, but no longer shoved me forward with the strength of a hurricane. Limbs shaking, I climbed to my feet and stumbled toward a dim glow, barely visible through the debris falling around me like ash. I nearly dropped back to the ground with relief when I recognized True, but dashed forward when I saw two other figures. Mahara was a bundle of dust-covered cloth heaped on the ground, knees pulled to her chest. With her hood pulled low and a scarf wrapped around her face, only her eyes were visible. She didn't speak as I approached, which surprised me. Gillean's reaction confused me more, though. As I staggered up to the group, I expected a little relief that I was still alive, maybe even a touch of happiness. Instead, he scowled and shook his head, rubbing a hand across his grime-colored face. His arms were bare, and I realized he had put his own cloak around Mahara. "Fuck me," he growled and walked a short distance away, facing the storm and tugging angrily at his hair, which stuck up at odd angles. "What's wrong?" I asked, attempting to unbuckle the backpack. The fingers on my right hand tingled and didn't respond as well as I expected. I thought I was just cold until I remembered the wound on my arm. Well, nothing I could do about that now except hope it didn't get worse. "We're in the center of the storm," True said, voice hoarse. I understood how she felt. My mouth felt like it was full of grit. I shrugged, not understanding the issue as I finally released Mahara's backpack and swung it to the ground. "Remember how we walked in a spiral to get here?" "Sure," I said, pulling out my bottle of water and taking a swig. "Better save that," Gillean said, turning to watch us. "Why?" I paused, swallowing. Mahara finally stirred at our feet, voice muffled as she spoke through all the layers. "We're stuck." I looked around at the small clearing. The demarcation between the calm we stood in and the winds beyond was obvious as True shone her flashlight around us. We had been deposited in the eye of a cyclone, and the grit almost looked like a solid wall in all directions. Even if we could push our way out through the winds, which I sincerely doubted even if we were at full strength, we would be completely blind and unable to breathe. Shadows, our fate couldn't really be to starve to death out here in the middle of nowhere after everything we'd been through. I sloshed my water bottle. No, more likely to die of thirst. I felt a little like crying, but couldn't quite muster the energy. I slumped to the ground next to Mahara instead. "Well, I'm not dying tonight anyway," I said, trying to pull my sleeping bag from my backpack, faithfully transported all this way by Mahara. Again, my hand refused to cooperate, and it took twice as long as it should have. If anyone noticed, they said nothing. My body ached inside and out, and I couldn't tell if my arm hurt more than my other limbs. It was too dark to tell if it looked okay. I could hear True and Gillean talking quietly as I closed my eyes. Well, mostly True talking while Gillean remained silent. Right before I slipped into what I hoped was sleep and not a venom-filled death, I felt Mahara curl up next to me, pressed tight against my middle. One problem at a time, I told myself. And tonight, we were all still together, still alive. It was something. When I woke, I had no idea what time it was. It was lighter. I could see the others sleeping nearby, looking like little more than heaps of dirt, but barely. It still looked like twilight, and I wasn't sure whether it was dawn, dusk, or possibly even midday. I felt marginally better at least, although my fingers still tingled when I clenched my fist. Even that slight movement caused Mahara to stir and murmur against me as she burrowed her face into my neck, so I lay still for a while longer, hoping she would continue sleeping. Shit, what had happened to them yesterday? I closed my eyes against the grit that still fell down upon us and shifted into my spirit form, hoping to get a better look at what we faced. To my relief, the change came easily after however much sleep I'd gotten. It was easier to see as well. The four of us lit up bright gold against the dull ground. I drifted upward, hoping to get above the storm to see how far we had to go to escape it. The utter silence was a blissful relief after the incessant roar of the storm. I felt nearly stretched to my limit by the time I broke out of the dust storm into the sunny day above. Even in this form, I felt my heart drop as I saw how far the storm reached in every direction. True and Gillean were right. We were at the very center of a cyclone. What had looked like a thick cloud from afar now appeared to be a fast-moving circle of debris, completely concealing the ground like some kind of miniature hurricane. There was no way this was natural, but I couldn't find the source. I had never heard of any kind of spirit who could produce something like this, and I wondered for a moment if it was an extremely convincing illusion. But no illusion had ever pushed me like the winds had last night. I continued thinking as I drifted back down through the eye of the storm, so puzzled that I almost missed a thread that twisted and spun around us. My first thought was that it was the vulture, somehow caught in the winds, but the texture of the braided cord wasn't right. I studied it and noticed something else strange. Something about the way it knit itself, simultaneously braiding into new patterns and unraveling elsewhere, made me absolutely sure that whatever it was watching us, aware of us right now. Still in my spirit form, I tugged at the thread, watching as it made another loop around us, following the winds. To my shock, I heard a giggle. "Mahara?" I said, looking around. "Who are you?" a voice asked. Or rather, the thought appeared in my head, but it wasn't mine. When Mahara and I spoke in this other world, I heard her. This was more like how the mushroom spirit sounded when they linked their mind to me. "A fungus spirit?" I whispered, spinning around to follow the thread as it moved. She giggled again. "I've never met a fungus spirit." I realized she had misunderstood my question as an answer, but it was still truthful at least. If she wasn't a fungus spirit, what was she? "What's a fungus spirit doing out here?" I shook my head. "I don't even know anymore," I said, half to myself. "Looking for safety, I guess." Her laughter got louder, sounding more and more like a howling wind. "You found it, Shala. No one in here but us." "Who are you?" "Can't you see, Shala?" Although her voice was friendly enough, I had the uncomfortable feeling she was enjoying the situation, playing with a helpless bug she had trapped in her web. "I am the storm." I drifted into the winds, unaffected in my spirit form, although I couldn't see a thing through the debris. The thread continued to whip around me. Whoever was on the other end remained hidden. Something she said reminded me of a story Mahara had told me the night before we left the outpost. Was it something she read? I had only been half listening, but it was something about earth spirits traveling by storm. "You're an earth spirit," I said, hoping my gut was right. I continued moving through the winds, trying to find her on the next revolution. She finally stopped laughing. "There are no earth spirits anymore." I gave a half shrug. I thought I saw a glowing form pass by, but it was gone in a split second. Last I heard, there were no fungus spirits left either. In a few days, maybe that'll be true. Okay, this time I was certain I saw her as she flashed by. She wasn't hard to spot now that I was in the right place. When she spun past, her body glowed bright against the darkness. Or, I suggested, crossing my arms, here's an idea. You slow the storm enough to let me and my friends out instead. She snorted and didn't bother replying, so I took a deep breath. If this didn't work, I didn't have another plan. What had the marsh spirit said to me all the way back when she trapped me in her wagon? Every favor is a trade waiting to happen. I felt her interest peak even as she snorted again. Why would I trade with you when I could just wait for you to waste away and then take whatever I wanted? I waited a moment until she passed by again, squinting to get a good look. The glow that surrounded her didn't lie. Threads extended from her core in all directions, many thickly braided. You're not alone in here, I hazarded. Why share with the others? Her silence told me I was right. Well, what do you have? Shit, I hadn't thought that far ahead. This really was the marsh spirit all over again, except this time I had no way to renege on the deal and escape before I paid my due. I did a quick mental inventory. Do you want a deck of cards? I was pretty sure there had been a book digging into my back yesterday when I wore Mahara's pack, probably stolen from the outpost. A book? A map? Have you forgotten where I live? She sounded irritated now, and I cringed. I understood. Anything paper didn't stand a chance against the winds here. And what would I do with a map when I can't leave? The second part was almost inaudible, and I wasn't sure if she meant for me to hear it. I felt her frustration echo through my body. Did she want to leave? You could come with us, I said. I didn't see her glow the next time her body passed by, and I let out a tiny moan when I realized I was shrinking back toward my own body. I had nearly expended all my energy. If I fell back out of my spirit form, our conversation was over, maybe indefinitely. She was silent for a moment, and I nearly started talking again, desperate to strike some kind of deal. No, she finally said. I can't. There was no amusement left in her voice. I was out of the winds now, could see the others. Only True was awake, pawing through her backpack. You left it in Gillean's pack, I said, forgetting for a moment that although the earth spirit could hear me, True couldn't. What? As I passed True, only a few steps from my sleeping form, she finally seemed to remember what I tried to tell her and swapped to Gillean's pack, pulling out the radio. I blinked, mind racing. The radio. It wasn't exactly mine to give, but I was out of time. You want to hear what's going on in the world? I'll give you a radio. Her thread whipped by again. I had nearly reached my body, could see the dust in my dark hair, felt the threads drifting away. Fine, but you have to hurry. Her voice sounded sulky, but I felt a hint of excitement in her thread. A different spirit is taking over soon. How soon? I asked, worried. Even if she let the wind subside, the storm was enormous. We needed time to pack up and escape the area. I fell backwards onto my body and the world faded. I clung as hard as I could to this other consciousness, trying to hear her answer. She laughed, cheerful once again. 50 turns or so. I tried to respond, unsure what she meant, but couldn't. I was too close to the edge of the physical world, couldn't see the threads anymore. By the way, did you know you're cursed? I opened my eyes and groaned, glaring up at the sky, and then instantly regretted it as dust fluttered down into my eyes. Time to go. Pack up, I hollered, flinging back my blanket and grabbing my pack. We've got... I paused, trying to work out the math. 20 minutes, maybe? The storm was still howling, but not quite as loudly. I thought I could hear a low laugh underneath the near-deafening roar. Mahara opened one eye aslit and looked at me, but Gillean was instantly awake, looking around for his pack and grabbing our belongings. True, he shouted. She looked over, startled, only just now hearing us as the winds continued to slow. The dusky quality of the clearing lightened as well. She stood, grabbing the radio, but I shook my head. Leave the radio, I ordered, pulling Mahara out of her sleeping bag. Pins and needles shot up and down my arm. Shit, was this the curse the spirit meant? Or was this just a normal slow death from venom? There was no time to worry about it now. I traded it away. Sorry. Chunks of dirt and tiny rocks fell down around us like hail as the storm lost its hold on them. Mahara finally started packing up her things, much too slowly. With his bag already slung on his back, Gillean grabbed her backpack from her and stuffed her sleeping bag inside it. 20 minutes? He asked me, voice hoarse. He sounded like he'd been coughing all night long. Maybe he had. I shrugged. I don't know, maybe more like 10. I looked around for True, who was still standing at the far end of the clearing, radio clasped in her hands. Just leave it there, I shouted, gesturing. Come on. She shook her head, looking lost. I can't. Even Mahara looked confused as she slipped her arms through the straps of her backpack as Gillean held it out to her. We don't need it, she said. Maybe we can find a new one. Get your pack, Gillean told her. We're leaving. Still, she hesitated, but when I walked over and pulled the radio from her grasp, she let me. I really am sorry, I said, putting the radio on the ground at our feet. I couldn't read her expression as she watched me, unmoving. Finally, she shook her head, turning away. So am I. Gillean was already pulling Mahara through the slowing storm, and with relief, I discovered visibility was quickly increasing, even as the dust and pebbles continued to rain down, clattering over the wind. I ran after them, pulling True along behind me. When I glanced back to make sure we had left nothing behind, I saw a tiny figure barely visible through the debris, picking up the radio and holding it to her chest. I was sorely tempted to turn back and try to get more answers from her, but True pulled ahead and yanked me forward. Nearly falling, I spun back around and dashed after the others. By the time we broke free of the storm, still blowing dust into our faces but in a much less organized fashion, we looked a little like living statues. Hair, clothes, and skin all an identical shade of gray from the thick dust. As the sun finally broke free of the swirling cloud overhead, we slowed to a jog, then a walk. When we turned back, we saw the vortex had reformed, tearing at the ground with newfound fury. I hoped the Earth Spirit wasn't in trouble for helping us. You traded with a storm? Mahara asked, scrubbing at her short hair. What's it want a radio for? I rolled my eyes. Not the storm itself, just the spirit behind it. While I told them about my encounter, True remained oddly silent. Finally, I turned to her. Did you need the radio to find the Krecha? She shook her head. No, I can lead us there, if Gil helps navigate. Maybe it wasn't the radio at all, but the previous day's events that had her so quiet. Either way, I didn't press her. Mahara stared at me, wide-eyed. We're going back to the Krecha? Gillean was silent as I shook my head, trying not to betray how much it hurt to walk away from the trail of the fungus spirit. Not Seif's group, I said. We'll try another. We're headed a little further north, True said. There's another group who can help us. I didn't question her, ask her how she could be so certain. I was tired of fighting and feeling responsible for everyone. Either Mahara didn't notice True's quiet mood or was determined to break her out of it because she began peppering her with questions, stepping lightly across the snow-dusted ground. What changed? Gillean asked, slowing to walk next to me. I swallowed. I almost got True killed, I murmured. We can't keep doing this. I told him then what happened with Arlen, how I had controlled the snake and nearly lost myself in its mind. He seemed oddly unperturbed. Could you do the same to the vulture? He asked. Take control of it, I mean. The thought made me want to vomit, and I shook my head. It never gets close enough, I explained. I can't reach that far. It wasn't too far away yesterday, he said with a snort. When I gave him a questioning look, he stopped and leaned forward, pulling his hair away from his neck. Angry-looking slashes covered his skin, and I hissed in imagined pain. This was the perfect opportunity to confess my injury, but just like with my twisted ankle, I said nothing. Both injuries felt like punishment for poor decisions I didn't want to admit to or try to explain. We reached an uphill portion, and he was quiet for several minutes as we climbed, slipping occasionally on the rocky ground. It was slow going, but the vibration of the storm finally faded away. "The spirit with the vulture came down to the lake," he finally said. "Vilpitas." Right, him. I don't know how, but he knew we were there, or at least suspected. "Hera went to tell you." I grimaced. "We got interrupted when Arlen arrived." "We figured as much." He interlaced his fingers on top of his head and looked up at the sky as if remembering. "I camouflaged us from the spirit. For a moment, I honestly thought we might sneak away undetected, but the vulture spotted us." His voice was icy, but the odd pauses between sentences gave me the feeling there was something he was hiding as well. "That's when you got all scratched up?" I prompted. He didn't look at me as he spoke. "No, it just flew around up there, but it must have seen through our illusion and communicated where we were, because after watching it for a bit, he instantly turned around and came straight toward where we hid." "How'd you escape?" I asked, unsure exactly what was bothering him. He had saved my sister despite my failed plan, and I expected a little cockiness, but there was none. "I thought our best chance at getting away was to swim," he said. "Without our packs, I thought I'd be fast enough to get us both across the lake and on the way to the storm, like we planned." My eyes flicked to his back. "But you didn't leave the packs behind," I pointed out. "Hera told you she'd keep your pack safe. She refused to leave it." I winced, recalling my offhand comment. There was no way I could have known what would happen, but I still felt guilty. "Sorry." He shrugged. "I still thought we could make it. As long as we got to the water, we'd be faster than him, so I didn't fight her on it." "Well, it seemed like it worked in the end," I said. "You both made it here with the packs." I didn't know why I felt like I needed to encourage him now, a day after he already made the decision, but the way he kept balling his hands into fists then releasing them worried me. "I was wrong," he said, finally looking at me. As soon as we dashed for the lake, my illusion dropped and he was after us. We only made it a few feet into the water before he grabbed me. I shivered, trying to imagine their sheer panic, but he didn't stop talking this time. "I told Hera to keep swimming as I fought him off. He's bigger, but he didn't know how to fight in the water. It made him slow, and the cold made him clumsy." He was still staring at me, but it didn't seem like he was looking for compliments like usual. "What happened?" "First off, your sister doesn't follow directions." I nodded, unsurprised. "She didn't swim away. I pinned the spirit down, and even with his vulture clawing at me, I had him." We had stopped walking as I stared at him. We were at the heart of it now. "I would have drowned him, Cora. I don't know if I would have even felt bad about it. Hera started screaming and pulled me off him, told me to stop." I bit my lip, unsure how to feel. "What did you do?" I finally asked. "I stopped." He abruptly started walking again, hurrying to keep True and Mahara in sight. I followed, a half step behind as I watched him. "Are you mad at her?" He shook his head. "I think I'm relieved." I took a risk and grabbed his hand, his palm both familiar and so foreign in my grasp. He didn't immediately pull away from me, and I felt my body go fiery hot, even as the snow crunched beneath my boots. "You got away safely, Gil, and you kept my sister safe. You did good." He kept his gaze stiff in front of him. "What would you have done in my place?" "I don't know." I truly didn't. Back at the outpost, I decided I would have killed Tristan without a second thought if I had the opportunity, just for the way he looked at Mahara. But then when I saw Arlen rolling in the snow, welts rising on her skin, completely defenseless and in utter agony, I ran. Even with the snake, I hadn't killed it. That had been all true. Could I kill? Gillian's hand slipped away from mine, but he gave me a tiny smile, the first I'd seen in a long time. I don't think we're free of the hunters yet, Haresha. I gave a heavy sigh. I don't think so either, but we might get to the safety of the Krecha before they regroup and catch up to us. He nodded, smile dropping. I'm not happy about this plan. I wasn't either, but only shrugged. With every step, I questioned handing over all control to True. I wasn't lying when I said I trusted her, but I also finally understood how Gillean felt when he feared how trusting I was of strangers. I had a horrible feeling that while True thought she was doing what was best for us, she wasn't trusting the right people. But maybe my first encounter with the Krecha, when they had nearly killed us on the train, had tinted my views. I had to believe that she was right, that they weren't all like that. What? Don't tell me you want to keep searching for fungus spirits, I said, already knowing the answer. The sun disappeared behind a cloud, and it felt like the temperature instantly dropped several degrees. It doesn't matter, he deflected, pulling his cloak tighter. Just one request, Haresha. I didn't bother telling him I wasn't in charge anymore. That he was asking me for a favor was too unusual, and I simply waited. We stick together from now on, he said, slashing his hand between us. I had always interpreted the movement to mean stop talking, but maybe it was more like listen to me. I snorted in surprise. Dealing with my sister alone for a day was that bad? His eyes flashed silver as he narrowed them a little. I'm serious, Haresha. Being stuck inside that vortex with no idea what happened to you was torture. I'm not doing it again. You could have fooled me. I almost laughed again, but suppressed it when I saw the tick in his jaw. You literally stormed off as soon as I stumbled up. He stared at me, and I could almost see him replaying the moment in his mind. I didn't mean... I heard Mahara laugh from up ahead where she walked next to True, and I watched them for a moment. By the way they kept playfully smacking each other's arms, you'd never know how miserable we all were just a few hours ago. Sorry. The unexpected apology regained my attention. I thought I was going to have to watch you die with the rest of us in there. I should have trusted you'd get us out. Light snow started to fall as we walked, and I shivered, wrapping my arms around myself. Whatever happened to not trusting anyone? You don't count. And that's why I like you, Gil. You always make a girl feel special. I didn't truly mean anything by it, except maybe to break the tension and tease him into relaxing a little. But if anything, it had the opposite effect. He looked away and tugged at his hair, face gloomy. You like me because I'm convenient. I blinked, convinced at first that I had misheard or mistranslated. Convenient? I repeated. When he nodded, still looking straight ahead, this time I couldn't hold in a sharp bark of laughter. You really think you're convenient? When he looked at me this time, it was with pure wide-eyed confusion, snowflakes speckling his dark hair. We were isolated together as kids, and we're isolated again now. If you like me, it's because you have no other options. He said it with such conviction that I grinned, which seemed to confuse him even further. Gillean, I'm sorry to break it to you, but you are not convenient. If I wanted convenience, that's True. I gestured ahead to where she walked and shook my head. She's easy to talk to, loyal, tells me exactly what she's thinking, and gorgeous on top of all of that. The first time I met her, she invited me gardening, fed me, and gifted me with something priceless. But Gillian's confusion had grown into bewilderment, and it was difficult not to laugh. It would be true, I said. And to be honest, she's a convenient pick for you, too. I'm not. I still wasn't done. You live practically next door to her. Your dad clearly trusts her, and she understands this world a whole lot better than I do. True is incredibly convenient. Gillean was still trying to interrupt me, so I attempted to slash my hand diagonally like he and True did. I don't want convenient, and I don't think you do either. I was finally done, and I swallowed. Now that I was silent, Gillean seemed to search for words, forehead creased. Finally, he shook his head, and I saw the tension leave his body. Fair enough. When I looked at True and Mahara ahead of us, True was walking backwards, watching us. At this distance, I was positive she couldn't hear us, but when a finch went fluttering away from her shoulder, I felt my cheeks burn a little, even as I shrugged in her direction. If she had heard, and I still wasn't sure if she had, I had confessed much worse when charmed. By the time the sun set, the clouds had cleared and a gibbous moon rose in the dusky gray sky. We camped on the bottom of a hill, hidden under a huge spruce tree whose branches reached out and brushed the ground, creating a cozy nook when we pushed our way inside. Even the wind failed to breach the thick branches, and there was no need to set up our tent. We were all desperate to bathe and wash our clothes, and spent a frantic couple minutes dunking ourselves into the nearly freezing water of a small pond a short walk from our camp. I was thankful it was dark enough that no one noticed my injured arm. Stripped down to our underwear, True and I yanked Mahara into the water after she stood shivering on the shoreline, refusing to come any closer. And then I had to clap my hand over her mouth as she started shrieking from the cold. Even Gillean laughed as we splashed in the moonlight, clouds of dirt leaching from our bodies. We were still alive, still together, and it was more than something. It was everything. Chapter 16. Between Gillean and True's navigation, we continued to head northeast, even though my body begged me to turn around, go back, and find the fungus spirit. I couldn't tell whether it was some sort of intuition that I ought to listen to, or whether it was my intrinsic recklessness that I should continue to ignore. Either way, I stayed silent. To voice my fears felt like giving them life, making them real. It was the same reason I didn't mention my tingling arm, marred with scrapes that were steadily healing but still seemed unnaturally swollen. I lived in some kind of in-between where I was still okay, in no real danger yet, but felt something big looming in the distance, biding its time. If I didn't look at it, maybe it would pass us by. The hunters hadn't found us yet, after all. Maybe our luck had turned around. And so I obediently followed True, content to let her make the decisions. The worst time was when we stopped for the evening, after everyone else fell asleep. I lay awake for what felt like ages with nothing left to distract me except my aching ankle, which the cold seemed to aggravate, and my throbbing arm. 5 days after we fled the storm, I flopped restlessly until I slipped away into my spirit form, desperate to tire myself into exhaustion. I liked the way the world looked at night when I slipped silently through the trees like this. I couldn't hear a thing, but it lit up gold and glowing, full of life that didn't seem to exist during the day. We had camped partway up a hill, and as I looked down at the valley we had passed through, a thicker thread caught my eye, mostly because it was so much brighter than the others and trembling slightly. It was a decent distance away and not actually attached to us, but seemed to be slowly drifting in my direction. I was pretty sure I could reach it. I spiraled toward it, taking advantage of my speed and ghost-like form to fly through trees and rocks. As I grew closer, the thread seemed to react, twitching toward me again. I slowed, reaching out to touch it. I half expected it to be some new animal or hunter tracking us, slowly growing closer, but the thread was inert in my grasp, twitching of its own accord but hiding its memories from me. Shadows, the fungus spirit? I thought I recognized the knots and whorls now and clung to the thread for a moment, silently dropping to my knees to press it to my forehead. "I'm sorry," I whispered, "but I promise I'll try to come back someday." I didn't know why it was bending to follow me, or how long it would do so before oscillating back in the opposite direction, but I hoped they were somehow aware of my presence out here in the world, knew they weren't alone. I would have stayed longer, pressing quiet messages into the twisting thread without knowing if they were going anywhere, But something called me back, tore me away from the thread and back into my body. With a groan, I opened my eyes, head spinning from the sudden and unexpected force. Get up. Gillean shook me again, and in the dark, I saw the tent was full of movement as True and Mahara packed. What? I managed, pushing myself up despite the dizziness. You sleep so soundly, True said, zipping her pack up. Was there a note of accusation in her voice, or was that my imagination? They found us, but we have a good head start. Mahara patted my arm, maybe thinking my sluggishness was due to fear, not confusion. True says we're real close to safety as long as we hurry. I nodded, scrambling to pack up my own things. True was talking again, saying something about how one of her owls had spotted the hunter's camp several miles away, but I focused instead on Gillean. Even in the dark, I could tell he was staring at me as I tried to roll up my sleeping bag, hands shaking a little from the rush of adrenaline. Where were you? He asked in a low voice as Mahara and True left the tent. What do you mean? I finally got my bag packed and crawled toward the entrance, but he caught me by my injured arm. I gasped in pain, and he instantly let go, eyes wide. Hresha, what? I tucked my arm in protectively to my chest as I shoved my boots on. It's fine, I whispered. I was just looking around, same as True. Without a backward glance, I escaped the tent before he could question me further. I wasn't even sure how he knew I hadn't been in my body, although I suspected my failure to wake up when True sounded the alarm had something to do with it. As we took down the tent and set out, Gillean had no choice but to leave me alone when True called him over to figure out the best route to wherever we were going. They conferred as we walked, stumbling in the dark and occasionally slipping on the ice. We continued to head uphill, and it was slow going, especially with our heavy packs. Mahara dropped back to walk next to me, clutching my arm, the uninjured one, thankfully, every time she slipped. I was grateful for her presence as the cold crept in, numbing my fingers and toes. With the only noise coming from True and Gillean talking quietly, Mahara's incessant yawns, and the occasional rustle of some unseen animal, I couldn't stop thinking about what the storm spirit had said, that I was cursed. Have you ever heard of someone being cursed? I finally asked Mahara. Her first response was to giggle, but then she turned her face up to look at me. Shadows, the pale moonlight made her look so much older. Or was that truly how she looked now, her round face elongated with actual cheekbones and deep-set eyes? The height difference between us was lessening by what seemed like the day. What are you talking about? She asked, voice amused. Like from a fairy tale? I ducked my head, embarrassed. I don't know. You're the one reading all the time. I just figured you knew about the earth spirits, so maybe you knew something about curses, too. Maybe. I caught her again as she slipped, feet scrambling to find purchase on the rocky ground. My ankle jolted in pain as she pulled me forward before finally regaining her footing. Maybe, she tried again, taking a second to readjust her backpack straps. If you learn to read, you could research your own problems. I scowled at her, even though she wasn't looking at me. I can read, I grumbled, taking shorter steps to keep my ankle from aching as badly. You're just faster at it. You know what the answer to that is? She asked, finally turning and gesturing at me to move faster. Practice reading. I didn't answer, irritation growing. When exactly did she think I had the time to sit around and read? I knew if I said anything, I'd regret it, so I stayed silent. She finally sighed and slowed her pace to match mine. No, I've never read anything about someone really being cursed or doing actual curses, she said. That's old spirit stuff, Gillean said, stretching his arms in front of him as he waited for us to catch up. From Roshalon times. The last thing you need to worry about right now is curses. I remained silent, determined not to get in an argument about it or raise suspicion. Maybe I wasn't cursed, but I had met Affliction. Gillean himself had told me the old marsh spirit was one, and she absolutely had a reason to curse me after I escaped without paying for her wisdom and wrecked her camp. If anything, I was more convinced than ever that I really was cursed. Mahara perked up. Then you're in luck, sis. True told me there are actual old spirits where we're going. If anyone knows about curses, it'll be them for sure. My stomach turned, and I felt a bead of sweat run down the back of my neck, clammy in the cold air. The last thing I wanted was to meet another ancient spirit, especially one intent on using Mahara and me to overthrow the capital or whatever they had planned. Shit, was it too late to turn around and follow the trail of the fungus spirit instead? At least then I knew what I was dealing with. We fell into silence as a bird sang in the distance, sounding lonely and out of place in the night. Still walking ahead of us, True cocked her head, listening to it. It's okay, she called back to us. Just nearly dawn. Her point was punctuated by a second bird joining in somewhere behind us. The sky above was still dark, but I thought the wispy clouds looked a little lighter gray than they had when we left. We were quiet as the bird song took over, each hidden bird joining in the promise that dawn wasn't far off. It was the coldest morning by far, and I was desperate for sunrise, hoping it would bring some warmth. As the sky finally smeared pink and orange, True stopped suddenly, looking up at something through the trees. I heard Mahara give a quiet gasp as she came to a stop next to True, matching her gaze. Even Gillean whistled when he saw whatever the other two looked at. In the rear, I scrambled to catch up, half dreading what I'd find. We had been walking uphill for hours, and I realized now how sparse the evergreens had become, how scraggly and bare their branches were. Through a gap in the trees, lit bright white by the sun that hadn't quite reached us, a massive mountain stretched up before us, its peak catching a mass of clouds that almost made it look like it was smoking. We can't. My voice faltered and I coughed, my throat dry from the cold air. We can't climb that, True. It dwarfed the pass that had nearly killed me and Gillean. She smiled, and although I had seen her sharpened teeth 100 times by now and hardly noticed them anymore, her expression struck me as unsettling this time. We don't have to climb far, she said, voice soft like she was talking to a frightened animal. And there should be a path set up for us, ladders and ropes. For us? Gillean asked, voice low. True shrugged. For anyone seeking refuge who knows where to look. As True and Mahara continued toward the foot of the mountain, I caught Gillian's arm, holding him back. Have you ever heard of this place? He shrugged. No, but I don't exactly make it a habit to learn every whereabout of the Kraecha. When he pulled away, I let him go, unwilling to state my fear that something was very wrong with this situation. Between True's uncanny knowledge of where to go and the thought of a horde of ancient powerful spirits waiting for us, it was a struggle to put one foot in front of the other. The small piece of my mind that tried to insist I was just traumatized by my last climb up a mountain grew quieter and quieter. As the tree line dropped away and we trudged forward through a snowy field, an occasional fierce wind blew tiny ice crystals up into our faces. A thin layer of ice covered the snow, mostly keeping us on the surface, although occasionally one of us stepped in a particularly thin spot and unexpectedly found ourselves shin deep in the powder. In the distance, the relatively flat field transformed abruptly into a series of rocky inclines, and I saw True was right. There were ropes pounded into the cliff face, creating a defined path up the side. I swallowed, mouth dry, and came to a stop halfway between the tree line and the base of the mountain. The sun finally hit the top of my head, warming me through my hood, but I felt colder than ever. In the lead, True seemed to sense my faltering steps and turned, gesturing impatiently at me. Hurry, she said, with something that sounded like frustration lining her voice. I forced myself to walk forward, and when I joined them at the base of the massive boulders, I found I wasn't the only nervous one. Although most of the mountain was no longer visible, Mahara stared up at the cliffs that towered above us, nearly falling backwards as she craned her neck. "This looks hard," she said quietly, wringing her hands. With one hand on top of her head, Gillean tipped her gaze back toward the base of the cliff, where True fumbled with the equipment. "Then we go slow," he said. "Take it one rope at a time. As long as we don't rush, we'll be fine." Even as my mind raced, I took a tiny moment to appreciate how infinitely more patient he was with Mahara than he was with anyone else. "No," True said, throwing down the ropes in frustration. "Once we start climbing, we have to finish it quickly. You can rest when we reach safety." "Because of the vulture?" Mahara asked, biting her lip. Gillean cringed, and I suspected he was remembering his own recent scuffle with the bird, the painful gouges on his back. When True didn't answer, I gave her a hard look. We hadn't seen the bird all morning. Were the hunters even really after us? No one noticed when I retreated a step back toward the forest we had come from. Every instinct screamed at me not to climb this cliff, not to let my sister continue forward. "We should go another way," I said, heartbeat echoing loudly in my ears. "I found another fungus spirit." All three stared at me with what I knew was a healthy degree of skepticism, and I didn't miss the look Gillean and True then shared, silently assessing the situation, assessing me. "I can lead us there. Ask them for help." "It's too late," True said shortly, shaking her head. "If we turn back now, those hunters will have us. They're closing in." I blinked, sensing the deception coming off her in waves. "You're lying," I nearly whispered, taking another step away from her. No one answered. Mahara began hopping from foot to foot, swinging her head between me and the other two, who looked at each other again. Seconds passed. Still communicating silently with True, Gillean finally cocked his head at me, and she nodded. "Hurry," True said, then turned away, calling Mahara over to help her with the ropes. "Come on," Gillean said as he passed, heading toward the trees without looking at me. I followed, heart still thrumming almost painfully in my chest. "It's the right choice," I insisted as we walked. "If we go up there, we're trapped. We don't know what we're walking into." "Tell me the truth," he said, turning as he stopped to grab my shoulders. "Did you really find another fungus spirit?" "You think I'm lying?" I seethed, anxiety instantly transforming into anger. "Yes, I found the trail of a fungus spirit. I could take us there right now, but we have to go back." Gillean rubbed his face, and I noticed for the first time how exhausted he appeared with dark circles under his eyes. "Why didn't you say anything earlier?" I threw my hands up, annoyed now by how bright the rising sun had lit up the surrounding snow. My eyes hurt from the glare. "Because we had all nearly just died trying to track down a fungus spirit, because no one else thought it was the right thing to do, because it was easier." "Stop." Gillean held up a hand, still rubbing his face with the other. "It doesn't matter. True's right. It's too late to change your mind now." "True's lying about the hunters," I growled. "I can feel it." "Cora." He paused, and I glared, wordlessly daring him to continue. "She's not lying. They are coming. When that owl of hers reported the hunter's camp, I went out to confirm it. Unless you think I'm lying too." I shook my head, looking away. I was certain I had sensed deception from her. Even if it wasn't about the hunters, it was about something else. "I get that you want to find the fungus spirits, but..." He trailed off, and I scowled up at him, taking a step closer. I hated the calm tone he was using with me, like he was trying to soothe an angry child. But what? "Do you really want to have this conversation?" I had to unclench my jaw to answer. "Yes." "You say you need to find some random fungus spirits to figure out how to cure the affliction." He shifted his backpack uncomfortably on his shoulders. I don't buy it. I bristled, but he didn't give me a chance to interject. You and Hera are the only ones left who know how to do what you do. You have a better chance of figuring it out on your own. It's an excuse. An excuse for what? You think I want to be out here with you? I emphasized the last part with a little extra disgust. A small piece of me recognized I was dead tired and taking it out on him, but at the same time, I felt a sense of relief. I didn't want to stop. No. He hesitated, studying my expression, but there was no going back now. But maybe you thought you'd find a family with them. I couldn't decide whether the accusation itself or the way he spoke was more annoying. The thing was, he wasn't even entirely wrong. Of course I dreamed about someday fitting in somewhere, having someone to call my family. Is that so bad? I shot back. You have no idea what it's like here for me, Gillean. I want someone I can trust to help me fix the affliction. Maybe I do need a family for that. He finally dropped the placating tone and snapped back at me. Are we not enough for you? I didn't think we were talking about fixing the affliction anymore. Maybe not. I spun away, ready to stomp back and grab Mahara and get away from this place, when I saw my mistake. My sister stood just a few feet away, frozen in the sunlight, lips parted slightly. From her expression, I knew she had heard every word. Mahara, she spun around, racing off back to True. True says we have to go now, she shouted over her shoulder, refusing to face me. Hurry up. Shit, I muttered, all my fire extinguished in an instant. Come on, Gillean said, trudging past me. There's nothing we can do now. Just like before, I knew he meant it in more ways than one. No one spoke to me except to give the most basic instructions as we started our ascent. We didn't have the right equipment to clip into the guidelines, so we tightened our backpacks, stomped some feeling back into our frozen feet, and climbed the first series of boulders with True in the lead, followed by Mahara, then me, and Gillean following behind. Gripping the rope in both hands, we scaled each boulder, then sidled our way across each narrow pathway until we reached the next steep section. All the back and forth across the mountain made the climb frustratingly slow, yet somehow utterly exhausting. Every time I tried to talk to Mahara, she flipped a hand up, dismissing me, and hurried after True. Talk to her afterward, Gillean growled from behind me. If the climb made me anxious, it made him even grumpier than usual. Based on how remote the area seemed to be, I was worried we'd find the cables neglected or broken, making the entire thing impassable. But as we continued to climb, the opposite worried me even more. The entire system looked brand new, like we were the first ones to climb it. There was no dirt and barely any ice on any of the equipment. Even the section of each cable that rubbed against the metal rings embedded in the rock were barely scuffed. I opened my mouth to point it out to Gillean, but then hesitated. What good would it do besides drive a larger wedge between us? He and True were right. We couldn't turn back now. Before long, my heart was pounding, this time with exertion. I could feel the throb of my heartbeat in my injured arm and my ankle. I favored both, pulling myself up the ropes with my uninjured arm while I supported most of my weight with my uninjured leg. By late morning, we reached a section of the mountain that we had to climb using ladders built from the cables. I slowed further, the gap growing between me and Mahara, with Gillean stuck behind me. Desperate to distract myself from the pain and fear, I thought back to the mushroom kid and how they could sense others' emotions and intentions. If we reached a point in the climb where I could go into my spirit form, could I do the same to True? Try to figure out why I felt a sense of deception from her? If it wasn't about the hunters closing in on us, what else could it be? As if my thoughts summoned them, True whistled down at us. When I looked up, I saw a vulture making lazy circles above us, close enough that I could see its bald head turn to look at us with one eye. "Stay close to the rock," Gillean called up to me, demonstrating by pulling himself closer to the ladder we were climbing. I looked past him down to the snowfield we had crossed at sunrise, trying to spot the hunters, but the movement only made me dizzy as I saw how far above the trees we were. Quickly looking back up, I took a couple of breaths, clinging to the ladder and trying to steady myself. For a moment, going any further seemed impossible as I gulped air and closed my eyes, leaning my forehead against a rung. "Resha," Gillean warned from below me. I felt hot and sweaty, even in the freezing wind that whipped around me, making the ladder sway gently. Something tapped my boot, Gillian's hand probably, but I ignored it, still trying to get a hold of myself. What was wrong with me? Heights had never bothered me before. I was the one who terrified Mahara by leaning out over the railing at the lighthouse. I was the fearless one. Now, locked in place on the ladder, I might have stayed there forever, or at least until I froze or passed out, but a scream from above broke me from my torment. Mahara. My eyes snapped open. For a moment, the entire world was white as my eyes readjusted. I couldn't see them from my vantage point anymore. They were already on the next ledge I was still trying to reach. I scrambled forward, calling Mahara's name, pain and exhaustion forgotten. I reached the top of the ladder, hauling myself forward using the cables until I knelt on the ledge, shading my eyes as I searched for Mahara and True. The anxiety I had felt all morning tightened in my gut until my stomach twisted painfully. I spotted both of them on the next ladder as Gillean climbed up behind me, breathing hard as he pulled me to my feet. I lurched forward, trying to understand what I was seeing. True and Mahara were climbing what looked like a ladder, but they both hung partway off it, almost like they were climbing it sideways. As I got closer, I realized what was going on. Half the ladder had come unattached from the rock, collapsing into a complicated mess of rungs that hung loosely from the other side, forcing them to climb it as a rope. The one saving grace is that it was the shortest ladder by far, so it was a quick scramble up to the next ledge. "Are you okay?" I called, reaching the bottom of the ladder. I grabbed the loose end, trying to steady the wobbling, but only succeeded in further tangling the lines. "Fine," True said, reaching the ledge and extending a hand down to Mahara. "Just surprised us." I didn't tell them they had probably saved my life. Shadows, probably Gillian's as well, if he couldn't get past me frozen on the ladder. I needed to pull myself together, even as my anxiety only heightened when I looked at the tangle of ropes in front of me. "Come on," Gillean groaned, stretching his arms. "Let's keep moving." I tried to tell myself that this wasn't as bad as the past. It was daytime, we had better clothing, it wasn't snowing, and there were 4 of us. All I had to do was keep following True. We could deal with whatever was at the top together. The moment my boots left the ledge, I knew I was in trouble. Unlike the first ladder, I couldn't climb using just my 2 good limbs. In order to make any progress, I had to cling to the cable with both hands and scramble for purchase with my legs, trying to find a loop that could support me, pull myself up, then repeat the process, all without getting tangled in the dangling ropes. Maybe it was due to my last climbing performance, but thankfully Gillean waited at the base of the ladder while I attempted to ascend. Halfway up, arms shaking, the muscles of my injured arm burned so badly that I completely lost feeling in my hand and felt my fingers spasm. I was stuck again, this time physically instead of mentally. I knew if I tried to hold myself up with my arms, either to gain another foot or lower myself down, I was going to fall. The sick feeling I had been fighting all morning felt like it hesitated as well, watching to see what I would do next. My toes slipped from the icy rung I had been clinging to. "Gillean," I shouted, panic rising. I had to warn him to get out of the way. I'm going the cable ripped away from my grasp as my toes came free and I lost my purchase. I grabbed for another hold, but the ladder swung away from me as I fell, arms flailing as I tried to stay upright. I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay. My mind repeated like a mantra for every moment I was still alive, still in one piece. When I hit the ledge feet first, I nearly recovered. I saw movement from the corner of my eye, Gillean lunging for me, yelling something I couldn't understand. The weight of my backpack hit a split second later, catching me off balance and driving me back. My injured ankle wrenched wrong as I spun sideways, arms still pinwheeling as my ankle gave way. I fell backward and met thin air. And then I was sliding headfirst down the steep set of boulders we had been using ladders to climb. I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay, my brain continued, screaming now. Or was I saying it out loud? My backpack scraped against the rock, and I finally got myself turned around so that I was falling forward, sliding down the steep embankment on my butt, grasping desperately for something to slow me. There, a cable to my right, part of the path below the ladder. Shadows, had I already fallen so far in just a few seconds? We had passed this section maybe 20 minutes ago. I grabbed for the cable with my good arm, snagging it by looping my arm underneath the cable while the rest of me attempted to continue down the cliff. With a wild swing, I came to a stop as something popped. Cringing, I was positive my momentum had yanked the cable loose, but miraculously it held, and I scrambled backward without standing, untangling myself from the cable and pressing my backpack against the wall of rock behind me. From my vantage point, I could see nothing but blue sky in front of me. Fuck, that was lucky. Although it had felt like ages, I hadn't fallen too far, all things considered, and I was still in one piece. The roar in my ears gradually faded, and I heard shouts above me as small pebbles and bits of ice rained down around me, clattering softly into the snowdrift I sat in. I'm okay, I shouted, voice hoarse. Shit, I was going to have to climb that ladder again, the one that nearly took me out the first time. And how was I ever going to make it up the ladder that did take me out? I groaned and rubbed my face with one hand, startling when I saw how beat up my glove was with huge chunks missing from the palm. My skin underneath was unscathed. How had I gotten so lucky? Gillean appeared out of seemingly nowhere, leaping down next to me from above, stumbling forward much too close to the edge when he reached the narrow path where I sat. He hadn't taken the ladder down either. I'm fine, I repeated, putting one hand on the ground to push myself up. Now that the adrenaline was fading, my entire body burned with embarrassment. Still, I felt lighter somehow, like the bad thing that had been hanging over my head was over and done with. Like maybe my curse was over and everything would start getting better again. I gave Gillean a shaky smile, but he didn't return it. In fact, I wasn't sure what his expression was as he stared down at me, mouth thin and eyes narrowed. Annoyance? Exasperation? Stop, he ordered, slinging his pack off and kneeling down in front of me. He reached out a hand like he was going to physically stop me from standing, but hesitated before touching me. Just stop for a second. I slid back down to the ground and watched as he opened his backpack and pulled out his water, handing it to me. I took a swig as he stood and waved, apparently signaling to the other two before sitting back down in front of me. Seriously, I'm fine, I insisted, forcing out a small laugh as I set down his water bottle and held out my torn glove. I ruined your gloves, though. He still didn't smile and tapped my boot. I'm going to check you for injuries, okay? I gave a small one-armed shrug, my teeth chattering as the cold crept back in, seeping in from all directions. At some point, the sun had passed overhead, and the shadows grew from every overhang and towering rock. This has been the longest day, I said, leaning my head back against the rock. With the cold, my entire body ached. I tucked my good arm up against my chest with my other arm, holding it tight against the core of my body. Does this hurt? Gillean was tapping and prodding my right ankle through my boots, and I gave him another half shrug. Not really. I began to shiver and gritted my teeth, trying to stop. It made everything feel worse. I groaned when he got to my left ankle and finally pulled it away from him, tucking it closer to my body. That ankle already hurt, I finally admitted. It just hurts worse now. I'm fine. It was getting harder to insist I was fine, but I wanted a few more moments to believe I could still climb the ladders and rejoin my sister. He didn't reply, but his brow furrowed as he continued prodding my legs all the way up to my hips. I'm just a little bruised, I said. I could feel tears forming in the corners of my eyes as I pulled my good arm tighter to my chest, trying to stop shaking. When I heard a clanking sound to my right, I looked over and saw small boots making their way quickly down the ladder. Mahara, go back, I called, finally pushing myself to my feet using my one good leg. Everything's fine. Stay with True. The rest of her came into view, and I instantly recognized her panicked expression. She jumped the last few rungs and ran over to me, stopping a short distance away. You're hurt, she cried. I shook my head. Just sprained my ankle a little. I can still make it. Neither Gillean nor Mahara were looking at my ankle as I tested it and grimaced. Much worse than before. I thought I might still be able to limp my way up, though. Cora, let me see your arm, Gillean said, caution threading his voice. It's just a scrape, I said, holding out my bad arm and shaking my sleeve up a little. My attempt wasn't very effective, and Gillean stepped forward to pull my sleeve up and inspect the snake's glancing blow. It's taking a while to heal. I don't know, maybe it's infected or something. I laughed again, but it sounded hollow even to my ears. Makes climbing a little harder, but we'll figure it out. Why was I the only one talking? What's wrong with your arm? Mahara sounded like she was on the verge of tears, but she wasn't looking at my wound. She was staring at my other arm, the one I still had clasped tight to my chest. The one I had used to grab the cable and stop my fall. I took a tiny step back as Gillean let go of my injured arm and gestured to the other. I heard the rustle of feathers behind me, and when I turned to look, I saw the vulture swoop past and then land on an outcropping far above us, perched beyond the cables. It cocked its head at our attention. Shadows, could I reach it if I went into my spirit form? It fluffed its wings a little as if it knew what I was thinking. If I dropped to the ground, it would fly away in an instant. Let me see. Gillean unlatched the straps of my backpack where they hooked to the pack itself and stepped behind me to lower the pack to the ground, taking the weight off my shoulders. I tried not to cry out as he touched my shoulder and determined what we all already knew. There was something seriously wrong with my arm. I think it's dislocated, he said, voice ragged. There was no way I was climbing those ladders. The ladder clattered again, and True slowly climbed down to join us, her pack missing. I understood what it meant. She had left it behind because she was going on, with or without me. I breathed a sigh of relief. If she was continuing on, she could still lead the others. Mahara, I said, you've got to go with True now, okay? I'm going to find another way up. Mahara's eyes widened, and she turned to Gillean. Fix it! She pointed frantically at my arm, enough so that I took a tiny step back to avoid getting hit. Fix her! Gillean gave a tiny shake of his head as he stared at me. I don't know how. Mahara, I said again. Please, I'm going to find you again, just like last time, but I need you to go with True. Come on, Hera, True said, one hand still on the ladder. We're running out of time. As if to punctuate her point, the vulture shuffled side to side from where it perched above us, giving a little shake of its wings. Mahara lunged forward to cling to my shirt, face buried in my chest. When her hood fell back, I kissed the top of her short curls, inhaling deeply. I felt her sob as I whispered into her ear. When we left, Kai told me I needed to teach you how to stand on your own. She said something I couldn't understand, muffled by my body, so I continued. Make your own decisions, your own mistakes. This is your chance, Mahara. When I find you again, I want to hear everything. She finally pulled away, and I saw tears running down her face. I can't, she wailed. You can. I gripped her shoulder and pushed her away, back toward True. You've always been the stronger one. Now go with True. She finally nodded, making no attempt to wipe away her tears. You'll come for me? Always. I hesitated. You know I didn't mean what I said earlier, right? She stared up at me, and I inwardly cringed. If I wanted to apologize, I was going to have to say it. You're enough for me, Mahara. My voice broke a little, and I swallowed hard, determined not to cry. You're everything. She finally wiped away her tears and heaved a shaky breath as she stepped away. Find the other fungus spirits, sis. Find them and then come for me. She believed me. Even if no one else did, it didn't matter. She really was everything. I nodded and she took another step back, widening the gap between us. We have to go now, True insisted. I felt fear radiating from everyone, but most of all from True. What the fuck was she so scared of? It unnerved me, and I was desperate to know. When she walked over and kissed my forehead goodbye, I moved in closer. What are you lying about? I asked, too quiet for the others to hear. True simply stepped back and gave me a sad smile. I never lied, Sora. For a second, I thought I heard my name wrong, but then I realized what she meant. Sora, the spirit word for sister. Since Mahara always called me sister or sis in the human language, it felt almost foreign to my ears, but my chest tightened. Maybe you just never asked the right questions. She moved away before I could answer, tightening Mahara's backpack for her and tucking one of the loose straps in. I turned to Gillean, anxious to get them all moving again. Take care of her. I didn't know what else to say to him, never thought we would be saying goodbye today. For a moment, I considered making a similar demand of him, come find me. Because I believed now the hunters were coming, would catch me before the sunset. There was always a chance I could slip past if they pursued the other three, but to what end? Could I make it all the way to the fungus spirit in this shape? If I was getting captured today, I wanted to believe someone would come for me eventually, have some hope of rescue. He shook his head and leaned down to grab the water bottle and my backpack, reclasping it back together. I'm getting you off this mountain. No, True and I said in unison. We all looked at her in surprise, even Mahara. You should come with us, Gil, she continued, glancing all the way up, squinting against the sun. He recovered quickly from his surprise and shrugged, pulling my backpack up with a grunt. We'll catch up later. His tone wasn't convincing, and True huffed in annoyance. For a moment, everyone stood in silence as True and Gillean stared each other down. My breath caught in my throat as I realized there was a way to make him go. I might not be able to reach the vulture with my powers, but Gillean, I could push him into going the same way I influenced the snake. He spun toward me, somehow sensing my idea. Don't you fucking dare, he growled. You agreed we stick together. I looked away, somehow ashamed for an idea I hadn't even voiced. Last chance, True said, putting one hand on the ladder. He stood cemented to the snow, watching her go. Keep her safe, I said as she began the climb, followed by Mahara, who was silently crying again, shoulders shaking. I didn't know how she could even see where she was going, but she kept pace with True, always just one step behind. True paused for a second, sighing as she gave us one last look. "If anyone can get out of this, it's you," she said. I wasn't sure if she was talking to Gillean or me. "Get off the mountain as quickly as you can. Stay safe." She continued up the ladder, out of sight. Mahara looked back and opened her mouth to say something, but all that came out was a sob, and then she also continued upward. A moment later, the ladder stopped shaking, and I knew they were safely on the next platform. I felt like a piece of me had left with them, but when Gillean tipped his head toward the way down, hauling both our backpacks now, I followed. Chapter 17. With Gillian's help, we slowly backtracked, crisscrossing downward. I didn't envy Gillean as he carried both bags and ducked under my one functional arm to help support me as I limped along narrow pathways, trying not to slip on the ice. Jaw clenched, I continued to hold back my tears, determined not to cry, although my nose wouldn't stop running. But I nearly cheered when I saw the vulture hopping along after us, keeping its distance but clearly following. I hoped it meant the hunters had decided Mahara and True were out of reach. Every time we rounded a corner, I expected to see Arlen and Vilpidus waiting for us, but the path remained empty. When I peered down the cliffside to the wintry expanse below us, I saw nothing. Then again, with the vulture following us, maybe they didn't see the point of climbing up to meet us. It would be far easier to wait for us to come to them. "When we see them," I said, hobbling momentarily in front of Gillean as the path narrowed, "I'll drop into my spirit form, try to distract them or something." I had no idea what I would do. If either still wore a Mikanizit, there was little I could do. Gillean grunted, the only sign he heard me. Above us, the vulture suddenly took off, flapping a few times before soaring off into the distance. Shit, had it heard me? Before I could think about it too long, a wave of vertigo sent me stumbling into the cable separating us from the edge. Gillean grabbed me by the back of my jacket and pulled me back. "The fuck was that?" he said. Not vertigo then. The mountain really had trembled. "Is it erupting?" I asked, craning my neck. I couldn't see the peak from where we stood, but I saw a wispy cloud forming far above us. To my relief, it was far to the left of the cables where we had left True and Mahara. "Do you think True knew this would happen?" A heavy sigh was the only response I got from Gillean before he ducked back under my arm, prodding me to keep going. "I don't think it's a volcano," he finally said. "We should hurry." "You sound like True," I grumbled, but limped a little faster. "What is it then?" We paused as Gillean slid the backpacks down a steeper section, and I realized the shaking hadn't stopped. When I was still, I felt the trembling echo up through my boots. Gillean slid down after the packs, then waved me forward, catching me as I slid down on my butt. We had nearly reached the bottom, where I was certain the hunters waited. I could see the wide, snow-covered field waiting just a few more switchbacks down. I couldn't be sure, but I felt like the vibration was growing stronger. As Gillean grabbed both backpacks, he glanced up and let out a string of curses. When I followed his gaze, I saw the wispy cloud had grown into a puffball, closer now. "I think it's a fucking avalanche," he said, ducking roughly back under my arm and yanking me forward. I grunted in pain, but matched his pace. "Faster, Hresha." "True knew," I said, the realization feeling like a rock in my stomach. She knew this was going to happen, just like the train. "She would have warned us," Gillean grunted, half carrying me now. "And she's no earth spirit." We rounded the last switchback and stumbled down the boulder, Gillean catching me when I hurtled forward out of control. I moaned a little as he jostled my dislocated shoulder. Still, no one grabbed us, even as I began my quick shuffle across the empty field. "She knew," I insisted. "That's why she was so eager to get us to the top." "Or maybe," Gillean snapped, You're just angry you fell and are looking for someone to blame. If I'm angry, it's because you'd believe her over me, I yelled, shuffling as quickly as possible as Gillean broke away to turn and get a better look at the mountain. I left him behind, grimacing at the pain in my ankle. It pressed against my boot, and I was certain it had swollen. Gillean didn't rejoin me, and when I looked back, I saw he was watching the growing cloud. It had overtaken half the cables, and I was thankful we weren't still up there, buffeted by the falling snow and ice, visibility reduced to nothing. Come on, I grumbled, heading toward the trees. Stop getting distracted. Without warning, he ducked back under my arm, turning me to the right. We have to move, Hresha. There was an undertone to his voice I hadn't heard before. Fear? The hunters? I gasped, trying to keep up as we walked parallel to the trees. He didn't seem to hear me and kept glancing back over at the mountain. Listen to me now. Hold on to me tight as you can. I clutched his jacket without understanding why, scared by the way he was talking so quickly I had trouble understanding him. Don't panic, okay? Just hold on and keep your mouth closed for once. We're going to be fine. What? As the cloud to our right spilled out onto the field where we had been walking just moments ago, I understood. Oh, lights above. It wasn't just an annoying cloud of snow petering out on the mountain. If anything, it was growing, gaining speed. I could make out the river of ice and snow now, sliding and slithering like a liquid above the snowpack. Giant clods of ice hurtled across the field in our direction, the cloud only hiding the danger. It was close, would overtake us in seconds. Gillean, run! He stopped and pulled me close, arms wrapped around me, and I didn't even feel the pain of my shoulder anymore. We stick together. I pressed my face into his chest, focusing on the sound of his rapid heartbeat. In an instant, he was gone, ripped from my grasp, and I was tumbling head over heels, blind as the visibility reduced to zero, unable to even tell which way was up. For a moment, I rode it, a bucking monster made of snow and ice. I was moving fast, too fast, eyes and mouth wide open as I tried to find Gillean. And then, without even understanding what was happening, suddenly I wasn't. I wasn't anything. My world was nothing. I couldn't see, couldn't feel, couldn't breathe. There was no up, no down. A muffled groan that came again and again and seemed to count the seconds brought me back to reality, and I blinked. The world didn't change. It was a dull gray whether my eyes were open or closed, but there was a sound. It took me too long to realize it was me, giving off an inhuman moan every time I took a breath. Oh, shadows, that wasn't helping. I forced myself to breathe normally, stop making that awful noise. I tried to move, to wriggle, but I was held in place as the world pressed in from every direction. All I could do was wiggle my toes in my boots, but that was something, and I focused on it. I tried briefly to shift into my spirit form, at least figure out which way was up, but as soon as I moved a short distance away and all I saw was endless gray, my panic only increased and I was dragged back into my body. Something was dripping down my face, running across my forehead, cutting a path across my nose, and then dripping from my cheek. Snow, I realized. It was melting, probably from my body heat. Although I couldn't see a thing, the fact that I could breathe at all, could feel snowmelt running down my face, meant there must be at least a small pocket of air in front of me. It also told me that I was on my side, my dislocated shoulder facing down. But what did it matter if I couldn't move? An unintentional whimper escaped, and I felt each breath coming faster again. Something shifted around me, and I closed my eyes, fearing a second avalanche was only burying me further. I heard a crunch, closer now, and when I opened my eyes, I thought the gray was a little lighter. When I heard a voice, I yelled, hoping against hope that Gillean had somehow unburied himself and found me. A moment later, a hand grabbed my boot and I flexed my ankle, trying to give him better leverage to pull me out. Some of the melting snow collapsed around my face, filling my nose and mouth with ice-cold water. I came out sobbing with relief, hair heavy with clods of ice and clothes soaking wet, sprawled across the snowy ground. But when I shoved my curls back, squinting against the sun, I didn't find Gillean. Vilpetus crouched in front of me, shirtless of all things, the vulture slowly shuffling next to him across a pile of snow. Oh shit! I dropped instantly into my spirit form, lunging for him. I spotted Arlen standing behind him, a crooked smile growing. From what I could see of her face, the welts and blisters that had covered her skin the last time I saw her had faded to rosy pink blotches. Almost lazily, Vilpetus moved forward to meet me, passing harmlessly through my spirit form to catch my head as it fell. I relaxed, pausing for a moment to watch as Vilpetus gently lowered my head to the snow and inspected my shoulder. He gestured to Arlen, who picked up something shimmery from the snow. His Mikanazit. Now the reason he was shirtless made more sense. He wanted his powers unleashed. But why? I drifted back to my body and opened my eyes, staring up at Vilpetus without speaking. He was younger than I expected. Although he was balding, his face was young, his eyes only creasing a little when he gave me a grim smile. Your shoulder's dislocated. I nodded, letting him slowly push me up into a sitting position. My heart was pounding, which felt odd. I didn't feel scared anymore, but my body hadn't quite caught up. I know. His vulture was stomping around on his shirt now, and he waved a hand to get her to move, then shook the snow off it. Mind if I fix it for you? He pulled the shirt on. Don't forget this, Arlen growled, waving the Mikanazit. It was the first time I had gotten a good look at it in the light, and it appeared to be covered in thin, silk-like webbing, almost like the spiderweb Mahara had been stuck to in Empira'an. He grunted and waved her off. Rika's tired of it. She misses our connection. The vulture let out a hiss in Arlen's direction. He touched my shoulder, and I winced. Ready? I nodded again. With one hand on my back, he grasped my elbow and then pushed forward. I gasped at the sudden movement, but the relief was instant, and when my eyes started to water, it wasn't in pain as I tested my arm, stretching it in front of me. Thanks, I sniffled. He studied me for a moment as Arlen huffed impatiently, crossing her arms. Your other arm and ankle can wait, he finally said, pulling me to my feet. I didn't ask how he knew what else hurt, but braced myself against him as I shuffled across the deep snow. The icy crust on top was long buried, and I sank deep into the snow with each step. My heart beat a little faster, but with my slow pace, it wasn't from exertion. I felt like I was missing something. The vulture, Rika, I corrected myself, launched into the air, but only circled once before landing again, a short distance to the left. You want the other one? Vilpetus asked Arlen, who had surged forward, clearly impatient. Leave him, she ordered. I fell to my knees, clapping my hands to my mouth. Oh, fuck, Gillean, he was here! Vilpetus put a hand to his head, grunting in pain. You have to get him out, I demanded, rising. Rika clawed at the ground with one foot, scraping the snow. Bring him with us. Vilpetus lowered his hand and made his way over to Rika, pushing her aside as he began to dig. Are you serious? Arlen asked, irritated now. Vilpetus gave a heavy sigh in response. She's going to be easier to keep under if we grab him. Then give me the girl and you can have him, she said primly, examining her fingernails. He let out a sharp laugh. Not a chance. You're too angry for that to work. Arlen growled and walked away toward the trees. You can have the water spirit. give him as a gift to the new queen. I blinked, unsure if I had heard him right. No, not the new queen. He had said it almost like a name, New Quinn. What the fuck did that mean? He grimaced again, but continued to shovel the snow out of the way, accidentally sprinkling a dusting over Rika, who immediately shook herself off. He's your problem, Arlen called over her shoulder. Have fun. Vilpetus swore quietly, but I knelt down next to him, helping him dig. We uncovered a backpack first, but when we pulled it out of the way, we found a turquoise-tinted hand, palm facing up. He didn't move. With a grunt, Vilpetus grabbed his arm and hauled him out of the snow. Gillean's backpack was still on his back, and Vilpetus pulled it off him, then placed him down flat on the ground. Gillean's eyes were half open, but there was no recognition there. His body was completely limp, ice-crusted. Gillean? I whispered, shaking his shoulder. He's fine, Vilpetus said, with a touch of relief in his voice. Just needs some time. He stood and hauled Gillean over his shoulder. As if to prove his point, Gillean groaned a little as I grabbed both backpacks and trailed after them, dragging the packs through the snow. I watched him closely and saw his hand twitch. Rika flapped and circled after us, slowly gaining altitude. Something else distracted me as we neared the trees. It felt like someone was tapping my shoulder, but when I turned, nothing was there. Ping, ping, ping. It got increasingly insistent, tapping harder and harder, but I shrugged it off, forgetting about it entirely when Gillean shook his head, dark green hair dripping wet. Easy now, Vilpetus said, shifting him a little over his shoulder. Arlen was waiting for us at some kind of wooden platform tied to an antlered animal. It was the same type of animal the scavengers had used, what I was pretty sure was an elk. Not a platform, I realized, as Arlen threw down the mechanism on top of a bag. It was a sled. Gillean came to life with a yell that startled all of us, thrashing sideways on Vilpetus's shoulder until he fell to the ground, landing on all fours. Vilpetus moved just as quickly, shoving his hand to Gillean's forehead. Head dropping forward, Gillean stilled for a moment, then leaped up, swatting Vilpetus's arm away. I ran forward as quickly as I could, half hopping until I nearly fell onto him, off balance. He caught me and stared at me, eyes wide. Hresha, it's okay, I said quickly, trying to reassure him. You're okay. Everything's fine now. He stepped back, nearly tripping over the sled. You're fucking charmed? I shook my head. No, Gil. Can you maybe help a little? Vilpetus growled at Arlen as he pawed through their bags. I can't charm both of them at once. She rolled her eyes and leaned back against a tree. I told you, he's your problem. Gillean grabbed my hands, then winced and let go of my right hand. No, it's okay, I said, rolling my shoulder. It ached, but nothing like before. Vilpetus fixed it. We have to go, Gillean begged, tugging my hands. Hresha, please, your sister. I shrugged. That avalanche took out all the cables, but she's safe. I can feel it. You don't have to worry about them anymore. Vilpetus finally pulled out a rope from a bag and moved cautiously toward Gillean, who didn't even seem to notice. He simply stared at me, silver eyes flashing. What about the spirit you were looking for? You're just giving up? I nodded, relieved he finally understood. As Vilpetus moved in and grabbed his arms, twisting them behind his back, I sat down heavily on the sled, stretching out my legs. You were right. It would have been a waste of time. I didn't watch as Vilpetus tied Gillean up. Arlen caught my attention instead, quietly scratching the elk's neck as it snorted and lowered its head. I'm too tired to keep going like this, Gil. Gillean scoffed, but said nothing, pulling angrily away from Vilpetus. Now tethered to the sled with his hands behind his back, he slumped down next to me. You're charmed, Hresha. I rolled my eyes. Deep down, I knew he was right, but it was impossible to care. I finally felt safe. I was no longer cursed. True and Mahara were okay. We were no longer being pursued. I had everything I wanted. After shoving our backpacks onto the sled, piled up with their other supplies, Vilpitas grumbled something under his breath and rubbed his forearm, clenching and unclenching his hand. "What in the shadows did you do to your arm, girl?" He picked up my arm, the movement making it tingle painfully with pins and needles. Gillean bristled next to me. "Don't fucking touch her." I ignored Gillean and tipped my head in Arlen's direction as Vilpitas rolled up my sleeve. "Her snake kind of bounced off me a little," I explained, showing him the angry, puffed-up scratches. "It's just taking a while to heal, I guess." "Why didn't you tell me?" Gillean mumbled, almost too soft to hear. Vilpitas gave a low whistle as he inspected my arm, turning it back and forth. "Few can say they fought with that snake and survived." "Let's go," Arlen growled, picking something off the elk's side and flicking it away. "You still have that antivenom?" Vilpitas asked her, pressing a little on my wound before flinching. She snorted. "It's far too late for that. If she's not dead yet, she'll be fine." She hopped on the back of the elk and patted its neck. The sled lurched forward, knocking me and Gillean off balance from where we sat among the bags. Vilpitas walked alongside us, rummaging through another bag. "Here," he finally said, pulling a glass jar out. Arlen glanced back and narrowed her eyes. "I said the girl is fine. She doesn't need that." Vilpitas acted as if he didn't hear her and spun the lid off, tucking his glove under his arm as he dug a dollop of some kind of jelly-like substance out of the jar on one bare finger. Arlen growled and turned away, guiding the elk around a fallen tree. "Arm," he commanded, screwing the lid back on with his pinky and thumb before tossing the jar back into the bag. I held up my arm, sleeve still pulled back, and watched curiously as he spread the salve over my cuts. The pins and needles lessened a little, and I sighed with relief. "This won't fix it," he warned, "but it'll help with the pain and keep it from getting infected." He slid his glove back on, flexing his fingers. "Your ankle is too swollen to do much about right now, but just stay off of it." "You're getting too fucking attached," Arlen said from the front without turning around. "I should have left you behind with Tristan." I felt a small pang of hurt and frustration, but it wasn't my own. "You know that's how the bond works," Vilpitas said in a low tone. Still, he left us alone, walking silently beside the elk. When I twisted around, I saw a glimpse of the mountain peak behind us, silhouetted as the sun passed behind it, sending us into shadow. We were headed back south, the way we came. I nudged Gillean, his face set in a grimace as he stared into the forest, his scars standing out starkly against his skin. Hope flickered in his eyes when he looked at me, but quickly faded as I pointed at the elk. "That's the animal I was asking you about before." By the crease between his eyes, I knew he didn't remember what I was talking about. "The one those animal spirits stole me away on. You remember, back after the train?" He shrugged, and I sighed, frustrated by his silence. "What's it called? You told me you didn't know the Hresha word for it, but what do you call it?" "It's an elk in your language," Vilpitas said from over his shoulder. "Silka in ours." I heaved a great sigh of relief. "Thank you, finally." I rubbed a hand against my face, the torn glove rough against my skin. My body sagged with exhaustion, my eyes bleary. I leaned back against the bags and looked up at the treetops. Through the scrubby branches, I could see Rika wheeling far above us, a dark shape against the pale sky. "Get some sleep if you want," Vilpitas said. "Rika says it looks like snow tomorrow, so we'll travel as long as we can tonight." I mumbled my assent and tucked tighter into the bags, pulling my sleeping bag from my pack to use as a blanket. I briefly considered offering to share with Gillean, but he sat cross-legged on the edge of the sled, his back to me, and I could feel his annoyance. Better not to bother him then. My sleep was light and restless, but my mind wandered, and I found myself soaring over the forest. The wind buffeted me upward, and for a long time I followed it, the trees below shrinking. As evening fell, the wind let up, and I began slowly making my way back down, lazily flapping as I adjusted my descent. I was hungry and could already smell food waiting for me. I perched high above the others, the branches barely bending under my weight, then slowly made my way down, hopping from branch to branch until I was under the canopy. The sled had stopped for the night, and I soared forward to land on it, well back from the fire. I jolted awake as Rika landed above me, stretching her wings out wide. "She won't hurt you," Vilpitas chuckled, watching us from where he sat at the fire. I shook my head, unsure what had happened. Was that what Vilpitas saw when he communicated with her? Did he know I could see through her eyes too? I should say something, but I watched as she hopped down closer to me, pawing at one of the bags next to Gillean, who lay on his side, his bound arms still tucked awkwardly behind him. I didn't think he was asleep, but his eyes were closed, his breathing even. "You want to feed her?" Vilpitas asked. "Sure." He nodded to the bag Rika clawed at. "There's an old rabbit in there. Just toss it on the ground for her." I shooed Rika off the bag, but instead of walking to the side, she jumped onto my arm, waiting. She was surprisingly light for her size, and I laughed, awkwardly opening the bag with my other arm. As soon as I threw the rabbit onto the ground, Rika went after it, eagerly tearing into the carcass. It was gross, but I didn't feel disgusted. It made me hungry? Vilpitas chuckled. "She likes you. Took me months before she'd land on me. Now, come eat." I tucked my blanket around my shoulders and joined him by the fire. Arlen was there too, I realized, missing her at first in the deep shadows. She had her hood pulled well over her face, and I couldn't make out her expression, but she turned her head to watch me. "The vulture hisses at me when I try to feed it," she said, her own voice a hiss. I shrugged as Vilpitas handed me a bowl of soup and some hardened bread. "Well, she spent a lot of time tracking me down. Maybe she got used to me then." Arlen scoffed. "The vulture's no tracker. We lost our tracker when Tristan cracked." "She did all right last night, didn't she?" Vilpitas asked, irritated. Rika hissed in agreement. I blinked. "You guys have been tracking us for weeks," I argued. "I always saw her up there following us." To my confusion, Arlen and Vilpitas both laughed. "Rika's helpful for monitoring you. That much is true," he said, sitting back as Rika spread her wings in the direction of the fire, cocking her head to keep an eye on Arlen. "But she's not much of a tracker unless you're a carcass. We nearly lost you all after you traveled through that storm a few days back. Had to track you the old-fashioned way. Even then, we got lucky there. If you hadn't fallen off that shadows-cursed mountain, we would have lost you." I didn't understand. Then how? I thought back to the storm. Nothing had changed since then, had it? We'd gotten covered in dust, nearly given up hope. I made a deal with an earth spirit who told me I was cursed, and I paused, something in my memory catching. The earth spirit. She hadn't just told me about the curse. She had halted the storm long enough for us to get out, all in return for the radio, I said. "You were tracking the radio?" Arlen grunted, tossing some pine needles into the fire. It crackled and popped in response, spitting out embers. "Thought that's why you finally left it behind." I shook my head slowly, glancing over at Gillean. I still didn't think he was sleeping, but he gave no response. "No, I didn't want to explain the earth spirit. You didn't go in the storm, did you?" "We're not stupid." The way she said it made it clear she added a silent, like you, to the end. That fucking radio. There was no way True knew what she had done. She wanted to escape the hunters as much as we did, but still, something about it didn't make sense, though. How do you track a radio? Isn't it just kind of listening? Can you track electricity? We only got a location when you were broadcasting, Vilpitas said, putting down his bowl. What was he talking about? Misunderstanding my stunned expression, Vilpitas gave me a rueful smile. Don't worry, we weren't listening, just picking up a signal. Did True know her radio was broadcasting? She must have. I literally watched her put the thing together. Did Mahara know? Gillean? I didn't speak as Arlen and Vilpitas finished their meal, discussing the snow they thought was coming tomorrow. When I stepped away from the fire and returned to the sled, I found Gillean watching me. Let me untie you, I said, shifting behind him and prying at the knots that bound his hands together. You should eat. Pull the top loop, Vilpitas called over. You won't cause any trouble, will you? No. Gillean sounded subdued, and he groaned as the rope finally came loose, leaving raw marks on his wrists. I brought him a bowl, and he took it without looking at me, only taking a few bites before setting it aside. Listen to them, he finally hissed. I listened. They were debating the best way to get back to the capital. They're taking you back there, he said, glaring at me. After all you did to get away, they're going to hand you over to some company who will stick you to a web like they did your sister and run experiments on you. That's what you want? Stop talking, kid, Arlen warned from the fire. Vilpitas waved a hand. Let him try. He sounded amused. She's under too deep. I'm sorry, I said, crossing my arms. I wasn't sorry. Did I miss where you had a better idea, or when you gave me even the slightest bit of encouragement at any other plan I've suggested? This is all I've got. His mouth dropped open. Are you joking? I have been following you for weeks wherever you wanted to go. Want to run into a storm? Sure. Want to ambush some bounty hunters? Great. Want to go hang out with the actual Kraetcha? I'm right behind you. His voice had risen to a shout. His anger didn't bother me, and I simply sat back, watching him. I wanted more. Right, always one step behind. But are you following me because you agree with what I'm doing, or following me because you're afraid of what I might do? And always keeping a distance because your dad told you to be careful of me. Gillean didn't react, his body and expression unnaturally still, and I couldn't tell if I was right or not. He was right about you too, you know, I continued. You are a follower. Until you actually have an idea on what to do next, you don't have the right to critique me. Are you done? He asked, voice low. I wasn't, and his lack of reaction only frustrated me further. You're the one who told me not to trust anyone unless I know what they want. I know what these two want. I gestured at Arlen and Vilpitas, their attention fully upon us. But you, I have no idea. For once, Gillean didn't have a response, and he simply stared at me for a moment before turning away. Such children, Arlen laughed. You were right, that was fun. I lay down, suddenly exhausted. A thin layer of clouds had blown in, and I could only see a couple of stars blinking in and out as the clouds drifted by. I closed my eyes, trying to will myself to sleep. My chest hurt, like I was fighting tears, but my mind was relaxed, blissfully free of the anxiety that had plagued me since I entered this world. I let out a slow breath and gave in to the calm. My mind wandered again, and I drifted somewhere between sleep and wakefulness, somewhat aware of what was going on around me, but time passed in fits and starts. Without warning, I was suddenly wide awake, gasping in fear as I sat up, looking around me. This time, Gillean truly was asleep, curled into a ball on the corner of the sled. I thought I saw two lumps by the dying fire, Arlen and Vilpitas. Everything was fine, and I let out a slow breath, lying back down and almost instantly drifting off. The second time I woke with a gasp, I sat up more slowly, heart pounding. What was wrong with me? I almost never dreamed, or at least I never remembered my dreams. And although Mahara sometimes complained that I woke her up as I moaned or kicked in my sleep, I had never woken myself up. Something by the fire caught my attention. Vilpetus? As I watched, he stretched and stood up, moving over to the dying fire and putting another piece of wood on it before sitting down on a large rock. I quietly slipped off the sled and hobbled over to join him by the fire, giving Arlen a wide berth. "Can't sleep?" he asked quietly. I shook my head. "What were you dreaming about?" He glanced over in surprise, seeming to consider his answer. "My daughter," he said finally. It was my turn to be surprised. "You have a daughter? How long have you been away from her?" I immediately regretted the question, cringing a little as I snapped my mouth shut. He didn't seem bothered and simply poked at the fire with a stick, shifting the log a little. "Almost a year now," he said. Even I knew that was much longer than a typical rotation, and I frowned. "Why so long? Don't you miss her?" "I volunteered to take a double rotation," he explained, then hesitated. "You weren't raised here, were you?" My frown deepened. "I was for a while." He smiled. "Apologies. I didn't mean any insult. It's just that most animal spirits leave their children once they're grown, or even partway grown. Arlen probably has a whole brood of children out there somewhere, causing chaos. My daughter, though," he paused. "It's different with her. I do miss her, worry about her." "Then why aren't you home with her?" I insisted, more distressed than I probably should be over their separation. "Why volunteer for a double rotation?" Vilpetus watched Arlen for a moment, and I got the feeling he was making sure she was still asleep. "She's like you," he murmured. I didn't know what answer I expected, but it wasn't that. "A fungus spirit?" I asked. He snorted and shook his head. "No, half Russia. It's probably why it was so easy to charm you," he added absently, rubbing his chin. "You remind me of her." My mind raced as I processed this new information. Half Russia? I thought back to the enslaved humans I had seen in the town of water spirits. How did she survive this world? Who was the mother? Was she charmed? The idea made me feel sick to my stomach. Vilpetus observed me. "You're the first Russia I've charmed." I relaxed a little, and he went back to poking the fire, causing one log to collapse with a sharp crack. "I'm just supposed to be the scout. Well, Rika is. Arlen normally does the dirty work." "Then why are you the one who charmed me?" I asked, watching his pained expression curiously. He was silent for a long moment, watching Arlen's back rise and fall with steady breaths. "She'll kill you if she gets the chance," he said in a low tone, barely audible over the crackling of the fire. "She goes through bonded companions like no animal spirit I've ever met, but whatever you did to her last snake infuriated her. Don't let yourself get caught alone with her, girl." "My name's Cora," I said. He let out a long breath. "I know. We had an entire file on you, you and your sister. But somehow it's different, seeing you here." I didn't understand what he meant, but his self-loathing was evident even without our bond. I patted his knee. "You're a good spirit, Vilpetus. I think you're too good for this work." "Villy," he said, rubbing his face with his hands. "And it wasn't always like this. I used to like the challenge, tracking down the odd thief or traitor with Rika's help. It's how I met my wife, actually." "So quit," I suggested when he stopped talking, apparently unwilling to say more. "Stay home with your family. You obviously miss them." He gave me a long, appraising look. You know what it's like here for your kind. I need to get them out, get them into the Haresha world. The water spirits who control the passages charge a high price. Once I've saved enough, got them to safety, I'll make my escape. I know where a passage is, I said, brightening. I can get them through for free, no problem. Maybe I can even help them fit in a little. Something shifted in the world. Nothing moved, not physically, but it reminded me of the first time I saw through a water spirit's illusion, when I suddenly saw the world differently. I felt Billy getting farther away, like he pushed me without lifting a hand. Fear and helplessness threatened to overwhelm me, and I pushed back, pressing against some invisible barrier to rejoin his protection. Tranquility rushed over me, and I relaxed, right again in the world. Billy shook his head. Go back to bed, Cora. I sighed and rose, heading back to the sled, careful not to bump Arlen. Good night, Billy. He didn't answer, but I heard the fire pop as he put another log on it. This time, when I drifted off, I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Chapter 18. I woke up unsettled. Something tickled my face, and at first I thought that was what worried me. Still half asleep, I brushed my hand absently against my cheek and found it wet. When I opened my eyes, I saw huge snowflakes slowly fluttering down, but my sense of unease only grew. The ground rocked below me, a gentle scraping sound that normally would have lulled me back to sleep. We were already moving, the sled cutting a path through the fresh snow. Despite the peacefulness of it all, I felt a sense of danger, like we were heading toward a cliff in the far distance. Billy didn't immediately notice when I sat up, instead focused on Rika, perched on his arm. They were communicating, I realized, and the same feeling that I had felt last night settled over me, all stress and worry. Billy glanced over as Rika fluttered off, disappearing into the wintry sky. What's wrong? He asked. I shook my head, unsure. The feeling was already fading as he focused on me, and I tried not to think about it. From the corner of my eye, I saw Gillean sitting on the opposite end of the sled, also watching me curiously. Try not to worry about where we're headed, Billy said, hazarding a guess. You're valuable to them. Someone like you, you're not the type of commodity they'll be careless with. Now that Empira'an has a fungus spirit, Yenazit are desperate for one. That kind of competition can work in your favor. Enough, Arlen commanded from on top of the elk. The girl doesn't need your help. What were they talking about? Empira'an didn't have a fungus spirit. It couldn't be me or Mahara, and the mushroom spirit was dead. I had felt that bond wither and die. Where would they have gotten someone else, especially with how we left Quinn? I felt Vilpidis's attention shift back to Rika, and the sense of danger returned. I clenched my eyes shut and tried to ignore it, counting the seconds until his attention refocused on me. That was the problem, I realized. When Billy split his concentration between us, it felt like I was back under the avalanche, the world pressing in on me from all directions. Hey, Gillean sidled closer. I noticed how disheveled he looked. Minor cuts peppered his face, and the beginnings of a black eye were forming. Shit, Gil, I said, interrupting him, thankful for the distraction from the building despair in my gut. Are you okay? I leaned forward and touched his cheek where the largest scratch cut horizontally through a scar. Is this from the avalanche? He drew back, eyebrows knit together. That seems a fair assumption, yes. You seem different. He chose his words carefully. What? The feeling of overwhelming doom eased, and I relaxed, breathing a long sigh of relief. Rika says there's a spirit to the north on a snowmobile, Billy said, pulling his hood up over his head as the snow fell thicker around us. If they continue on their current path, they should pass maybe a mile to the west, though. Shouldn't be an issue, but I'll have her keep an eye on them. For a moment, I was terrified it was Mahara coming back for me. Anyone you recognize? Arlen yawned, sounding unconcerned. Don't think so. Looks like an older woman, but she's too bundled up to tell much more than that. I stretched out my legs, trailing a hand in the powdery snow we passed. My body still ached, especially my swollen ankle, but for the first time in ages, I felt like I was actually healing, felt better than the previous day. Curse lifted, I thought to myself, satisfied. Cora? Gillean asked. I jumped, unexpectedly startled. What had we been talking about? Do you trust me? I stared at him, taken aback. What are you talking about? What happened to the girl who climbed to the top of a tree and then trusted I'd hold on to her? He asked insistently. Don't bother, kid, Billy said, overhearing. It won't work. I frowned. A headache formed behind my eyes, and I rubbed my forehead in annoyance. I remained silent, remembering our conversation from the previous night. I wasn't lying when I said I didn't know what Gillean wanted, why he followed me so insistently. Only a few months ago, our positions had been reversed, and he had led me straight to Quinn's clutches. We were closer now, true, but I could feel him hiding things from me, hiding memories. If he didn't fully trust me, how could I give him my full trust in return? I was charmed. I knew I was, and I was aware enough to recognize that maybe part of the distrust festering inside of me came from Billy, but not all of it. Don't tell me you don't trust me. I know you do. He caught my hand and pressed his thumb through one of the many holes in it. I felt something shift. When I peered through the huge tear that exposed the palm of my hand, I saw his family crest. No, wait, it wasn't his crest. It was the one from the map, the one we thought belonged to a fungus spirit. I understood his request, but I shoved my palm back down, hiding it. The opportunity to find the fungus spirit was long gone, impossible. I'm too trusting, I hedged, rubbing my palm against the wood as if I could rub away the symbol. I've made that mistake with you before. His eyes widened a little, the lightest silver I'd seen them, reflecting the snow falling around us. Hresha. I shook my head. You're still hiding something from me. There's a reason you don't want me in your head. Finally, I could tell from the way his breath caught that I was right. He was hiding something. Tried to warn you, kid. Billy broke in, reaching between us to grab his bag. He pulled out the jar of ointment and tossed it to me. Do me a favor and put a little on. The tingling's driving me mad. He was right. My arm was full of pins and needles again, and I rubbed a dab on the wound before slipping the jar in my pocket in case I needed it again. The crest on my palm was gone, I noticed. The snow didn't let up throughout the day, and Rika soon returned, perching on a bar near the front of the sled. Fluffed up with her head tucked in close to her body, she shook the snow from her feathers, stepping from side to side. She doesn't like the cold, Billy said, a note of amusement in his voice. Still, he sent her back out after a brief rest, both to monitor the spirit on the snowmobile and search for dinner. I blinked when he mentioned dinner, trying to judge the direction of the sun and failing. The cloud cover was too thick. Surely it couldn't already be evening, could it? It felt like time didn't pass normally anymore, but I dismissed the thought. My body was probably just recovering from the chaos of the previous day. Gillean was asleep next to me when Billy's attention strayed to Rika. I felt it coming this time and braced myself, tucking my head down on my knees as the fear pressed in, my breath coming a little faster. No sign of the snowmobile, he said. I think she passed us by, but it's hard to see much out there. He paused for a moment. There's a deer of it to the east. Interested? Arlen murmured her agreement and slipped off the elk, stretching her arms above her head. When I looked up, I saw her smiling widely, but there was no happiness in it. I noticed she had elongated incisors, and when she saw me looking at her, she licked her lips. I shuddered. After Villy gave her directions, relaying them from Rika, she tossed the elk's reins to him. "He's all yours," she said with a flip of her hand as she walked away. The elk shuffled forward suddenly, and the sled lurched, knocking me off balance. Villy swore as he grabbed for the reins and put a hand on the elk's neck. Even as the elk calmed, snorting and shaking its head, the pit in my stomach grew. "Arlen," Villy called after her. She disappeared into the blowing snow, but I could hear her muffled laugh. "Too much to handle? Send the girl with me." He glanced at me, mouth pursed, and brought the elk to a stop. "We'll wait here for her to come back," he said, voice strained. Gillean's eyes opened from where he lay nearby, watching me, but I huddled my knees closer to my chest. When had it gotten so cold? My torn gloves did almost nothing to keep the chill out, and I rubbed them together, suddenly miserable. I needed something to do, something to distract me, and I pulled back my hood. As I tried to divide my hair into sections to braid, I found it hopelessly tangled. Shit, how long had it been since I last detangled it? I normally combed through and braided it every morning, but my memory of the last day blurred. Annoyed, I yanked my fingers through it, grimacing at the pain. For a while, the only sound was the soft whispering of snowflakes falling through the surrounding trees, punctuated by the occasional clump of snow sliding from the branches. Something dark swooped in under the trees, and I winced, but it was only Rika landing noiselessly on a tree branch. Arlen followed a moment later, a deer walking next to her. She dragged it forward by one of its antlers, and it stumbled, nearly tripping in the deep snow. Its eyes were half shut, but it didn't appear injured. Charmed, maybe? "Need any help?" Villy asked. She stopped, and the deer fell forward, kneeling and lowering its head. "Do I look like I need help?" she asked, drawing a knife from her belt. With what I could only assume was expert precision, she drew the knife across its neck, and an alarming amount of blood spattered the ground, staining the snow. Rika fluttered from her branch, cocking her head at us. I must have made a noise because Arlen looked over and laughed, letting go of the deer as it fully collapsed, still twitching a little. "It doesn't feel anything," Villy said apologetically, drawing his own knife. "And we need the meat." I didn't watch as they carved up the deer, although it was impossible to ignore the smell of blood. Rika happily joined in when Villy tossed her a piece. I felt a little sick when she looked up at me, bald face stringy with blood. "You can take the elk back now," Villy grunted as he worked next to Arlen. She snorted. "I could." I felt Villy's annoyance grow, and she finally relented. "I need a break. After dinner." As they finished sorting out the pieces of meat and began working on a fire for dinner, Gillean finally sat up, subtly shifting closer. He tapped the side of my head. "If that's what it takes for you to trust me, then do it," he murmured. I gave him a sharp look, unsure if I understood him correctly. "I can't fix your memories now. That's only possible with my sister, remember?" I shivered as I thought of Mahara. It had only been a day and a half since we parted, but I had barely thought of her. My thoughts seemed to sharpen a little as I wondered if she was okay, what was happening to her. He sighed and gave a tiny shake of his head. "That's the thing. They don't need fixing. Just look." Villy stood, fire beginning to burn. "What are you doing?" he asked, brushing his hands on his pants and staring at us. Gillean slid back away from me, pulling out his blanket from his bag. "Nothing," he said, trying to stay warm. "Come here," Villy ordered me, and I instantly stood, limping over to the fire. I felt him watching me carefully, dissecting my every move. "What's wrong?" Arlen asked. She didn't sound concerned. Eager, maybe. "Nothing." He gestured at the pile of branches they'd gathered. "Feed the fire. Slowly now," he added as I tossed a stick into the center and the flames wobbled. "Remind me to tie up the boy after we eat," he said to Arlen. I bristled but forced myself to keep poking the fire, ignoring their conversation. "Oh?" I heard the clank of cookware behind me. "I don't know. It's probably nothing." Another long pause. "I just don't like the way he keeps riling her up." They were talking about me now as if I wasn't there, and it was difficult to stay focused on the fire and not spin around and tell them both off. Did they think I couldn't hear them? "What, doubting your charm?" Her voice was sickly sweet, taunting him. He didn't take the bait. "No, just figuring he'll take off once he realizes it's futile." I kept replaying Gillian's words as we quietly ate dinner. I was absolutely desperate to know what he was hiding from me, why he was so determined to stay afflicted. His original excuse back when we first escaped Empira'an was that he didn't want to ruin the relationship we had now with memories from our childhood. But it had confused me at the time and only seemed more suspicious now. The few memories I had recovered of our childhood were just normal kid stuff. We played, got annoyed by Mahara, and tried to avoid Kai's lessons together. What did he know that I didn't? And an even bigger question, how did he possibly remember something I didn't? Dinner was terrible, and it wasn't just because the slaughter had put me off the meat. Arlen and Billy complained too that the meat was stringy, chewy. Billy blamed Arlen's charm, saying she had flooded the deer with hormones or something as it died. Arlen blamed Billy and Rika for finding an old toughened deer. I swallowed down as much as I could, watching Gillean carefully as he ate, grimacing at the taste. Maybe the right decision was to respect his wishes and forget about whatever he was hiding, but I simply couldn't resist much longer. True to his word, Billy tied Gillean up after we ate. This time, he at least tied Gillian's hands in front of him, but he also took the extra step to loop the rope through the sled. For a moment, Billy hesitated as he looked at me, rope in hand, and I feared he would tie me up as well. But then he abruptly dropped the rope and turned away. Despite her promise, Arlen refused to take back control of the elk, claiming she was too tired from butchering the deer. Still, at least Rika was back for the night, and Billy's attention wasn't split too badly between us all. I still felt slightly sick with worry, but as we settled down for the night, calm flooded through me like a cool breeze. Which was odd, I realized, when I was freezing a moment ago, but now the cold felt refreshing, relaxing. Back on the sled, I leaned my head back against the bags and felt my limbs flop down next to me, head heavy. My eyes closed. "Resha," Gillian's voice. I could barely focus on him, and it took me a moment to remember. Right, his memories. They no longer felt as important, but curiosity spurred me on. Without acknowledging him, I slipped out of my body, and the world came alive. Everything had felt so gray lately, and not just because of the endless snow. Here it was shifting, moving, and alive. My weariness persisted, though, and I knew I had limited time. Gillian's golden core shone brightly next to mine, threads twisting and weaving between us. I looked for the broken memories, the ones flying loose that used to be attached to me, and instead found something strange. Where Kai's threads had appeared tangled and broken, Gillian's were intact. Unattached on my end, which I could do nothing about without Mahara, but complete. I had spent so much time trying not to look at his threads that I had never noticed how perfectly they wove together, how long they were. Of all the afflicted spirits I had dealt with, nothing had looked like this. I twisted the threads, seeing flashes of memories as I rolled them between my finger and thumb. From Gillian's point of view, I saw myself, a too small girl with a cloud of curls, although her face was blurry and distorted. My face, I tried to remind myself. Lost in his memories, it was so hard to remember it was me he was looking at. I continued pulling apart the threads, trying to find what was in the center. What was so awful that he would forbid me from seeing any of this, getting it back? It made me angry for a moment as I saw a flash of the girl. Me, I reminded myself again, standing in the center of that garden on top of Empira'an, where we had arrived in a shuttle just a couple months ago. This time, instead of misty and shrouded in fog, it was lit by intermittent lightning, the night dark and rainy. I couldn't see the girl's face, but she threw her arms out to the sky and she was laughing as the wind gusted, rain buffeting her face. A shuttle arrived silently, the inside of it lit up, warm and inviting. Still laughing, she ran for it as Gillean, slunk behind, terrified we were about to be caught. I wanted to remember this all from my point of view so badly, but it was locked behind Gillean. At least I could watch it now, even if I couldn't remember what it had been like to be there, to feel it. I was getting closer now, burrowing through his memories. There was Kai, holding something, furious. Shadows save me, a kitten? Where had she even found that? I took the fall for her, claiming it was my idea. She discovered the servants' passageways when she was searching for a hiding spot where Hera couldn't find her. She dragged me into them, and we ran through abandoned floors, peering through ducts and whispering vaguely ghoulish threats at any spirits we recognized, trying to scare them until Kai dragged us out by our ears. I loved it all, reveled in the storm of visions crashing around me. Why would he hide this from me? My amusement faded when I found myself sitting cross-legged on her bed, a tightly folded piece of paper clutched in my hands. The lights were out, and she was frantically throwing things into a bag, the room lit by a flashlight standing face up on the floor. "Finally see you're home," she said in a hushed tone, a forced cheerfulness in her voice. "They're going to catch you," I whispered, clutching the paper so tightly the corner of it tore. She sighed loudly. "You weren't supposed to come here," she said, pulling her wild hair into a ponytail and securing it with a band she had tied around her wrist. "Your mom will be looking for you, you know, and your dad's going to kill you if he finds you here." I crumpled the paper and stuffed it into my pocket. The noise drew her attention, and she raised her eyebrows, the expression emphasized in the harsh light. "You were supposed to find this after I was gone." She sighed again, pulling the backpack on. "Make sure you get rid of it. You can't leave any trace of me. Kai says that's important." "You can't just disappear." My chest hurt, and I focused on my breathing. She didn't know me at all if she thought I was just going to throw it away. "You'll have no problem tossing it when you can't remember who wrote it," she said. I hated when it seemed like she could read my thoughts, and I bared my teeth. She rolled her eyes, but then took pity on me, and her look softened. "We tested it already on one of the Spexa. You'll remember stuff we did, but I'll be like a ghost. You won't see me or remember anything about who I was, and you can't miss someone you don't remember. Unless you think real hard about stuff, you won't even realize something's missing. Don't stress it." She pulled on her jacket. "Same thing with Shay. Afterward, you and your family will be free to go home and everything will be better." "Why?" I couldn't get anything more than that out, chest tight. She grabbed the flashlight from the floor and turned it off, plunging us into darkness. "It's a fresh start for both of us," she said. She no longer sounded as cheerful in the dark. "Me and Shay can get out of here. Your dad will stop dragging you here all the time. I have to go, Gil." I slid off the bed and stood. I couldn't see her, but I could hear her breathing unsteadily. My muscles tensed as I tried to fight the urge to move any closer, to catch hold of her. The note had been clear. "Don't erase me." She took a moment to answer, and I could feel her shifting uneasily. I couldn't tell if she was really considering it, or if she couldn't figure out how to turn me down. "It's not that easy," she said slowly. "And I think it's better this way. It's a fresh start." She kept saying that, and I recognized the words now. She was parroting my father. I clutched the note in my pocket, the paper crinkling. "Then why did you write me this?" I asked, angry now. "I don't know," she whispered. "I shouldn't have. Sorry." "Don't erase me." Someone shouted outside the room, and I heard her breaths quicken. "I've got to go," she said. The door squeaked as she opened it a crack. "You were a good friend, Gil." I lunged to catch her, but my fingers closed around thin air as the door shut behind her. Furious, I grabbed the crumpled note from my pocket and felt along the wall until I found the trash chute. Before I could think about it, I shoved it in with an angry curse, then immediately tried to grab it back. It was gone, and so was she. Oh, shadows. My fingers twitched and I let the thread slide away. He assumed I was just dismissing him, but from Mahara's memories, I had seen what happened afterward, how she watched as I made a mess of the threads. I hadn't simply erased myself as Kai instructed, like Mahara had done. I had tried to pick and choose who forgot me, and just as I feared, it left a tangled disaster of loose strands and knots behind. And that moment when I shouted out at Kai as we stood in the ocean, when I started to tell him something about Gillean and then hesitated, this had to be what it was. Would Gillean still have asked me not to erase him if he knew the request would cause the affliction? There was no way. The thread slipped through my fingers and I saw more. He watched in the doorway as his mom, Sorsha, frantically destroyed everything in their office as alarms came to life around them. Smoke curled from the trash chute. His fear grew as the Spexa closed in around them, and when he finally called out to her in a small voice, warning her, she spun around and slammed the door in his face, locking it. All he could see were blurry shapes and flashing light through the opaque glass window in the door as the Spexa finally arrived, shoving him aside. In the glass's reflection, I got a glimpse of his face, panicked, heartbroken. That was his last memory of her? Confusion and terror clutched at my chest as the affliction swept through the capital, leaving thousands of spirits lost, empty expressions on their faces. I found him wandering through the streets between skyscrapers, alone, broken glass littering the ground with the scent of smoke in the air. How had he made it home, back to Kai like this? He was only a couple years older than Mahara was now, just a kid. Someone shouted at him and he froze, torn between looking for help and fleeing. Something shoved my spirit form and I wheeled backwards, threads falling from my grasp. What? I gasped, spinning around, trying to find what had pushed me. There was nothing there, just Gillean staring at me from the physical realm, somehow sensing my spirit form. He shook his head, expression grim. "Stop," he mouthed. I didn't want to. There was still so much more here. I could feel so much of myself locked away in these threads, years of my life. I cautiously moved back forward and reached for the threads, but pain zapped through my fingers, and I snatched my hand back with a curse. It was the same pain I'd felt from Tristan's threads. Gillean had forcibly locked me out of his remaining memories, unwilling to let me dig deeper. Out of the corner of my eye, the light from another thread drifted into view, and I ducked, trying to avoid the pain. The movement drew it taut, which is when I realized it wasn't connected to Gillean, it was one of my own. I hadn't immediately recognized it because it had a strange texture to it, like a braid dripped in wax, all lumpy and dull. Was this really mine? Moving farther away from Gillean, I watched the strange thread undulate, connecting me with Billy, who leaned against a tree by the fire with his head bowed, already asleep. Was this the charm? I had never gone into my spirit form when charmed before, never considered I could physically see it. I touched the thread and saw Billy stir, half raising one arm before dropping it. Drawing back, I distractedly sidestepped one of Gillian's loose threads as I considered my options. If I truly wanted, I could break the charm with a flick of my hand. It would wake Billy, but, well, it was an option. The question was, did I want to break the charm? I slipped back into my body, guilt and confusion weighing me down. Gillean still sat beside me, watching me carefully, although he looked exhausted, eyes half-lidded. Did he even know what he had done, that he had forced me out of his memories? "Understand now?" he asked when he saw I was awake. I bit my lip, trying to focus. All I wanted to do was sleep, but I could sense how important this was to him. I raised myself up onto one arm. "I did my best not to erase you," I mumbled. "Sorry I screwed it up so bad." "Resha, I caused this. The affliction." I could barely keep my eyes open, and I couldn't summon the energy to keep going. I took a page out of his book and slashed my other arm diagonally, trying to get him to stop talking. To my surprise, it worked. "You think you caused the affliction with your request?" I asked, voice no more than a whisper. "Guess what? My sister thinks she caused it by waking me up when I was in the middle of weaving it all together. You want to know who I think caused it?" Something warm sparked in my chest. I could almost feel it flickering inside of me, and I felt more like myself than I had in days. Gillean sighed. "You?" "This fucking world and all the spirits in it who forced 2 kids to try to erase themselves to escape it," I hissed. "I don't know why you were so worried about hiding this, but..." My voice petered out, and I felt myself losing the battle against staying awake. I slumped down, pulling my hood low over my face. "It wasn't just the request," Gillean said, shifting uncomfortably against the rope that still bound his hands to the sled. When I opened my eyes a slit, I saw him lying down next to me. "It was everything. Why even ask you to do something like that when I knew what a horrible idea it was, how it could ruin everything?" I mumbled something, trying to reassure him, but no words came out. "My father didn't like what we brought out in each other," he admitted. "He told me once he loved us both, but not together." "We were trouble," I managed. "Not just that." His voice was getting quieter, and I strained to hear him as my eyes closed. "You were all I had. There was no me, just us. You knew it, but it took me longer to figure out. I didn't want you to remember." I tried to answer, but when I opened my eyes, the world was gold and glowing. One of Gillian's threads drifted in front of me, and the same intuition that allowed me to sense his emotions whispered that he was allowing me to see this, that the thread wouldn't hurt me this time. I reached up, grasping hold of it. We were in the cafeteria, and I saw this time what Gillean meant. We were the only 2 kids there. Everyone else ignored us, barely glancing at us as they pushed past. I swallowed, nervous, something clutched tight in my hand. It dug into my palm as I held it wordlessly out to Cora. She didn't notice at first, scanning the room for somewhere to sit. "Hey," I finally said, shoving my hand in front of her. She blinked, a strange look crossing her face as she looked at my hand, and she shifted away slightly. Nervousness transforming into annoyance, I finally grabbed her hand and shoved my mother's necklace into her open palm. "What is this?" she asked, voice unsure. "Isn't this your mom's? I've seen her wearing it before." It's her family crest, I said, pleased with myself, admiring it even as I pushed it away. She finally gave it to me this summer for my birthday. Cool, she said, handing it back. More spirits pushed past us, and she grabbed my arm, pulling me forward. Let's find somewhere to sit. No, I protested, shoving it at her again. The necklace dangled from my hand as I held it out. It's for you. Her forehead wrinkled this time, and she bit her lip, staring at me as she took a step away. Gillean. Just until next rotation, I assured her, switching tactics. I think my mother's taking me home tomorrow. Gillean, she said again. From the slight whine in her voice, I didn't think I was going to like her answer. For a moment, I considered backtracking, maybe even running. Instead, I slowly lowered my hand. I'm super glad Kai brought you here. I don't know what I would have done without you. I think you're my best friend. I nodded. I agreed with everything she was saying, but for some reason, my heart was sinking. She looked up at the ceiling. Kai having a kid my age to hang out with is the most convenient thing that's ever happened to me, she continued, finally meeting my gaze. But I can't take your mom's necklace from you. Okay. I stuffed it back into my pocket, feeling unbearably hot suddenly. I turned to leave. What about lunch? She called after me. I waved a hand in dismissal. Not hungry. I dropped the thread with a groan. Since my return, we had traded his necklace back and forth several times. For what felt like the first time in ages, I remembered it currently hung around my neck. As if I summoned it, I felt the necklace appear on my spirit form as well. Back on the sled, Gillean appeared to be asleep. I wasn't positive, but it felt like that memory had happened almost directly before Mahara and I fled Empira'an. What had I written him in that letter? And, oh shadows, why had I called him convenient of all things? The obvious answer was because 13-year-olds are idiots. I flopped back into my body, determined to wake him up and attempt to explain, but nothing happened. I was still in my spirit form, even as I pulled at the bond to my physical body. A wave of panic had me tugging harder, peering closely at my unconscious form. I looked fine. To any other observer, they'd assume I was sleeping. Next to me, Gillean had curled up as well, breathing slowly. Why couldn't I get in my body? Terrified that Billy somehow knew what I had been up to and was punishing me for discovering evidence of his charm, I sped over to the fire where he and Arlen had slumped forward. A bowl of food still sat next to Arlen, only partially eaten and half spilled into the snow. Something was wrong. Even Rika had roosted on the ground, wings spread unnaturally to keep her upright. In my peripheral vision, I caught movement in the shadows beyond the fire. At first, the only thing visible was the golden core that drifted through the trees, a few thin threads quivering as it moved. I froze, eyes wide as I watched the light approach. A woman crept forward, pausing by the fire to watch Arlen and Billy. It was hard to make out the details of her face in the dim light, but I didn't think I recognized her. She was short and didn't have the long limbs of a plant spirit or the greenish-blue hued skin of a water spirit. Another animal spirit? Seemingly satisfied that neither Arlen nor Billy were awake, she turned her attention to the sled where Gillean and I lay. Nervous, I reached out to the threads that surrounded her, trying to understand her intentions. They were inert, unreadable as I grabbed them and they slipped out of my grasp. For a moment, I was certain I was dead, stuck like this forever with no power left in me. At the same time, the way her threads wove together felt familiar. The realization nearly knocked me to the ground, even in this form. I wasn't dead, she was a fungus spirit. I was pretty sure she was the same fungus spirit whose trail I had picked up at Nini's. I didn't need to breathe in this form, but suddenly felt like I couldn't get a full breath of air as my mind reeled. How had she found me? When the woman sat down against the sled and bowed her head, I was expecting her. Even as part of me nearly burst with excitement to finally meet her, the more cautious part of me shifted to stand in front of Gillean. If her power worked the same way as mine and Mahara's did, she couldn't touch me either. Gillean, though, he was utterly unprotected from whatever she wanted. The woman's golden form emerged from her body and drifted closer to me, silent as she inspected my own spirit form. It was easier to make out her features now, and I saw she was older, with short, wispy hair that floated around her unsmiling face. She had none of the gleeful excitement the mushroom spirit had shown at meeting me. I tried not to flinch as she peered at my face, just inches away, then finally drew back with a grunt. Whether it was in approval or disappointment, I wasn't sure. "Do you know who I am?" she finally spoke. "A fungus spirit," I said, still nervous. "I think you knew my friend. You knew them as Micah." She scoffed. "A Mira's kid? Is that how you found me?" "Kind of," I hazarded. "You don't know who I am, do you?" she asked again, voice colder now. I opened my mouth, then closed it. I didn't know what answer she was looking for. Finally, I shook my head. Whatever first impression I'd hoped to make, this wasn't it, and a chilly disappointment crept up through my chest. "Interesting. I knew who you were as soon as you called me," she said, arms crossed. I flinched at the accusation in her voice. "Let me share a memory with you." Before I could answer, she stepped forward and touched my forehead. I found myself in front of a door, hand poised as someone pounded on it again. Caught between curiosity and caution, I finally pressed the button to unlock the door and pulled it open. A young spirit stood on my doorstep, wide-eyed and obviously terrified, long hair wild and untamed. She was tiny, and when she dropped to her knees in front of me, her jacket fell loose around her thin shoulders. My curiosity turned to annoyance. Just another beggar ventured too far from civilization and desperate for shelter and food. "Mama," she cried, bowing down on all fours. I peered closer at her, lips pursed, then reached for the door, preparing to slam it on her. It changed nothing, a beggar indeed. I pushed the door closed, shoving it against her as she tried to scramble inside. "Please," she cried. "You don't have to help me, but I'm not alone." My anger grew hotter as another spirit filled the doorway, a few steps back. No, not a spirit. I wrinkled my nose, disgust flaring. A human man, pure opposite to the spirit in front of me. Where she was tiny, he was huge, even as he tried to look smaller by ducking his head down. Where her pale skin glowed in the moonlight, his skin drank in the shadows. "You're no daughter of mine," I spat, trying again to push the door closed as she clawed at it. "You chose your side. Now live with it. Leave." "Mama, please," she pleaded. "Please, just help her." Her? I looked closer at the man, head still bowed as he approached, pushing something small in front of him. I finally stopped pressing my body against the door and looked closer. The moonlight caught her face, and I found my own wide brown eyes staring back at me, my own prominent cheekbones, my own long fingers as she pushed back a loose curl from her face, a mirror to the man's dark curls. "Who is that?" I growled, even as I already knew the answer. "Your granddaughter," she said, looking up at me with such ugly hope on her face. "Coraline, same as you. We call her Cora." Overwhelming disbelief flooded through me, and I was momentarily taken out of the memory even as it continued to play out in front of me. That couldn't be my mom. She was so young, maybe only 5 or 6 years older than I was now. It was dark, but her face, I didn't recognize it, didn't know her voice. And my dad? This was the man I spent so long looking for? It was so dark, and she'd barely even glanced at him. I had always expected to recognize him somehow, but this man was a stranger. I was desperate to get a better look at my parents, but the woman, my grandma, hardly gave him a second glance, instead focusing on the girl who stumbled forward, pushed by her parents. I wasn't ready for this, couldn't process what I was seeing, yet the memory continued, unimpeded by my shock. I leaned down to inspect the girl who frowned at me, deep furrows between her dark eyebrows. It was me. She crossed her arms, unimpressed with what she saw. When I reached out to touch her curly hair, so unfamiliar, she smacked my hand away, frown deepening. I rose and finally gave the spirit prostrated on my doorstep a proper look. She rose to her knees, tears running down her face. A mess. Some things never changed. "What's going on?" I asked. "I'm in trouble, Mama," she said, sniffling. "We are. They're coming for us." "Then leave," I said, putting one hand on the door again. "I'm not hiding you here. Any trouble you've created for yourself is yours to deal with. This is your mess, not mine." "I know," she said, finally rising and pushing Cora forward again. "They chased us all the way across the Haresha Passage. I'm done for, I know I am. But Cora..." A snap in the woods caused us all to jump. "Who chased you?" I asked, suspicion deepening. "What danger have you brought to my doorstep?" "Please," she sank away, deeper into the shadows where the man waited. They left the girl at my door, who didn't immediately notice her parents slinking away. Cowards. When the girl turned and realized she was being abandoned, she dashed for them with a shout. Without thinking, I lunged forward and grabbed her arm, pulling her inside and slamming the door shut. Locked inside my house, the girl immediately sagged against the wall, collapsing. I felt her clawing at me, trying to sway me into letting her go. Utterly ineffective. I pushed the button to engage the lock before turning my attention to the child on the floor. "Knock it off," I snapped, pulling one of her curls to wake her up. The girl, Cora, my namesake, I supposed, opened an eye and sprang up, giving me another dirty look. "Do you know who I am?" I asked as I stepped around her to draw the curtains. "An enemy," Cora replied, fists clenched at her sides. Despite myself, I rather liked her ferocity, although her answer puzzled me. "Why would you say that?" I left her standing by the door, relatively sure she was too small to reach the door's lock. In the kitchen, I busied myself, pulling out a couple of plates and a loaf of still warm bread I had baked earlier that day. I had just finished slicing 2 thick pieces of the sweet bread when I heard her soft footsteps and turned to find her poised on the threshold of the dining room. "You're a spirit," she finally answered, although her attention seemed to be centered on the bread. I put the plates on the table and took a seat, gesturing for her to do the same. Still bundled in a thick jacket, she sat across from me, only hesitating for a moment before tearing off a huge chunk of the bread and stuffing it in her mouth. "That's true," I admitted, watching her devour the bread. "But so is your mother. This is her favorite bread, you know." The last part slipped out before I could stop myself, but the girl didn't seem to notice, staring greedily at the slice I'd cut for myself. I swapped our plates and gave her my slice, resigned. "My mama's not an enemy," she finally said, wiping her mouth with her sleeve. "How do you know she likes this bread?" I sat back, studying her. She was remarkably calm for a kid who was just abandoned by her parents with someone she thought was an enemy. Then again, maybe she didn't realize she might very well never see her parents again. I didn't think she could be more than 6 years old, although it was hard to tell for certain with her human features. Shadows saved me. What was I even going to do with her if they didn't show back up? I wasn't raising another one. Didn't have it in me. But who would take her in, even if they didn't know who her parents were? I knew her as a child, I said, before she left. Poking at the crumbs on her second plate, she studied me right back. Whatever she saw in me with those chocolate brown eyes of hers didn't seem to impress her. My mama said I'm not supposed to talk to spirits. Yet she taught you our language, I pointed out. Why else, unless to talk to spirits? She pursed her lips, considering my point as she continued to swirl her finger on the plate, playing with the crumbs. You came here from the human world, then? She shrugged. I lived in a house until the men came, then we ran here. How long ago? I asked with a yawn. Even as my mind raced, my body rebelled, demanding rest. Where was I even going to put this kid to sleep? I certainly wasn't giving her my bed, where I ached to return even now. She counted on her fingers, and I wrinkled my nose when I saw how dirty her nails were. Finally, she shrugged. I don't know. When are they coming back? Soon, I hoped. Something caught her attention, and she swiveled toward the door, standing. A second later, someone slammed their fist on the door, their knocking rattling the door in its frame. That heavy fist didn't belong to my daughter, and my body was suddenly wide awake again. Go to the back room, I whispered, pushing Cora toward the hallway with hands that trembled. Stay there and don't say a word. The kid disappeared down the hallway, but she walked so quietly I couldn't tell if she found her way to my bedroom. Either way, she was safely out of view. I crept over to the door as the pounding paused. If I didn't answer, how long would they keep trying? There was no one else around for miles. Even if I contacted the network, they wouldn't help with a situation like this. Couldn't help. The knocking started again, and I shook my head. Better not to risk it. If they were searching for my daughter, they would likely be in a hurry. Too rushed to wait for me. I wouldn't answer. They may return, but by that time, at least the girl would be gone. The knocking paused again, and I waited, staring at the door, willing them to leave. My stomach dropped as I saw the doorknob turn. Impossible. I had locked the door, hadn't I? The knob should be fastened in place, immovable. As I replayed the moment I ushered the girl in, I stared at the button that unlocked and locked the door. I was certain I had pressed it, but... The doorknob continued to turn, and I heard a man's voice on the other side, saying he was coming in. Fuck it. I slammed my thumb on the button, locking the door, not caring if he knew I was home. The door clicked as the lock disengaged, and the man casually opened the door. Dawn was just beginning to break outside, and the gray morning lit him from behind as he strode into my home like he owned the place. Dull green hair slicked back, rippling turquoise skin, a fucking water spirit. Should have trusted my instincts on the lock, but it wouldn't happen a second time. I knew what I was dealing with now. Get the fuck out of my house, I snarled, even as I took a step back. I know him. I was still vaguely aware that I stood in the snow-blown forest with my grandma, and that current me, the real me, gasped out loud as he stepped into the light of the house and spoke. Kai, I'm looking for a couple spirits, he said, ignoring me as he walked around the room, running his hand across the books I had piled up on the bookshelf, picking one up and flipping through it. A female spirit and a human male. I don't suppose you've seen them, have you? Get out, I said again, standing firm in front of him. He breezed past me, spinning on the balls of his feet to avoid me. He continued poking through my things, rifling through my pile of clothes that needed repair. I huffed at the insolence. It's the middle of the night and you woke me. I live here alone. I hoped that girl had the presence of mind to hide. He made his way into the dining room as I trailed behind him, continuing to insist that he leave. When he stopped and I saw where his attention lay, I froze. The table, still set with 2 empty plates. He smirked at me, but as I gaped, mind racing, his expression transformed and he put a hand to his face, forehead wrinkling in confusion as he looked around. "Where's the fungus spirit?" he growled, face clearing as he lowered his hand. "I'm a fungus spirit," I said, trying to silently will the girl to stay hidden. He only shook his head and waved a hand at the door. It swung open, and my stupid daughter stumbled in, one hand to her bleeding cheek as she fell to the ground with a cry. I didn't respond, only locked eyes with the water spirit, shaking my head with a frown. Nice try. "Mama!" Cora flew out from the shadows of the hallway, throwing her arms out and flinging herself at the illusion. Finally, the water spirit seemed surprised, dropping the illusion as he took a step back, studying the girl who wasted no time picking herself up and staring between us and the closed door, confusion written all over her face. "That's my granddaughter," I said in a low voice. "There's no one else here. Now leave." From the way the water spirit studied the girl, I knew all hope had been lost as soon as she called for her mother. Stupid, senseless girl. The water spirit paid me no mind and slowly approached the girl, who stared at him, wide-eyed and deathly still. "This is your enemy," I wished I could tell her. Then again, from the way she looked at him, she already knew. Without warning, she dropped to the ground, slumping into a heap with a sigh. The sudden movement gave me pause, and he rubbed his forehead again, eyes glazing over for a moment. I held my breath, watching. Shit, could I help her? Should I? I was still debating it as he took one step toward the door, then shook his head, regaining focus. With a snort, he reached down and flicked her forehead, waking her up. "That's enough," he said gruffly. "Do you want to go to your mom now?" The girl nodded, still scared, but something like hope filled her face. "Leave her," I said. I took a step back. Even as every fiber of my being screamed I was making a mistake, I groped blindly for the serrated knife I'd used to cut the bread earlier. "You can leave right now and keep this to yourself, and no one would ever know." I took another step back, and I saw his gaze go to the counter where the knife lay. "The girl's parents aren't here. You don't need her." The spirit sighed and put one hand on the girl's shoulder. She flinched, but didn't move away. "I'm afraid we do." Without warning, the room plunged into darkness, so deep that I couldn't see a thing, couldn't hear them moving, couldn't even feel my own body moving as I lunged for the knife, unsure if I was heading in the right direction or even moving at all. When the oppressive darkness finally faded, Cora and the water spirit were gone. I was alone again, and I picked up the 2 empty plates from the table, dumping them into the sink with so much force that one plate shattered. Chapter 19. Back in my spirit form, I stared at the woman. I saw the resemblance now, even 12 years later, but my mind was elsewhere, frozen in fury at what I had witnessed, what Kai had done. This was what he was hiding from me. Shit, he'd even told me he was solely responsible for bringing me into Quinn's clutches, had asked for my forgiveness, but I hadn't understood. He had a chance to leave me out of it, leave me with my grandma, leave me hidden from the world. And he had chosen Quinn. I wrapped my arms around myself, trying to reconcile the Kai I knew with the younger one I had just seen. How had I forgotten all this? My grandma should have been immune to the affliction, and Kai clearly remembered it as well. Had I just been too young, the memory fading with time like Mahara's had of the spirit world? Or, shadow save me, had I purposely forgotten it, erased it from my own mind at some point? The snow was falling harder, huge flakes piling up on our sleeping bodies. The woman stood back, appraising me. "Time to get you out of here," she said, moving back toward her own body. "We don't have much time left." "Did you poison us?" I asked, still worried I was stuck like this in my spirit form. Technically, I poisoned a deer, she replied. When she waved her hand at the ground, a trail of glowing mushrooms appeared behind her, fading away after a moment. Wait, I said, chasing after her. My friend, we have to bring him too. When she turned back toward me, I pointed at Gillean, his dark green hair spilling out of his hood across the snow. That's a fucking water spirit, she said, spitting. Leave him. Before I could reply, she dove into her body, and I was alone in this silent golden world, watching as she stood and brushed the snow from her pants, then strode over to my body. Please, I shouted, but she didn't respond, deaf to my spirit form shouts. Despite her age, she was surprisingly strong and hefted my unconscious form into her arms. Trailing after her, I tugged again at the bond to my body, desperate to get back in and grab Gillean, but it still rejected me. Threads surrounded me, and I stared at them as my panic grew. We couldn't just leave Gillean here. I grabbed for the threads that surrounded my retreating grandma before I remembered I couldn't affect her at all, couldn't even see her memories without her explicit involvement. Blind to my horror, she continued onward, and I felt my spirit form getting pulled along behind her. If I was going to do something, I had to do it now. Gillean hadn't eaten much of the deer, had stayed awake longer than the rest of us, but even if I could wake him, he was tied to the sled. I feared he would stay silent and watch this stranger take off with me, hoping it was at least a better situation than our current one. As we passed the fire, I saw the snowmobile parked just beyond our camp. We must have been sleeping hard if we didn't hear that approach. My grandma moved slowly through the thick snow, but I was running out of time. Next to the fire, Billy stirred in his sleep, raising his hand again before dropping it back down. Neither he nor Arlen had put their mekanizit back on, and their cores shone brightly from where they slept by the fire. The movement reminded me, the charm. The waxy, dimly lit thread was easy to find in the sea of gold, and I grabbed hold of it with both hands, yanking hard. It broke with a snap, and I braced myself for the fear and anxiety I knew would come with it, but nothing happened. Did it not affect my spirit form, or had I already overcome the charm earlier? Either way, I watched as Billy took a deep breath and lifted his hand again. This time, he rubbed his face, blinking awake with a frown as he took in his surroundings, quickly focusing on the sled where I should have been sleeping. In an instant, he lunged for Arlen, shaking her awake and pulling her up. I couldn't hear what he said, but saw him scan the ground, and it didn't take him long to spot my grandma's footprints, and then the snowmobile parked just beyond, my grandma hurriedly trying to stuff my limp body onto it. As they hurtled toward us, I began to doubt my choice. Should I have gone, regrouped, and tried to come back for Gillean later? This might have been my single chance to escape, and I had just botched it. But there was no point in regretting it now, as my grandma finally dropped to the ground. My body slumped off the snowmobile a second later, just as her spirit form reemerged. She ignored the threads swirling around us, didn't even seem to notice them as she went straight for Billy's core, grabbing hold and twisting. The threads reacted, though, undulating faster as Billy stumbled, turning toward Arlen. "Help me," my grandma demanded without looking at me, voice strained. "What do I do?" I fluttered my arms uselessly. The last 2 times I had grabbed hold of a core had gone incredibly wrong, but I didn't know what else to do. Gillean and I were so intertwined in their threads now that I didn't dare start ripping them apart. A waxy-coated thread swung in front of me, and when I followed its path, I saw it connected to Rika, who had finally woken up as well, but was walking stiff-legged through the snow with her wings dragging on the ground. Oh, shadows. Even if it created a distraction, I couldn't break her bond with Billy. I might not be charmed any longer, but I was still strangely fond of the bald, fluffy creature. The only other dim thread connected Billy to the elk, so I snapped that instead. They hadn't bothered to tie the elk up, and it brought its head up quickly, saw the commotion, and took off into the forest, shaking its head violently at the weight of the harness. "Her," my grandma finally said, turning her head to snarl at me. "The woman." Arlen was saying something I couldn't hear, swiveling between the two unconscious bodies of the snowmobile and her fellow hunter. "I don't know what to do," I insisted, sidling closer. I almost lost myself when I took hold of her snake. There was no way I could handle Arlen herself. The thought of being stuck within her body, becoming Arlen, was utterly terrifying. "Fucking grab her," my grandma yelled. She turned her hands within Billy, and I saw his core swivel. In unison, his face transformed, baring his teeth at Arlen, who narrowed her eyes, seeming unsure of what was happening. I wasn't sure either. My grandma didn't touch any of the memories between them, didn't even seem to notice them, yet Billy acted like he didn't even recognize Arlen. It was as if my grandma redirected all his fury at my attempted escape. The idea made sense somehow, seemed familiar. I had done this before. In my grandma's memory, when I dropped to the ground, I had tried to influence Kai to make him leave. And back in Empira'an, when I first discovered the mess of memories floating around me, I had seen my child self yank all the threads connected to Kai one way and then the other in anger. His memories were unaffected. I had simply been shoving his core around, albeit with no sophistication. I could do this. Not giving myself a moment to think about it any further, I grabbed Arlen's core, bracing myself. "Be careful," my grandma cried from where she directed Billy, who took a stumbling step toward Arlen. "Don't give the bitch yourself." When I glanced down, I saw what she meant. Arlen's core was drifting into my translucent body, or was I drifting into hers? I felt her confusion at Billy's behavior, her indignation that someone would dare steal from her. With a shudder, I pushed myself back, holding on to her core without merging into it. "Drive her!" my grandma hollered at me, her fine, lace-like hair floating weightless around her face. "Grab hold of her like a steering wheel and send that anger this way." I didn't dare tell my grandma that I crashed the last car I drove. Keeping Arlen at arm's distance, I felt her emotions shift and flow through me as I adjusted her core. Shit, this wasn't like driving a car at all. It was like what I imagined flying a plane felt like. "Send her anger this way," my grandma repeated. Arlen took another cautious step backward as Billy advanced, pointing at Rika as she circled slowly in the snow, head down. I shrank away a little at his anger, even if he couldn't see me. "Come on, girl," my grandma shouted. I wasn't convinced some of Billy's anger wasn't seeping into her as well. I swiveled Arlen's core, feeling the rush of emotions sweep across me. "Slower," she urged. I had already adjusted, feeling more carefully for her anger. There. I felt it like a burn, white hot, but resisted the urge to pull away. Instead, I pushed forward, directing it toward Billy. She lunged forward in a moment. No pointing, no yelling, no wasted movement. One moment she was watching Billy in wide-eyed confusion. The next she struck, driving him to the ground in a tangled heap. Their cores torn from our grip, the two spirits rolled in the snow, nearly flattening poor Rika, who fluttered away, losing a couple of feathers. "That's it," my grandma said, stepping back to watch, a small smile of satisfaction on her face. "Now let's go, girl." "Not without Gillean," I said, more forcefully this time. I dove toward my body and said a silent thank you when I felt the bond open wide to let me in. I opened my eyes and found myself slumped sideways in the snow, limbs half frozen. When I pushed myself up, groaning at the stiffness in my arms, I found my grandma already swinging one leg over the snowmobile. I didn't know if it was an after effect of the poison or because I'd been lying in the snow for who knows how long. but my body felt impossibly heavy and slow as I limped my way back over to the sled. Billy and Arlen were still fighting, their shouts and curses muffled in the snow. Gillean was awake, watching quietly as I climbed up onto the sled, willing my fingers to work. "I'll explain later," I said quickly, "but we're getting out of here." I fumbled with the ropes that bound him to the sled. "I didn't think you'd come back for me," he finally said. His voice sounded strange, and when I glanced up, I found him watching me with an expression it took me a moment to recognize: distrust. As the knots finally came loose and the rope fell away, I leaned in close, touching my forehead lightly to his. "You stupid spirit. We stick together, remember?" He pulled away and shook his head slowly, but I didn't have time to argue with him now. Things were horribly off-kilter between us, but at least there was a between us. We were still a team, still together, and I had to believe we'd figure it out, find a new balance. Even as the snowmobile roared to life, our immediate surroundings had grown quieter. In the dark, I'd lost track of Arlen and Billy, and they were no longer a roiling mess of growls and shouts. I didn't wait to find out if that meant they had come to their senses or whether one had triumphed over the other. We had to move. "You broke the charm?" Gillean said quietly, grabbing his backpack and slipping it over one shoulder as he scanned the campsite. "Yes." "About time," he replied, a not small amount of annoyance lacing his voice. "Quiet now, Haresha." He slipped off the sled and helped me down, supporting me as I continued to limp. As we raced toward the waiting snowmobile, I felt an illusion settle over my shoulders. When I looked down, I found my body speckled a glittering dark gray, camouflaged with the shadowy snow. Gillian's look of concentration told me the source, and I hoped it would be enough to reach my grandma if Billy or Arlen were prowling around. Movement to the right caught my attention. Billy, standing in the shadows, a gash on his forehead dripping blood down his face. He absently wiped it away as he turned his head side to side, quietly watching my grandma and scanning the surroundings. If Gillian's illusion held, maybe we... Even as I dared to hope we might make it to the snowmobile before he saw us, I saw Billy still, his eyes on the ground behind us. When I glanced back, I instantly saw the problem. Although our bodies were camouflaged, our footsteps created shadowy hollows in the snow. My ankles screamed as I pushed harder, leaning on Gillean, trying to close the distance to the snowmobile before Billy could reach us. But when he bared his teeth and barreled toward us, finally pinpointing our location as he saw through the illusion, I knew in my heart I wasn't fast enough. Maybe I would have been if I were fully healed, but like this, I wasn't going to make it. The prospect of going back under his charm made me feel sicker than the curse ever had. Something else pounced down toward us from the trees, and I cried out, expecting Arlen's weight to crush me to the ground. But to my surprise, it wasn't an animal spirit. Rika fluttered down from the trees, flapping madly right before she hit the ground, a mess of feathers as she landed between us and her master, wings outstretched on the snow. Billy stumbled, throwing himself backward to keep from bulldozing her. I nearly stumbled as well, trying to understand. Was she protecting me, or simply still confused from the poison and trying to help grab me? There was no way she knew I chose to spare their bond. Gillean ignored both of them and yanked me forward, shoving me onto the snowmobile behind my grandma before hopping up behind me. It was a tight fit, but all three of us were small, and with my arms wrapped around my grandma and Gillian's wrapped around me, we shot forward, making a tight U-turn away from the hunters, away from Rika. Lights above, I hoped she'd be okay. I spent so long hating the guts of that endlessly circling bird, but as we raced away, I sent her a silent goodbye. And I truly hoped it was a final goodbye, that we'd never run into each other again. On the back of the snowmobile, pressed so tightly between my grandma and Gillean, I finally had a chance to think. Shit, the entire time I spent charmed was hazy, like I had been daydreaming as time passed too quickly, too relaxed and floating in pleasure to think about anything. I remembered feeling a ping after the avalanche, though, like someone was tapping my shoulder. It had to be Mahara pinging me frantically in her spirit form before I got too far away. I hadn't felt it again since that moment, and I hoped she was just too far away, not that anything had happened to her. I was desperate to check right that moment, but as the snowmobile hurtled over a bump and I tightened my thighs to keep my balance, I knew I'd be thrown off if I tried to go into my spirit form now. It wasn't until we bounced down the bank of what seemed like a frozen stream covered in snow and I felt Gillian's chest against my back that I realized I had left my backpack behind. Well, there was nothing I could do about it now. After carrying it all this way, it disappointed me more than it should, like leaving a piece of myself behind, but there was no way we would have all fit on the snowmobile if I had it on. We rode for what felt like hours, although I was still having trouble keeping track of time, head foggy. I burrowed my face into my grandma's back as the thick snow continued to fall around us. The wind whipped my hair back, making me feel a little bad for Gillean sitting behind me. It was dawn by the time we left the creek bed and began winding our way back through the trees, heading steadily uphill. I craned my head around my grandma to see where we headed and gasped when I saw a rocky cliff face directly in front of us. There was no way the snowmobile was making it up the sheer wall, but my grandma only accelerated and I felt her lean forward. Shit, had she lost control of the snowmobile or was she intentionally trying to kill us? Gillean shifted behind me, probably trying to see what made me stiffen so suddenly, and I heard him shout something, but couldn't make it out over the wind. It wasn't until we were mere seconds away from impact that I finally saw through it. An illusion hung over the cliff face, working with the rocks and shadows to hide a small entrance. I tried to turn and tell Gillean, but I was too late. Gillean bailed the moment before we passed through the doorway, tumbling and rolling through the snow. My grandma finally slowed, swinging the snowmobile around to park it just inside the entrance, and the sudden silence as she cut the engine made my ears ring. I tumbled off, legs numb, and ran to where Gillean lay in the snow, the heavy silence broken by my grandma's laughter as she watched. I pushed down my anger as I slid down to my knees next to him, trying to help him up. "I'm fine," he growled, slowly pushing himself up and shaking off the snow that covered him. There was no need for her to do that to him, to both of us, and if I had any hope she would come to accept Gillean, it was quickly fading. "You're leaving tracks," my grandma snapped, walking deeper inside and disappearing into the shadows. I rolled my eyes and stood on my tiptoes to brush snow off Gillian's shoulder. "It's an illusion," I said to him, grabbing his hand to lead him inside. He snatched his hand away immediately. "Just go," he said. "I'll follow you." As soon as the words passed his lips, he scowled. I waited for a moment for him to explain, but he only waved me forward. More unsure than ever, I led him into the cave after my grandma. "This spirit is my grandma," I blurted, trying to fill the awkward silence as we left the snow behind and passed through the rocky entrance. "She's the fungus spirit I sensed days ago, back at Nini's place. I think I accidentally called her when I saw her thread. When I noticed it following me, when I pressed it to my forehead to say goodbye. Could I do the same to Mahara's thread? Let her know I was okay somehow, even if I couldn't talk to her?" "I didn't know she was my grandma at the time," I added, limping through the dark corridor of rock. This couldn't be where she lived, right? Maybe just a resting place before we continued on our way. I spotted her ahead, waiting for us, and I hurried forward, the dim dawn light fading behind us. "Your timing was terrible," she said, leaning against something on the wall. A wooden door? "I had no way of knowing what you wanted or who you were with. forced me to wait for a real snowstorm to hit to keep anyone from following our tracks back here. She opened the door and light flooded out, blinding me for a moment. Well, thank you, I said in a rush, squinting against the sudden light. Where were we? She grunted, stomping her boots. Good thing I waited. We're fairly well hidden here, but no need to invite trouble. As my eyes adjusted, I saw her give Gillean a hard look. This is, I started, anxious to introduce Gillean. Shadows, what was he? As much as Mahara insisted he was my boyfriend, I was pretty sure that was not the case, especially now. This is my best friend, I compromised. Gillean. There was no way I could tell her who Gillian's dad was, how we had met. Not after her only interaction with Kai was when he broke into her home and stole me away. Even I didn't know what to do with that knowledge, and I stopped myself before I spiraled into the hot edge of anger again. He's helped me out a lot, I finished lamely. I wouldn't have made it this far without him. She sniffed and gave him a skeptical look as snow dripped from his jacket to the ground. In the light, I saw that what I thought was fine hair haloing my grandma's head was actually more like dark gray fluff growing from her mottled gray and white skin. It looked like it might fall apart if she ever tried to pull it into a ponytail. Might as well come in, she said, stepping aside to let us enter. Whatever I expected from this strange cave in the middle of nowhere, it wasn't this. It wasn't the home I had seen in her memories, but it had the same cozy feel. It was warm, for one thing. While the room we stood in was uneven and followed the contours of the natural rock face, colorful rugs cushioned the floor, and what must have been custom-built bookshelves lined the walls, with enough books to rival the library I had occasionally visited in the human world. But the most surprising part was the light. I hadn't noticed any power lines or generators outside, but bright fluorescent lights lit the room in stark contrast, creating deep shadows in the crevices of the room. She had more electricity than many of the spirit towns seemed to have. This is amazing, I breathed, turning in a small circle. I caught a self-satisfied smirk on my grandma's face, but it withered when Gillean entered behind me. Let me show you to your room, she said, shoving the door closed. I couldn't keep the excitement from my voice as she ushered me further into the labyrinth of tunnels. I have a room? She shrugged, pulling off her jacket and hanging it on a hook as we passed. When she tossed her gloves into a basket, I noticed her fingernails were black, but they didn't look polished or damaged, more like her fingers simply grew into thick, fibrous ends. Had my mom's hands looked like this? I hadn't realized how much I had forgotten about her until I glimpsed her in my grandma's memory. While my grandma's strange hands might have once disgusted me, now I only felt ashamed of my purely human features, and I stuffed my hands in my pockets. I put it together when I sensed you near, although I only expected one guest. I hardly heard her as I passed through a hallway that narrowed and then widened, gradually sloping downward. There was no rhyme or rhythm to the tunnels, and part of me felt nervous at the idea of ever trying to find my way back out. But the warmth, the softness of the rugs beneath my feet, the gently buzzing lights, it all felt so different from Empira'an or even Kai's home that my concern melted away. When I stepped into my room, I understood what she meant. It was little more than a single bed tucked into an alcove, but it was mine. It was the first time I could remember ever having a room of my own, one that had been truly gifted to me, that I hadn't tricked a human woman into letting me in, or begged, or bought from some spirit who gave me shelter. To my embarrassment, my throat tightened as I looked at the little bed tucked in the rock, a quilt folded up on top of the mattress. Swallowing back my tears, I hopped over and collapsed on it, not quite trusting myself to speak yet. You must be tired, she said, already turning to leave, brushing past Gillean without acknowledging him. I'll find you later. Bathroom's around the corner. When she was gone, I patted the bed next to me, relieved when Gillean sighed and dropped his backpack on the floor before sitting down next to me, closing his eyes and leaning back against the rock wall. Scabs and scratches from the avalanche still peppered his face, healing slowly. "What are we doing here?" he asked, eyes still closed. It was my turn to sigh, but when I slipped off my jacket, warm for the first time in what seemed like forever, I felt something hard in my pocket. The jar of ointment Philly had given me. I pulled it out and twisted it open, dabbing my finger in the goo. "Hold still," I said, reaching out and running my finger across the largest scrape on his cheek. He opened one eye, but didn't pull away this time. "Regrouping," I said, finding out if there's something I'm missing about healing the affliction, some kind of help other fungus spirits can provide. I pulled his shoulder away from the wall. "Lean forward." He opened both eyes this time, and I gestured at the jar. "Let me see your neck." He didn't respond, but leaned forward, head bowed. I rose to my knees and pushed his shaggy hair out of the way, exposing his neck. The scratches Rika had left were scabbed over, but still angry looking, the skin pink and irritated. I suspected his tumble through the snow hadn't helped things, and I gently dabbed ointment on them, running my finger across the soft hair of his neck. His right ear poked out from the back of his hair, and I noticed he was missing the copper-colored hoop that normally rested halfway up. Without thinking, I brushed a finger against his bare ear, wondering when it went missing. What was I doing? Gillean seemed just as uncomfortable and raised his head, pushing his hair back. "Resha," he said slowly, "what are we doing here?" Same question, different meaning. Or maybe I just misunderstood the first time. I closed the jar, slipping it back into my pocket as I leaned back. "Your memories didn't change anything," I said. "If you thought I'd be mad because you asked me not to erase you, or if you thought I'd somehow—" I trailed off, stepping carefully around the landmine. "I don't know, feel differently about you or something, you can relax." He said nothing, but the way he clutched at the quilt told me he was very much not relaxed. I sighed. "Shadows, Gil, that was so long ago. I was just a dumb kid. I'm sorry I caused the affliction, but I would never blame you for it. It wasn't your fault." "You said you blamed this world," he said, avoiding my gaze. "I'm part of this world, Cora." I shrugged. "So am I. So is Mahara. My mom was too. I want to make it better. I can start by helping the afflicted." I heard him swallow, but something in his shoulders relaxed a little. "You were right, you know." "I'm sorry, what?" I sat up a little straighter. "Did you say I was right? Please tell me more. About what?" He rolled his eyes, but I caught a hint of a smile on his lips. "I shouldn't have given you such a hard time about trying to find other fungus spirits. I truly thought there weren't others out there, that it was just a waste of time, but I didn't have any better ideas either. You and my father are right. I am just a follower." "Oh, Gillean." I awkwardly pulled my legs under me, trying not to jostle my ankle, and leaned over to wrap my arms around him. He startled, but didn't push me away. "I'm sorry," I said into his shoulder, "for everything I said when I was charmed. I don't know why I'm so easily charmed, why it took me so long to figure out how to break it." That wasn't entirely true. I moved back so I could meet his gaze. "I guess I just like the feeling of it," I admitted, "connecting so closely with someone." He caught my hand as I pulled away and touched my palm through the large rip in my glove. I thought for a moment he was putting an illusion on it, but no, he was just touching me. I know what you mean," he said. "When I took that huge dose of Kazik back in the capital when Quinn had you, I liked it, Resha." His silver eyes widened, and I could feel him thinking back to the moment when he had all of us under his illusion. Even as it was literally tearing me apart, a piece of me, an enormous piece of me, was so excited to have that much power, that much control. I stared at him, recalling that crazy laughter that had burst out of him when he took the drug. It was possibly the happiest I had ever seen him, even as he knew he was dying. I told my father what I had done when we got home, he continued. His thumb pressed firmly against the palm of my hand, and I thought back. He had been even quieter than usual when we first returned, and when Mahara and I weren't healing Kai, the two of them spent hours behind closed doors. The worst part was, I had thought nothing of it, assuming they were just catching up, reconnecting after being separated for so long by the affliction. I felt a burning ember of shame in my chest that I had only seen the external effect of the Kazik on his body, the scars it created, completely missing the internal. Even now, he stared past me. Cora, I can never take it again. I'm worried it's the same with you being charmed. My father understood, though. Maybe when we get home, he can... He cut himself off. What's wrong? Kai. Our escape had been an excellent distraction, but now that I was thinking of him, my jaw clenched, my hand squeezing Gillean's. I forced myself to let go, to shove away the memories of how he had turned me over to Quinn, but my rage burned bright, impossible to quench. Shit, I hadn't even thought about how tied up in this Gillean was. I didn't blame him for what his dad did, but the two of them were a pair. He was eager to get back to Kai, and nothing would change that. They were water spirits of the same river, would probably live side by side forever. They were as inextricably bonded as me and my sister. There was no way to have Gillean in my life without including Kai. As furious as I was, I couldn't bring myself to tell Gillean what I had learned. Especially not now, when he was so far from home with nowhere to go. I shook my head. Nothing, I lied. We should rest. Gillean pulled his hand away, slipping off the bed. I should go. I tried to catch him, but he was already up, moving away. It's nothing to do with you, I said, trying to reassure him, trying to find that open-faced water spirit who told me his darkest secrets again. Please don't leave me. He let out a slow breath. This is what I was trying to tell you, Cora. I'm done following you. My chest squeezed tight, and I couldn't respond. I knew I had fucked up. Repeatedly, but this badly? He must have seen what his words had done because he rubbed his forehead. That came out wrong. I'm not just going to sit here and wait for you to be done this time, Harsha. I'm done following you because when I come back, I'll help you figure all this shit out. He gave me a hard look, including whatever that was about. He grabbed his backpack and pulled out a few changes of clean clothes, tossing them on the bed for me. Despite it all, he noticed I had forgotten my backpack behind and remembered to leave me something to wear without either of us mentioning it. I want to come back as an equal partner, okay? Okay. He paused, and I could tell he was picking his words carefully. Remember what I told you, okay? I know the spirit says she's your grandma. She is, I interrupted. All I'm saying is, don't trust her because she's your grandma, he said. Don't ignore anything you shouldn't. I huffed in annoyance, but at the same time, his advice left a sour taste in my mouth. The way she treated my mom left me on edge. Gillean, too. Not to mention she had poisoned me without a second thought and then completely ignored my protests at leaving like we had. Maybe it was necessary in order to rescue me, but it wasn't the meeting I expected. I don't want you to leave. He rolled his eyes. There's no room for me here anyway. All I could manage was a tiny frown before he was gone, rounding the corner out of sight. With his departure, I felt another piece of me chip away, my heart growing jagged. By the look of the passages we had crossed just to reach this small room, there were plenty of dark corners for him to explore in here. I reached a hand under my shirt and clenched his necklace in my fist, trying to convince myself that he would never abandon it, never abandon me. I flopped down on the bed, immediately sneezing when a cloud of dust rose from the pillow. Still, I pulled the worn quilt around me, kicking off my boots, but not bothering to do any more than that. I needed to find Mahara, needed her so badly it was hard to think about anything else. It was a struggle for my spirit form to rise from my body. I was still so tired from driving Arlen's core and getting dragged around while the poison wore off, but I didn't need to go far. As soon as I saw the thick weave of threads that connected me to Mahara, I could tell she was too far away for my spirit form to reach. I could barely get my hands around the cord, but I held it tight to my forehead and tried to feel her. She was alive, I could tell that much by the life in the threads, but I couldn't gather anything more than that. "Stay safe, sister," I murmured, "and remember that I always come back for you." I kissed the threads and sank back into my body, exhausted. Chapter 20. The first thing I learned about living in my grandma's home was that night and day were meaningless. With no windows that I could find, I instantly lost track of time, and the uncertainty made me uneasy. It reminded me a little of the endless, windowless rooms of Empira'an, except dustier. Cozier, I tried to tell myself. But somehow the cave felt more oppressive when I woke, a weird musty smell tickling my nose that I hadn't noticed before. My grandma woke me sometime, and although I still felt exhausted, I had the feeling that I had been sleeping for ages. After a much-needed shower and change into clean clothes, I met her in the dining room for something that looked like dinner but felt like breakfast. I was still picking at my food when my grandma pushed her plate away, clasping her hands in front of her. "Now, time to share how you found me, girl." How far back should I go? Gillean was leading me north to find other fungus spirits, I explained, realizing she hadn't asked me where Gillean had gone. Hadn't cared, probably. I told her about Nini's abandoned village, how I had found her linked to 3 immovable threads, the 2 cairns she thought were Amira and Amira's kid, plus a 3rd living fungus spirit, my grandma. Her eyes lit up at the mention of Amira. "Did you know them?" I asked. "Amira and her kid?" "Ages ago," she said. "Nini too, although it sounds like the years haven't been kind to her." She sighed, and although she looked in my direction, I could tell she was seeing the past. "It was all Coco's fault." "Who?" I asked, perking up. "Another fungus spirit I hadn't met?" "Your mother," she growled. "The firstborn daughters of our family were all named Coraline. I went by Lynn, your mother went by Coco, and I suppose you're Cora." I nodded, slightly disturbed I didn't know my full name. Coraline. I mouthed the name silently, the shape of it strange on my tongue. "What was my mom's fault?" "Everything," she said with a sense of finality. When I only cocked my head, she relented. "Quinn came calling, lights above, must have been 20-some years ago. She was looking for fungus spirits, wanted to study them. No one knew who she was back then, but we were all smart enough to send her away. All except your mother." "How old was she?" I asked, trying to imagine a pre-afflicted spirit world. My grandma waved a hand vaguely. 16, 17, old enough to know better. I forbade her from leaving, but she never listened." "She became Quinn's assistant, right?" "How should I know?" she snapped. "She went with Quinn, but Quinn was never interested in her. She was interested in what doors Coco could open." At my blank look, she gave an exasperated sigh. "Coco was useless. She had a little intuition, could sense when someone was lying or hiding something, but little more than that. But she was a young fungus spirit, and she knew where to find other stupid young fungus spirits, and was able to convince some of them to teach her things. Amira was one of them." "She taught her how to change memories," I breathed. My grandma gave a harsh laugh. I don't know if Amira taught her or if she figured that out herself. Officially, Amira only taught her how to manipulate emotions. The memory thing came later, but I'm not sure exactly how or when. When Quinn published her research on emotion manipulation, when we found out what they had given away, we cut them off from the network. She had mentioned the network before, or thought it once in her memory. I wasn't sure what she meant or if I was translating the word correctly, but before I could ask, she continued. I was the only one who took pity on Amira, the trouble my daughter got her in. Although I couldn't contact Coco once she was cut off, I knew where Amira lived. She wasn't far, and I wanted to make sure she was taken care of. The poor thing had no idea Coco was working for Quinn. She slammed her hand down on the table, and I jumped. Coco took advantage of the girl and then vanished from this world, didn't even have to deal with the consequences. I opened my mouth, on the verge of pointing out that my mom had paid with her family, her life, everything. But my grandma's fury gave me pause. She had clearly been stewing on the situation for years, seemed determined to be angry, and I didn't want her to turn on me. Instead, I asked a question. What happened to Amira? Life. My grandma waved a hand. She stayed in that village, had a baby with one of the plant spirits there. Micah, I think her son's name was. Another little fungus spirit. I think he changed his name, I said, biting my lip. They changed their name, I mean. Typical fungus spirit, she said flippantly. Happens all the time. I kept tabs on the two of them for several years after Coco ran and vanished. Without the network, they were utterly alone, and plant spirits don't help for shit. I took care of them up until Coco reappeared with you. Things changed then? She snorted. You've seen where Nini lives. When Empira'an finally caught up to Coco, I ran toward Amira, worried she would be next. All I wanted her to do was flee somewhere with her kid, save themselves when Coco couldn't save herself or you. I should have known she was just as stupid as Coco. I coughed, taken aback. What? What do you mean? The idiot did the exact same thing Coco had tried. Maybe she was the one who originally gave Coco the idea. She attempted to make the village forget she and her kid ever existed, fucked it all up, then ran. That's why everyone's gone? Why Nini's so confused? I asked. Now it all made sense, how Nini's threads could be so tangled yet remain attached, unlike the affliction I caused. She grunted in agreement. Most of the spirits panicked and ran in their confusion. Can't imagine they lasted long. Nini stuck around, but wasn't much good for company after that. Never saw Amira again, her or the kid. I met the kid, I said. They were living with a bunch of scavengers, mostly animal spirits. But then I think they followed me to the capital, or maybe the specks had tracked them down. Looking down, I traced a finger around my plate of half-eaten food, heart heavy. I really don't know. When I was in Empira'an, I saw them again, but we weren't able to communicate much before they died. Quinn's doing? My grandma asked, voice tight. I nodded. Some experiment. I'm sorry I couldn't do more for them. My grandma bowed her head. They deserved better. I would have brought the kid into the network when they were old enough. That's why you're here, isn't it? I hated admitting when I had no idea what was going on, but I truly didn't understand what the network was. Still wasn't sure if I translated it correctly. What's the network? I finally asked, seeing no way around it. The withering look she gave me was exactly why I feared asking questions. Your mother truly taught you nothing, did she? Indignation flared, but I couldn't exactly argue. She might have, but I can't remember much. I lost most of my memories when I created the affliction. I need to fix it, not just for myself, but for everyone else's lives I messed up. The network can help with that. She waved a hand. If they agree. Can they help me reach my sister too? I asked, hope flaring bright. We got separated." Her eyes narrowed. "Coco only had one child." "Oh, shit." "She had another," I said slowly. "She was pregnant when Quinn caught her, when you met me. I don't know if she knew at the time." For once, my grandma was lost for words. She stood and silently began clearing the dishes from the table. "Perhaps they can help. We'll see. Come." She led me past a closed room that leaked cold from the gaps around the door, and I stared at it, worried at what it could contain. When she noticed my attention, she swung the door open, letting out a blast of cold air that instantly caused the hair on my arms to rise. "Larder," she said. "I have a fridge, but I don't get out much during the winter. Easier to stock up this way." Shelves lined the long, dark room, all well stocked with food. At the end of the corridor, a small window let in a tiny rectangle of sunlight, reminding me of how much I missed natural light and fresh air, even after such a short time being here. I had to pull myself away from the room, resisting the urge to rush over and stick my face to the crack in the wall and breathe in the outside air. My grandma shut the door, bumping it closed with her hip. The floor sloped gradually downward, the furnishings, rugs, and decorations falling away, and I wondered if this was the way Gillean had gone earlier. "The network consists of all fungus spirits who have come of age and been inducted by an existing member," she explained. As we walked, the distance between the lamps increased until the only light came from large beacons that looked like they belonged at a construction site, plugged into cords that ran along the wall. They sent blinding light down the corridor that seemed to stretch forever. The air was thick down here, the walls wet, the warmth fading away. "I think Amira's kid tried to explain that to me," I said, remembering the vision they sent me of mushrooms hundreds of miles apart, all pumping information and messages between them, interconnected via translucent fibers reaching far underground. "Does it have to do with those weird glowing growths that popped up every time they used their powers?" Ha! She seemed equally entertained and disgusted by my question. "That has nothing to do with the network. That's mushroom spirit shit." I could feel another stupid question forming, but my need to know was too strong to stop it. Are we not mushroom spirits?" She stopped suddenly and wheeled around. For a moment, I was truly afraid she was about to strike me, but she studied my face and seemed to think better of it. "You truly know nothing," she muttered, turning back around and continuing on. Nothing about this was going how I expected it to, and I brought my hand to my chest, feeling Gillian's necklace through my shirt, trying to reassure myself. "We're Eris spirits," she said, with irritation lacing her voice, and it took me a moment to remember the translation. Mildew? We were mildew spirits? How was that in any way better than a mushroom spirit? "But we're all part of the same network?" I asked. She huffed and squeezed through a crack in the wall that I hadn't even noticed at first in the dark. "If you're integrated, yes." Her voice echoed strangely on the other side. "The network, it's hard to explain. It's a way to communicate with other fungus spirits and share ideas, share knowledge, share power, if you're so inclined." I slid through after her, grimacing at the touch of the slimy walls on my arms. More questions bubbled up as I tried to understand, but I fell silent as I emerged through the narrow passage. A vast cavern opened up in front of us. There were no lamps down here, yet the very air seemed to glow. For one terrifying moment, I thought I was in my spirit form. But no, this was real. Tiny orbs of silver light floated around us, slowly fading when they landed on my body. Spores, maybe? The scent of dirt and mold filled my senses, and I tried not to sneeze, hesitant to disturb the quiet sanctuary. The only sound was a steady drip of water from the ceiling. When I looked up, I saw massive stalactites reaching toward us, glimmering in the gentle glow. My grandma let me wander for a moment without speaking. The walls weren't just solid rock. Something that looked like a root structure grew from the top of the dome-shaped room, the fibrous structure thick at the top and becoming thinner than a strand of hair by the time it reached the floor. It felt like we were living on the underside of some giant underground tree. Planter beds were carved into the walls, and all kinds of mushrooms budded up from the substrate, which seemed to vary as much as the color and shape of the mushrooms as I circled the room. I poked one particularly bulbous one, and my grandma tisked in my direction. "Best not to play with that one," she said mildly. "Are these poison?" I asked. She waved a hand. "Some are food, some are poison, some are other." "I want to learn," I said, waving a hand through the glowing spores that floated around me, mesmerized by the way they swirled and spun as my arms stirred up a current of air. The room brought something inside me back to life. That small kernel of intense curiosity that urged me to explore, talk to strangers, and maybe be a tiny bit reckless glowed, a living, breathing ember in my chest. "Will you teach me? Help me integrate into the network?" She didn't immediately answer, and I gave her a nervous smile. "I know I'm half human and probably won't be very good at any of it, but I want to try if you'll let me." She studied me for a moment, and I wondered what she could possibly be deciding with just a look. "Maybe," she said finally, "but I'm old, girl. I thought I was done with this shit decades ago. This was supposed to be your mother's job. I don't even know if it's possible for a half-breed." A droplet of water fell from the ceiling and landed on my cheek. I shivered and wiped it away. Did she want me to convince her? "If this is something that could help me heal the affliction, I want to try." "The affliction." She snorted and walked away, plucking a wrinkly orange clump of mushrooms and tucking it into a pocket in her long skirt. Why would any fungus spirit care about the affliction? I followed, watching her inspect different mushrooms, leaving some and picking others. "There are hundreds, probably thousands of spirits who lost their memories in the affliction," I said, considering that she probably hadn't been to the capital, probably didn't know how bad some of them were. They don't remember who they are, who their family is, where their home is. I lived like that for the past 6 years too, and it was miserable. No one noticed me. I didn't even know what my name was or where I belonged. I paused, trying to find the right word. Drifted around. It wasn't living. She brushed some dirt off one of the mushrooms and popped it into her mouth, chewing for a moment before answering. "I'm not afflicted. Don't know anyone who is, besides Nini, and she's not my problem. Doesn't matter to me." I deflated, grasping for some other reason she should help me. What was of use to a fungus spirit who lived alone in the middle of nowhere and only seemed to want to grow mushrooms and ride around on her snowmobile? "How about this?" she proposed. "I can try to integrate you. In return, I want to know more about your powers." I shivered again and rubbed my arms as I felt goosebumps rise. Teach her about my powers? "I'm not very good at it," I said, worried I was already a disappointment. "But I guess I could show you how I see memories and bonds with spirits and fix afflicted spirits, maybe." "Maybe so," she said with a small smile. "Ready to get to work then?" I nodded eagerly, nearly dancing with happiness. But to my surprise, when my grandma spun around and headed back for the crack in the wall that exited the cavern, she motioned for me to stay. "I'll be back in a moment," she said. "You'll only slow me down with that ankle." It twinged in agreement. "Stay put and wait here." "Okay," I agreed, clasping my hands behind my back. "Just don't forget me down here." I said it as a joke, but she only smiled and slipped away, leaving me alone with the glowing orbs of light falling gently around me. I sighed, pacing around the massive room and listening to my footsteps echo alongside the endless dripping water. Even just a few moments alone here, and I was already growing uncomfortable. How did Gillean do it? I was sure he was out here somewhere, exploring with just his flashlight and a backpack of supplies. 2 minutes in here, and my mind was already racing, wondering if I could find my way back to her home on my own, how long I should wait before giving up. Did it say something that I almost assumed she would forget about me here? I hated being alone. Needing something to do, I started counting my steps, doing slow laps around the room, trailing my hand against the fibrous walls. Although it looked like roots reaching down from the ceiling, it felt like smooth, solid rock, the roots no more than a trick of the light or maybe some sort of painting. I was on my 22nd lap when I finally heard a shuffling sound and saw my grandma re-emerge from the entrance. This time, laden down with a handful of fabric in her arms and a steaming mug in each hand. "Oh!" I lurched over to unburden her, and she murmured her thanks, handing me a mug. I took a sip almost immediately, hoping it would help warm me up, but wrinkled my nose a little at the taste. The liquid was scalding hot on my lips and tasted earthy. I preferred the way Kai brewed tea, but at least it would stay warm for a long time while I tried to choke it down. My grandma tossed the fabric down on the ground, and I realized it was a pile of old blankets. She plopped down on top of them, skirts spread out around her. "Get comfortable," she ordered. "This will take a while." I sank down next to her, pulling a blanket over my shoulders for warmth. I took another sip of tea, and something about it gave me pause. "This isn't like poisoned or something, is it?" I asked, laughing a little. She only gave me that same sly smile as before and took a sip of her own tea. "Not enough to knock you out entirely this time." I laughed again, but she seemed utterly serious, and my nervous laughter trailed off. The mug clinked as I set it down on the ground. "What do you mean?" "Don't look so scared, girl. Every fungus spirit goes through this when they're shown the network for the first time." I tucked my hands under my legs, still nervous. "But why do I have to be poisoned to see the network?" "Get that ugly whine out of your voice," she snapped, "and drink your tea. You're already taking up enough of my time without fighting me on this. It's not poison, not like I gave that deer you ate. It only helps your spirit to integrate. See the others." "Like Kazik?" I asked, remembering how I had seen the golden threads when I took the Kazik at Niven's apartment, before I even knew how to slip into my spirit form. I picked the mug up and swirled the liquid, staring at it. She scoffed. "Kazik? That's dirty shit. Stay away from it." She slurped at her own mug, and the orbs of light seemed to react, drawn to her. "No. Kazik spins you up, messes with your energies, pulls you apart. This tea helps you see, pulls us together." I still didn't understand, but took a tiny sip. My stomach turned as I forced myself to swallow. My grandma had already finished her mug and lay back on the blankets, putting her mottled gray arms behind her head. "Your mother begged me for this tea for years before she was finally ready." That made me feel a little better, and I took a larger gulp this time. "How did you know when she was ready?" "I didn't. She finally brewed it herself when I was away. She always was a little thief. Didn't work, though. Without a guide, a tether, she was just wandering aimlessly by herself. Waste of good tea." I tucked my chin on my knees, wondering what possessed my mom to do such a thing, if she was that desperate to get into the network that she would risk angering Lynn. With a last gulp, I finished the tea, grimacing at the sludge on the bottom. "Lay back now," she ordered when I set the mug down. "Relax." I wasn't sure if there was anyone in the history of either world who could relax on command, who actually found being ordered to relax relaxing, but I lay down on the blanket, watching the orbs drift down. My heart felt like it was beating too quickly, but I wasn't sure if that was from anxiety or whatever was in the tea. I couldn't get the taste of it out of my mouth, and I swallowed uncomfortably. I was hyper aware of everything now, and when I licked my lips, which still hurt a little from the scalding tea, it felt wrong. They were weirdly tingly, almost numb. Was that supposed to happen, or was I having an adverse reaction? What if my human half didn't react the same way as fungus spirits to whatever this was? Now change, my grandma murmured. Change? Did she mean I should switch to my spirit form? When her breathing deepened and her eyes closed, I thought she must, and so I shifted. The world burst into color. While normally the spirit world was devoid of much color except for the golden glow of other living things and the bonds between them, this cavernous room glowed in shimmering, rainbowy patterns. The walls reminded me of an oil slick in a wet parking lot, dripping colors that shifted as I moved my head back and forth. As I stared, I realized it wasn't the entire wall. It was the weird branching root system that expanded from the ceiling to the floor. Tiny pulses of light ran through them, spawning the orbs of light that drifted around us. Shadows take me. It was beautiful. I'm not sure how long I stared, wide-eyed at the surrounding spectacle before my grandma spoke, also in her spirit form. You see it? Yes, I whispered. It no longer struck me as the root system of a tree. This was the mycelium network the mushroom spirit had tried to show me. How do I integrate? I ached to be part of it. A moment later, I realized I was still shaking my head back and forth, watching how the colors shifted depending on the angle of my head. I forced myself to be still. Do I just touch it? She grunted. That's not the network itself, girl. It's like a map. It's just a symbol. Then how do I see the real thing? Her spirit form drifted away, slowly rotating like she was dancing with an unseen partner. You're not ready. Why don't you show me what you can do? She stilled and focused on me. Even in my spirit form, which never had any weight to it, I felt floatier than usual, like I had to focus to stay grounded. How did I explain weaving memories to her? I tried to focus on the threads between us. You see these? I ran a hand over the threads, and I swear they strummed like I was playing a fucking guitar. When I did it again and again, the tone changed depending on the thickness of the strands. I'd never played an instrument, but this was amazing. Why had I never tried this before? See what? She asked, an edge of irritation in her voice. The threads, I replied, forcing myself to stop strumming them. My fingers twitched and my pinky pinged one of the thinnest strands. There are memories, our joint experiences. Just like how you shared a memory with me when we met, this is where they come from. She moved closer and put her hand on mine, trying to feel what she clearly couldn't see. You're hallucinating, she growled. I'm not, I protested. I mean, they had never looked or sounded or even felt quite like this before. I could feel them vibrating in my hand even as I stopped plucking them. But I didn't tell her that. Although, as I studied them, I noticed something else strange. While most of the threads simply thrummed or hissed when I strummed them, I swore I could hear voices whispering through the ones between Lynn and me. And as I moved, they shifted colors just like the mycelium network above. They settled into a rosy pink as I sat down, still holding them. The threads weave together and get thicker as we create more memories. When I break one, I make things forget each other. It's how I accidentally created the affliction. I tangled them all up and broke too many of the threads attached to me. To fix it, I have to untangle them and reattach them to myself. Tell me more, she murmured, continuing to caress my hands with her own, peering closer. Her voice sounded weird, like she was far away, speaking through a long, echoing passageway. How do you change memories? I shrugged. I don't know. I think I used to know how to weave them together or insert new threads to create false memories, but I don't remember how anymore. It's probably for the best, though. I'm done doing that. It always seems to create a mess in the end. Amira, my mom, and I had all afflicted spirits in our attempt to hide ourselves. Only mine was the biggest mess. "Why can't I see these threads?" she asked, squeezing my hands uncomfortably. It was only my spirit self, but as I learned from Tristan, that didn't mean I was immune to pain. I shifted backward, trying to pull away from her. "I don't know. There are hundreds of them here, attached to both of us." As if sensing my discomfort, the threads connecting to me began to swirl and oscillate, stretching toward my grandma. Was I controlling them somehow, or were they controlling me? The thought of being controlled by the threads like some kind of puppet had my heart beating even faster. "You can see the cores inside of people, right? The golden ball?" She finally stepped away and seemed to ponder my words. "Their life force? Yes, I suppose it has sort of a glow to it." "That's where all the threads come from," I said. "If you look closely, you can sometimes see them unspooling from it, like a ball of yarn." I focused, and the cave lit up, specks of golden light coming from all over the walls. As empty as the cave seemed, it was anything but. Small bugs and maybe even some kind of skittering lizard? Salamander? They hid in the crevices, vaguely aware of us, although their attention didn't last long and the threads quickly dissolved seconds after they formed. "All animals have one," I added. "Well, anything capable of being aware of us, I guess." I floated toward one of the larger bugs, wanting to see what it looked like. It noticed me and skittered deeper into a crack in the rock. "Tell me how to change memories," she insisted. The frustration in her voice startled me, breaking my reverie. "I don't know how." My body called me back, my spirit form tiring. I let myself fall back toward it, gently tumbling. "Liar," she spat. But I didn't care. Didn't care as I kept floating down, slow motion, head over heels, threads reaching out to catch me, a safety net to keep me safe. "What about the network?" I asked. I felt myself reaching, stretching out wide in every direction like I could become the threads themselves, become one of those pulses of light in the mycelium. But even as the world seemed to stretch out into something different, I settled back down on the ground, my body reclaiming me. "You're too stupid for the network," she said, her voice so far away. Maybe there was more, but I was back in my body, eyes wide as the world seemed to tilt under me. I dug my fingers into the blankets below me, trying to hold on, but it did nothing to ground me, and I felt myself tipping forward, spilling into that great map of the mycelium network. This close to it, I could feel the other fungus spirits out there, but just like my grandma couldn't see the threads, I didn't understand how to see the network, how to grab hold. And when I closed my eyes, I felt myself tumble through the world. I have no idea how long I lay there in that cave, wrapped up in a blanket, eyes squeezed shut. But when my grandma eventually roused me and I stumbled back to the upper level of her home, we stopped for a moment in the larder to grab something. Chicken, I think. And no sun shone through the tiny window. I wasn't hungry, still felt bleary and unfocused, but sullenly helped her cook, eat, and then clean the dishes. She seemed transformed, animatedly telling me about how she had moved to this cave after Quinn and Kai had come for me and my parents, how she suspected they might come back for her. She didn't mention her anger at my failure to tell her how to change memories, or her inability to see the threads at all. I missed Gillean and felt sick with worry for Mahara. My sleep was restless, and I woke tangled up in the blankets which hung halfway off the bed. It was too warm, and I couldn't tell if I had woken because I had just gotten a full night's sleep, or because I was uncomfortable and sweaty. I was terrified my grandma was right, that I was too dumb, too Hresha to use the fungus spirit network, that I had traveled all this way for nothing. When I shifted into my spirit form for just a moment, just to check on the others, I found Gillean's thread leading me deep underground. I probably could have reached him, but his thread felt fine, no fear or pain radiating from him. And it was starting to feel a little invasive to check in on the others without their knowledge. Mostly because I was finally living with someone who could do the same to me, and the thought made me feel mildly nauseous. Mahara and True were still far, far away, too far to get any kind of reading on their emotions, but at least they were staying put and they were still alive. Feeling uneasy, I even briefly checked on the threads connecting me to Arlen, Villy, and even Tristan. I couldn't tell exactly where they were, but they felt distant, unfocused. We really were alone out here. Unable to sleep and too nervous to venture far, I found myself in the main room, slowly circling the perimeter. A pile of fabric scraps in the corner caught my eye, my torn gloves on top. My grandma must have collected them from my pile of dirty clothes. Did she mean to mend them? Based on the size of the pile, I doubted she'd ever get to it. I pressed a hand to the worn leather, thanking them again for their protection. I moved on to the bookshelves, trailing a finger across the old-style fabric spines. At the very least, I could do as Mahara suggested and practice reading. I couldn't exactly complain that I had no time to read anymore. When my grandma finally found me, I was curled up in a stiff armchair, trying to get through a book I eventually figured out was a children's story about a tree spirit with one arm who was trying to regrow it. "Good morning," I said, wondering if it was really morning at all. She lifted the cover of the book from my lap and gave a small hum when she saw what it was. "Forgot I had that crap," she grunted. "It's a bit silly," I admitted, "but I'm not the fastest reader." At her pursed look of disapproval, I added quickly, "I mean, I can read the human language fine. I just haven't seen this language in a long time, so I need some practice." "That's your mother's," she said, turning to leave the room. "Meant to put that in her box." She had a box of my mom's stuff? From everything she'd said so far, I didn't know why. She seemed to hate Coco, seemed perfectly satisfied to let Quinn and Kai haul her away to the capital. We both knew she was dead now, so why keep her stuff? "Can I see it?" I asked, clutching the book to my chest. Her stuff, I mean. My grandma grunted from the next room, the only indication she heard me. Shadows, maybe she'd show me if I could impress her somehow, get on her good side. Dishes clanked from the kitchen, and I followed, ready to be the best prep chef ever. "Were you going to fix my gloves for me?" I asked as I found her in the kitchen, turning on the stove. "I saw them in the pile." She snorted. "What, you somewhere to go, girl? I'll get to it if I get to it. No point in going out till spring anyway." For some reason, her response turned my stomach, my appetite waning even as she shoved a pan onto the stove and opened the fridge. It wasn't just the thought of being separated from Mahara for months, although that was part of it. Even with the lights, the furniture, the rugs, all the fixtures of home my grandma had put in here, the thick stone walls seemed to close in on me a little. I swallowed hard and pushed the feeling aside, snapping back to reality as she shoved what looked like a jar of sliced potatoes in my direction. "Wake up!" She shook the jar at me, and the potatoes sloshed in the cloudy liquid, garlic and herbs stirred up off the bottom. So much for impressing her in the kitchen. I definitely hadn't had enough sleep. When she led me back down to the cavern after we ate, fresh blankets and mugs of tea in hand, I was already yawning. "Enough of that," she said. "Are you up for this or not?" She slipped through the crack in the rock before I had time to answer. "I'm fine," I grumbled, yawning again before I followed her. As I settled down next to her on the blanket, I stared up at the falling spores, slowly sipping my tea. How long does it usually take to become part of the network? I asked. How would I possibly know that? My grandma snapped. Your mother is the only one I ever trained, and she refused my guidance half the time. She glared at me, and I wasn't sure if she saw me or my mom sitting next to her. She obviously figured it out eventually, but I don't know how long it took her. Longer than it needed to. It had been a long time since I missed my mom, but I wished it was her sitting next to me right now. When I finished my tea, I lay back on the hard ground and drifted into my spirit form. Even as hesitant as I felt to start today, I was still dazzled by how the world instantly lit up around me, colors running through the mycelium above like a beating heart. I sat for a moment, watching as a pulse of light ran all the way from the top of the ceiling to the floor, shifting colors the entire way. It moved so quickly, but I thought that if I could get a closer look, maybe I would understand. I moved closer as another pulse appeared, this one moving slower. As it rippled from top to bottom, spawning glowing spores the whole way down, I thought I could hear it move, sounding like a piece of metal being cut in half in the far distance. The screech made my hair stand on end. Girl! I shook my head, realizing my grandma had been calling me. Come here, she ordered when she saw she had my attention. I want to see these threads of yours. What? I gasped as she lunged forward faster than I could react and grabbed hold of my core, icy hands grasping hold. I tried to scream, to flail backwards, but my entire body was paralyzed. How is this even possible? Fear lodged like a lump in my throat as I felt her inside me, clawing forward to see through my eyes, her spirit inside my own. Get out, get out, get out. I finally gave a mighty shove and stumbled backwards, free again, gasping for air I didn't even need in this form. I thought I was immune to other fungus spirits, but I'd never tried to grab their core, just the threads that spread from it. And then again, Mahara and I could get each other's attention using our spirit forms. And the mushroom spirit, we linked up somehow to send information back and forth. Maybe we weren't immune from each other, but simply resistant to tampering with memories. Or was it the tea that brought down my walls, allowing her in? My grandma turned, a strange smile spreading across her face as she watched me. Calm down, girl, she laughed. I'm just taking a look. I want to see what you see. Perhaps you'll learn something useful as well. Okay, I gulped, still trying to calm my racing heart. I wasn't expecting. She blew past me, grasping hold of me again. I tried to relax, even as my stomach twisted in discomfort. Focus, she ordered, the voice echoing inside my mind. I let out a tiny moan and tried to focus on the threads, which were spasming around me. I shuddered and closed my eyes, but felt that icy hand clamp around my core again, forcing them back open. Here, I said in a strangled voice, holding up a handful of the twitching threads. Do you see them now? Something stilled inside of me. I do, I heard her say. Or think? I couldn't tell anymore with her voice inside my head. A hand brought the threads closer, but I didn't think it was my own. My vision blurred, seeing double. How do you read them? She asked, twisting the complicated braids apart into individual threads. Please, I begged. I couldn't stand it anymore and shoved her back out again. Momentarily off balance, I was unsure which way was up. I found myself drifting toward the ceiling before I caught sight of my body sprawled on the ground below, a dark form on the colorful blankets. I darted toward it, still in my spirit form, but crouched over it protectively. Next to me, my grandma floated above her own body, turning in a small circle as she looked down at the threads that spread from her in all directions. These are bonds to other spirits? She asked, brushing a hand through them. This is how you called me from afar? Spirits, humans, animals, I explained, hopeful this meant she didn't need to get back into my body again. They're the memories you share. I waved an arm. Grab hold of one and you'll see. She did so and gasped, slowly drifting upward, unseeing. I was still dizzy and sat in a miserable ball, waiting. But even as she blinked and looked around again, she ignored me and quickly grabbed another, going back into a trance as she watched some old memory. "Grandma?" I called finally, trying to get her attention. She ignored me and I sighed, unsteadily floating closer. "Lynn?" After a moment, she finally blinked, her eyes narrowing when she saw me staring hopefully at her. "What is it?" "What should I be doing? How do I find the network?" She waved a hand, dismissing me. "You can't see these threads and the network at the same time," she said. "Your vision's too small." I frowned. "Then how do I see the network?" "Focus," she said shortly, and then she was gone again, grabbing another thread. I was focused. With a loud sigh, I lay back on the ground, staring up at the network. Tiny glimmers of light fell around me, and I glared at the ceiling, the movement of the spores making me feel like I was flying upward. How was I supposed to learn anything when she ignored me half the time? How had my mom done it? When another spore fell past me, I thought I heard far-off music. A violin? I focused on it, closing my eyes to hear better. I must have fallen asleep at some point because when I opened my eyes, I was back in my physical body, complete with its throbbing ankle and arm. When I sat up, yawning, I discovered I was alone in the cavernous room, the blankets empty beside me. Instantly awake, I shivered and bundled up the damp blankets, trying to reassure myself that I could always find my way out again. As long as I had my spirit form, I could find my way out of anything by following the threads. Still, I felt my heart racing as I squeezed out of the room and hurried down the passageway, squinting at the intensity of the bright spotlights that lined the wall. Letting out an enormous sigh of relief when I saw the first rug that marked my grandma's main living area, my fear turned to annoyance. I found her already eating dinner in the dining room, a book propped in front of her. "Nice of you to join me," she said calmly. "I left you a plate." I dumped the blankets on the ground. "Why'd you leave me down there?" "You were asleep," she sniffed, taking another bite. My stomach growled. "I told you that you were too tired to do anything useful today." By the time I grabbed my food, some kind of creamy potato soup with chunks of chicken in it, she had left. I ate by myself, hardly tasting the food, tongue still slightly numb from the tea. When I heard footsteps behind me, I ignored them, hoping she'd get the hint and leave me alone. "Save me a bite," Gillean said, sliding into the chair my grandma had vacated. I nearly choked on my food, swallowing quickly and coughing. "Shadows, Gillean," I finally croaked, sliding him the bowl. "Sorry," he said with a shrug. "Didn't mean to nearly kill you." I didn't know what to do as he took a bite of the soup, using the same spoon I had been using a moment ago. Part of me wanted to jump up and hug him, welcome him back, but was he back? His backpack sat next to him, and I saw a loaf of bread sticking out of the top, one I had noticed in the larder yesterday. "How are you?" he finally asked between bites. His eyes looked different, brighter, maybe. Even though dirt smudged his face and his hair hung in slightly bedraggled waves, he looked more animated than I had seen him in weeks. "Great," I lied. "My grandma wants me to hook up with some fungus spirit network, but I don't know how." His spoon scraped the bottom of the bowl. He was really going to eat my entire dinner, wasn't he? "I feel like it's right there, like I can even hear it sometimes, but I can't see it for some reason." I tapped the table, annoyed. I might be too human to figure it out, or maybe too dumb. "What's your grandma say to do?" he asked, ignoring my self-deprecation. "Focus." I rolled my eyes. "I'm trying, but I don't know what I'm supposed to even focus on." Gillean frowned. "Focus like think harder or focus like with your eyes?" "How should I know?" I grumped, sitting back. To be honest, I hadn't really done either, falling asleep instead. Just do what you do with illusions, he said. Look at it a different way. You know what a stereogram is? I gave him a baffled look and he put his spoon down, holding out his hands as if he held a book. One of those things, you know. He slowly moved the invisible book closer and further from his face. Bunch of patterns on a page, and when you focus just right, an image pops out. How do you know what those are? I asked, shaking my head. Let me guess, your dad stole you a book from the human world? He gave me a satisfied smirk. Nope, Water Spirit invented it and introduced it to your world. He picked up the bowl to slurp down the rest of my soup. I shook my head at this new piece of Water Spirit history. Why did I even bother to tell him about my problems? How have you been? I finally asked. He shrugged. Fine. Think I'm onto something, but it's hard to tell for sure. I just needed to restock a bit. Think your grandma will mind? He nudged the bag. I shrugged right back at him. If she does, it's not like you'll be here to notice. He frowned, looking down at the empty bowl. Ouch, Resha. I told you, I'm looking into something. Looking into what? I demanded, snatching the bowl back. Cave bugs, rocks, puddles. He smirked. Something like that. Before I could question him further, my grandma swept into the room, barely sparing a glance for Gillean. Careful you don't go too deep, boy, she growled. Or do, it'll be no difference to me. He gave her a thin-lipped smile and seemed to be about to say something, but she turned to me. Want to give that box of your mom's things a look? Yes! I jumped up, mood shifting in a split second. I eagerly trailed after my grandma, but it wasn't until we entered some kind of drying room full of fans and heat with mushrooms shriveling up on wire shelving that I realized I hadn't said goodbye to Gillean. She paused in the room, and I wrinkled my nose at the smell of the desiccating mushrooms, waiting impatiently as she poked through cabinets and boxes. Really thought it was here, she mumbled, opening a box that seemed to be full of old plastic containers. Sorry, girl, I'll have to look later. I deflated, but gave her an encouraging smile. That's okay. Want me to keep looking? I hoped she would say yes, but she only nudged me out of the room, adjusting a fan as we passed. Not a good idea. You shouldn't stay in here for long. Disappointed, I returned to the dining room, hoping to catch Gillean, but he was already gone, empty bowl cleared from the table. Better get some sleep, my grandma called from elsewhere. Don't want another repeat of today. Alone again, I shuffled to bed. When I closed my eyes, I saw the spores falling down around me, an echo from my mind. I felt for my sister's thread without opening my eyes, sensing it nearby. I clutched it to my chest, hoping she could hear me wherever she was. In my spirit form, I told her about my day, whispering my worries and fears into the void. Was this loneliness what Nini felt as she descended into whatever hole made her start building cairns? I sighed and dropped back into my body. Maybe Kai was right. Maybe my love for Mahara made me more vulnerable, but I thought it might strengthen me too. If it wasn't for her, I would leave this place, give up, and return to the human world maybe. But for her, I would keep going. If it was possible to figure out this puzzle, I would do it so I could return to her and heal the affliction together. Chapter 21. 3 days passed before I thought about Gillian's words again. Each morning, my grandma had me make her breakfast while she brewed our tea, and then she dragged me down to the cave where she pestered me to teach her what I knew, which she made extremely clear was almost nothing. I don't understand how you could have forgotten how to change memories, she grumbled, no longer bothering to hide her annoyance with me. Even Coco knew how to do that, and she was an idiot. Well, how did you learn to control other spirits' emotions? I asked, ignoring the insult. You said Empira'an taught my mom how to do that. Did Coco teach you? She scoffed. Coco taught me nothing. When Amira taught her, the knowledge passed into the network. We all learned from Amira. The way she spoke about the network truly made me realize how little I understood about it, and how little I understood about her relationship with my mom. "Do you see this?" she asked, gesturing me closer to look at the thread she held. I glanced at it, but it looked like any other thread, a complicated weave of individual strands. While I sometimes recognized my own threads by the pattern they made, this was a stranger, some spirit my grandma knew. I could tell nothing from it, and I shrugged. "Look," she insisted, pushing my head closer as she tugged the thread. She ran her finger along a small section that kinked and twisted, then pulled a second thread over, pointing to a nearly identical section. "The three of us were together when this happened." She put the two threads side by side, one above the other, comparing the two sections. "The details are different, but the memory is the same." "What's the memory of?" I asked, unsure what she wanted me to see. "House fire," she growled. "It's not important. The memories create a shape." She pulled over a third thread, this one thinner with fewer strands woven in. "If you could copy this shape," she gestured at the first two threads, "into this one," she gestured at the third, "perhaps you could implant a false memory." She tried to shape the thinner thread, reweave the strands together, but the shape didn't take, falling apart in her hands. I stared, wide-eyed, worried about whoever this third spirit was, if they felt my grandma pulling at their memories, attempting to reshape them. "I don't think you should—" "Quiet!" she snapped. Each time she let go of the thread, it gently fell back into its original form, and soon she threw it down, frustrated. "Can we work on integrating me into the network?" I asked, still concerned about the stranger she was practicing on. She pointed at the ceiling. "Lay down, relax, and focus on that," she said. "If it's meant to be, it'll come." I gave an exasperated groan, but did as she told me. Sinking to the ground, I tried to put the threads out of mind and stared hard at the glimmering structure above me. I could still hear her muttering nearby, but I shut her out, shut out the threads wafting around, shut out my fears, my worries, my loneliness. Narrowing my eyes, I could see nothing else but the rainbowed structure, the lights flickering across, spawning spores that drifted down. One ball of light caught my attention, falling from the very center of the room directly toward me. Something Gillean said about refocusing the way I looked at things urged me to keep an eye on it. I watched it fall as the minutes ticked by, tracking its descent. It seemed drawn to me. As the other spores drifted to my left and right, it continued to come directly for me until it finally touched the tip of my nose, fading into nothing. Eyes crossed, something changed as the light from the orb faded. The map of the network above me no longer looked like a two-dimensional painting shimmering along the walls. Oh, shadows take me. It hung in the air like some kind of vast intergalactic map of stars with deep purple strands stretching in all directions, connecting them. The pulses I had seen originated at the stars, flashing from node to node until they reached some terminus and vanished. I would never tell Gillean that he was right. Eyes aching a little, I gently floated up. I could still see my grandma in the threads, but they looked slightly fuzzy, out of focus. The color leached out of the world except for the fungus network, which grew brighter the closer I drifted, lighting everything with a purple hue. This close to it, I saw now that the stars were moving, gently rotating and constantly reshaping the strands that joined them. Like catching a lightning bug, I cupped one star in my hands, capturing its light. Without warning, I was suddenly flying sideways, ripped from node to node to node, too fast for my vision to keep up. The world went black, and if I screamed, I left the sound far behind as I was thrown violently back and forth until I came to a jolting halt. My hearing returned first, an endless roar that I didn't understand until my vision faded in and I discovered hundreds of spirits surrounded me, all facing the same way as they roared their approval. An audience? My hand stung and I found I was applauding as well. What? Where was I? Someone next to me leaned in and pointed at the stage, shouting something over the noise, but before I could make sense of the words, I was back in the cave, back in my physical body, breathing hard. My grandma lay beside me, probably still experimenting on some unknown spirit. I took a moment to calm down, focusing on my breathing while I sat up and hugged my knees to my chest. Was that really the network? It was a little like holding a thread, but an incredibly jolting, confusing version. If I understood it correctly, it wasn't a memory either. It was happening in real time to some other fungus spirit. As much as I hated the thought of traveling through the nodes again, a small part of me thrilled at the wildness of it, the unexpected ride it had thrown me through. I finally lay back down and shifted. My spirit form was sluggish, near exhausted, but I took a moment to study my grandma. She still sat in the same place, a pile of threads clutched in one hand as she yanked and stretched them with the other. I grimaced as they contorted and nearly snapped, but remained silent. I could feel her intense frustration and disappointment even from a distance. Instead, I focused. Just as Gillean had suggested, it wasn't about single-mindedly thinking about the network. It was more like focusing on an object much closer than I expected. While the threads were exactly where I would expect them to be in relation to my grandma, to see the network, I unfocused my eyes, imagining I was looking at something right in front of my nose. My grandma was wrong, though. I could see both the threads and the network at the same time. When I focused on the threads, the network appeared as a dim purple glow around my grandma. I hadn't even noticed it in the dark, especially with all the other flickering rainbowy shapes distracting me. As I adjusted my focus, the network slowly came into view, coalescing into a thick purple strand connected to my grandma's core. The rest of the golden threads were still there, just blurry and undefined. Interestingly, her core itself remained in focus no matter how I squinted or adjusted my eyes. When I looked down at myself, I saw a hint of a purple strand, but it was thin, barely a hair width of a filament. Nothing like my grandma's thick connection. I needed to keep practicing, but it had to wait. I was already falling back into my body, pure exhaustion taking over. If my grandma noticed my progress, she said nothing, instead drilling me with questions about the threads when she finally woke. What happened when I broke them, if I'd noticed recurring patterns in the braids, how I could sense who a thread belonged to before touching the thread. I answered her questions the best I could, but my unease grew. My spirit form was too tired that night to even give Mahara the daily recap of my day, whispering to her thread like it was my personal diary. But the next day, refreshed, I tried again to reach the network. I no longer needed the tea and dumped it on the damp floor of the cave while my grandma was distracted. The off-kilter way it made me feel was just a distraction. There were so many more fungus spirits than I expected to find in the network, all spread out across various cities and towns. Each node represented a separate spirit, and to reach one, I had to jump from spirit to spirit to spirit until the two of us connected. The jarring process of reaching them became no easier. But as I flitted back and forth across the network, seeing through the eyes of a spirit flopped on her bed doing homework, a spirit jumping into a half-frozen pond as someone squealed in anticipation behind him, a spirit sitting in front of a computer slowly scrolling through an endless document, I realized just how spread out they were, how some hid in plain sight, passing as a plant spirit or buying a water spirit's illusion, while others sat stoically in isolation, interacting with no one but the network. At first, I felt guilty as I watched life through their eyes, especially after one particular instance where I found myself in bed, heart racing, another spirit's fingers trailing up my bare hip before I realized what was happening and retreated to the previous node. But if they cared or noticed I was there, they didn't communicate it with me. And as the strange purple strand connected to my core grew, I gradually became aware of a constant flow of information. I imagined it a little like a string of notifications in the corner of my vision, although I didn't physically see anything. It was a constant ebb and flow of information, emotions, desires, like brief messages that I mostly ignored. When I paid attention, it was incredibly easy to get distracted by the constant conversation of spirits chattering about an ice storm affecting some of them to the east that had knocked out power in several towns, some spirit they all seemed to know who had been found dead that morning, or one particular spirit who was rallying others to get them out of the capital safely. If my grandma ever chimed in, I didn't sense it, and I remained silent as well, not even entirely sure how to take part. In the end, it was easier to shove the conversation aside and let it become a hum in the background. One night, maybe a week after I finally joined the network, I sat on my bed in my spirit form, whispering to Mahara's thread as I watched Gillean's thread quiver as he moved underground. He was closer today than he had been in a while, and I wondered if he was coming back up for supplies again. Mid-sentence, I felt another presence in the room and froze, dropping her thread, my head swiveling. It had to be my grandma, but I saw no trace of her. I couldn't even explain how I knew someone else was there. I just felt them, the hair prickling on the back of my neck. Then, as suddenly as they were there, the presence was gone. Still on edge, I shifted back into my physical body, eyes wide as I stared up at the rocky ceiling. The only explanation was that it was another fungus spirit, traveling between nodes. What had they seen as I sat there in my spirit form, whispering secrets to a sister who couldn't even hear me? I grimaced. Would I ever get used to this? If there was a way to block them, even temporarily, I had no idea how. My only choice was to ask my grandma, as much as I dreaded the idea. Every time I asked her about the network, her temper flared, and she twisted the conversation into a series of complaints that I wasn't doing enough to help her with the threads. She must know by now that I had found the network, but if anything, she held it against me. I no longer needed to visit the dome-shaped cave to access the network, but it was easier there, and my grandma seemed to prefer it as well. "Grandma," I started as we left the warmth of the living area and descended into the murky darkness. "Is there a way to block other spirits from accessing you through the network?" "Why would you want to do a thing like that?" she asked, shaking her head. "Your ankle's looking better, girl." She was right. I no longer limped everywhere I walked. My ankle still ached a little when I spent too long on it, but most of the time I barely noticed it. Same with my arm. It still occasionally surprised me with a swarm of pins and needles, but it was less and less frequent. "Yeah, it's just, what if you're doing something awkward, you know? You don't always want company." "Like what?" she asked, a hint of mischief in her voice. "Taking a shit?" I blushed. "Well, yeah, I guess." She let out a brief burst of laughter before squeezing through the wall to enter the cave. "Better get used to it, girl." I sighed and followed her into the cave, barely even noticing the glowing spores anymore. "But, there's no way to block them out? How often does someone come visit?" She settled down on the blankets, her mug already half empty. "Who'd want to visit me? Stay here, keep to yourself, and the rest will leave you alone." She took another large gulp of the tea. "But let me give you a tip. The sooner you realize all spirits shit and there's nothing special about you, the better off you'll be." I sat down heavily on the blankets. Great. "Now come on." She set down her empty mug and snapped at me. "I want to get your opinion on something." We shifted, and she wasted no time grabbing a thread and spreading it out in front of me, unwinding it a little with her finger and thumb. "You see this pattern?" she asked, pointing at one section. All I saw was a bundle of threads twisted tightly together, but I shrugged. Sure. She grabbed another thread and held it down next to the first one, running her finger along it until she reached a similarly twisted section. "I see the same pattern all over," she said, pointing at it. "Same with this one." She pointed at another section, a tiny, complicated braid. I saw the similarity, but wasn't sure what she was looking for from me. "Yeah, you're right." Fixing me with her piercing gaze, she grabbed a thread connected to me, and I tried not to flinch. "Have you seen this pattern before?" I didn't know, but let her paw through the thread, searching for something. I had never paid much attention to the pattern of the threads themselves, instead just feeling for the memories and letting them take over. When she began muttering to herself, I decided she wasn't really listening to me anyway, and I reached for the network instead. I might not see the patterns and shapes she did, but I did recognize who the thread belonged to that she had grabbed from me. Kai. It had given me an idea, and I wanted to test it. The mycelium network spread in every direction, and I began to understand how the map corresponded with the real world. Although some part of me stayed behind in the cave when I traveled the nodes, it seemed like at least a small piece of me moved through the network. It was how I had sensed the spirit who visited me the other night and felt their presence. I wasn't strong enough to linger for long in the network, but would it be possible for me to access my spirit form from another fungus spirit's location? Access the threads? Maybe even explore? I had to try. Not wanting to waste any more time, I planned my jump, bracing myself for the bone-shaking ride I knew was coming. 3 nodes stood between me and my target, and I felt myself being tossed back and forth as I plummeted between them, thrown like a rag doll, first left, then right, then straight down. My stomach felt like it was in my throat when I finally came to a rest, literally. The spirit I targeted was fast asleep, eyes closed, heartbeat slow. As relaxing as it was, this was not helpful. Focusing, this time with my mind, not my eyes, I pushed myself free of the sleeping spirit. Whatever piece of me existed in this distant location was sapping my energy quickly. When I looked down, all I saw was something that looked like one of the spores, a tiny, glimmering speck. There wasn't much of me here, but maybe it would be enough. I moved quickly, darting directly through the wall of the spirit's home and into the surrounding town. It was night, but I could just make out the other cabins nearby, the ground packed down between them into well-defined paths. Lost for a moment, I turned in a slow circle, trying to get my bearings. There. The sound of the river oriented me, and I rushed for it, only noticing a moment later that I could hear. However, the farther I got from the fungus spirit, the more I strained to move forward, and the sound faded away. My time here was quickly dwindling. With a last dash further down the river, I found my destination. A cabin sitting by itself, just up the bank from where I had first seen Gillean after I re-entered the spirit world. I dove through the wall of the cabin and found him exactly where I expected. Kai. Like the fungus spirit I had anchored to, he was also fast asleep, one arm tucked under his pillow as he slept curled on his side. The sight infuriated me further. He looked so fucking peaceful, the lines smooth from his face, his core pulsing brightly, lighting the room. I felt another tug from my body, so incredibly far away, and shoved all thoughts of anger aside. Raging over an old sleeping river spirit was a waste of time. I needed information. Taking a deep breath and trying to stay calm, I began rummaging through his threads, looking for something I recognized. My grandma's talk of patterns and shapes had taken root, and I had an idea in my head of what I was looking for. I spotted it quickly. Hesitating for only a split second, I grabbed the thread, simultaneously desperate and terrified for what I would find. The room vanished in an instant. "There you are." I expected him to run as I spoke, but the man actually appeared to be waiting for me. He stepped forward, the rising sun giving his skin a warm glow. His arms hung loosely at his sides, and I noted the lack of weapons, his unaggressive stance. He just looked tired, depressed, like his daughter and wife had just been stolen from him. Although I told myself I would have kept fighting if anyone took Sorsha or Gillean from me, he was wise not to. His human blood held no defense against us, no value either. I drew my knife, mind searching for some kind of illusion to distract him, but I was tired too. Fuck, was there some way to trick him into doing the dirty work for me? I was a thief, not a killer. Sure, the man was only human, but maybe I'd spent too long in the human world because I couldn't find it in me to hate him. For a moment, with birds singing around us like they were mocking our predicament, we simply stared at each other, human to spirit. "Are you a father?" he asked, voice lighter than I expected. It wasn't just his words that surprised me, he spoke our language too. Had he spent time here, or had the tiny fungus spirit taught him? I watched him carefully, adjusting the knife in my hand. I didn't answer, but he nodded, maybe seeing the answer in my eyes. "I know it's too late for me and Coco," he said. It wasn't until he said the fungus spirit's name that his voice broke, and he wiped his face with one hand, pausing for a second. He took a deep breath before continuing. "We weren't enough to protect Cora. Please, protect her. Look out for her the best you can." Fuck, the kid? I hadn't even known her name until now. Suddenly, I couldn't get Gillian's little face out of my head. I hadn't seen him in months, didn't even know what he looked like now. He'd probably forgotten me, just like he had last time. I angrily sheathed the knife and turned away. "Just go," I said. "Go back to the human world and forget this place. This is no fucking place for humans." Quinn would never know I had ignored her order, or care. She had too much other shit to deal with now. Wait, he had to be kidding me. I turned around and stared at him, half tempted to draw my knife again just to scare him off. "What?" I snapped. "I have a message for my girl." Already shaking my head, I was about to tell him I wouldn't be his fucking messenger, but he kept talking, eyes pleading as he stared at me. "I'm so sorry, Cora. If you ever make it out of this pumpkin, no matter how long it takes, I'll be waiting for you until the day I die. I love you, now and then." "Don't waste my time," I snarled. "I'm not telling her any of that. The sooner she forgets you, the better off she'll be." "You don't have to," he said. A smile played across his lips before he turned to leave, hopefully to return to the passage he'd come through. "Take care of her." I dropped the thread, stumbling back. My entire body ached as my energy depleted, and I felt myself being dragged backwards. But as I got one last look at Kai, shifting in his sleep with a tiny crease between his eyes, I felt something inside me loosen slightly. I was still absolutely furious with him, blood cold with anger, but I don't know, maybe it was an amount I could get over, eventually. My dad was alive. I tumbled through the night back toward the network, marveling at how I was really here, so far from my physical body, the world unlocked. And somewhere, in this world or in the human one, my dad was waiting for me. He knew what I could do, hoped I would find that memory eventually when I went creeping through Kai's mind for what he hid. I knew my grandma saw the tiny similarities between my face and her own. Our wide cheekbones, the shape of our eyes, but I didn't really see it. Even when I'd seen my mom in her memory, she had looked like a stranger. This man, shadows take me, he was my mirror. I saw myself in the way he stood, the furrow of his brow, the determination in his eyes. The terror I felt when I thought Kai might kill him reflected right back at me in his own gaze, terrified of what I was about to face. I had to find him. I barely noticed the frantic ride of the network as my body called me back. It was all so clear now. I had to go get Mahara, fix the affliction with the help of the network, then we could go find our dad. Make a life together. Mahara. As I found myself back in the cave, I had to know. Could I reach her through the network too? I scanned the map above us, tracing the fungus spirits and feeling for their locations, but it only confirmed what I expected. There were no fungus spirits anywhere even close to where she hid in the mountain, or possibly beyond it, with the Krecha. I was the closest spirit to her, and she was much too far away to reach in my spirit form. But I wasn't discouraged. I'd find a way to reach her in person. Exhausted, I re-entered my body, opening my eyes. It always surprised me how incredibly noisy the cave was when I awoke in my physical body. Water dripping, the skittering of tiny insects, even our breathing. It was all amplified by the dome-shaped walls of the cave. I didn't wait for my grandma to be done today and climbed to my feet, dumping the rest of my tea on the floor. I spent the rest of the day in what felt like a daze, secretly happy my grandma didn't reappear until what felt like hours later, although it was getting harder and harder to track time in the cave. She kept talking about reshaping memories and thinking of the shape of threads as a language, but I hardly heard a word. I barely had a handle on the actual spirit language, much less a third language of memories. Where would my dad have gone? I couldn't imagine he would have stayed in the spirit world, but he was so far away from the entrance I'd used. He must have used another. Would Kai know which entrance he would have used? More importantly, would he tell me? Maybe she knew I wasn't listening at all because we ate dinner in silence. Fish in a mushroom sauce. I was getting absolutely sick of eating mushrooms all the time, but worried that made me a lousy fungus spirit. That night, I couldn't sleep. It was only partly because my mind still raced with possibilities. It was also too warm, and I was convinced it might actually be daytime after seeing Kai sleeping however many hours earlier. The time of day really shouldn't have mattered if I was stuck in a cave with no natural light, but it did. Feeling vaguely claustrophobic, I finally gathered up my blankets and crept up to the larder, the only room I'd seen with a window as tiny as it was. I was desperate for fresh air, the sky, the sun. To my surprise, the sky was rosy gray, and I wasn't sure if it was dusk or dawn. Desperate for more than a wisp of fresh air, I climbed up onto a shelf and pressed my face to the tiny window, barely more than the size of a playing card. Breathing deep, I savored the smell, the frigid air that made my lungs ache a little. The world beyond was dim, but I thought I could see the dark shape of a forest spread out below. My heart ached a little at the sight, but gave me a sense of calm at the same time. Proof that the world still existed beyond this cave. I settled down on the hard floor, nestling into my blankets. It was cold, but I felt more comfortable than I had in ages. The dissonance matched my inner self somehow. I was more connected than ever, was literally never alone now. I glanced at the endless conversation between the other fungus spirits for a moment before dismissing it. Living with my actual grandma, understood what it was to be a spirit. This was everything I wanted, had been wishing for. So why did I feel so lonely? Not lonely exactly, I thought as the room grew darker, must be dusk after all, but homesick. It was so silly, I didn't even know where I was homesick for. I didn't long for the human world, not really. And I felt a little actually sick when I thought of Kai's home just waiting for our return. This cave was the closest I'd ever had to a home, at least that I could remember. How could I be homesick when I was already home? I bunched up the blankets behind my head to make a little makeshift pillow and watched as the first stars appeared in the sky, the gray clouds drifting away. It was a clear night, and although I could only see a small scattering of stars in my tiny window, they seemed impossibly bright. It felt like I had just drifted off when the door creaked behind me, and I was instantly awake, worrying what in the world I was going to tell my grandma. How did I explain I just needed to see the outside world again, remind myself that it still existed? I felt the network's attention shift in my direction as my heart raced and I sat up, excuses forming on my lips. When I twisted around and the dim starlight caught Gillean's face, I sighed in relief and the network's attention strayed, losing interest. "What are you doing?" I hissed. He jumped, wheeling around from where he had been about to paw through the shelves. "Hresha." The door closed behind him, and he crept over to where I sat on the floor, staring down at me. "What are you doing up here?" I rubbed my eyes and yawned. "Trying to sleep, asshole." "Sorry." He seemed to wrestle between indignation and confusion and settled somewhere in between. "I was just grabbing some food. I'll be gone soon so you can sleep in a fridge." "Wait." I reached up and grabbed one of his hands, urging him down into my pile of blankets. "Just wait a second." He sighed and sat down heavily, propping up his head on his hands. "What's up?" I paused, not sure what I wanted. Why couldn't he have come up here when I was actually awake? "Tell me what you've been doing, where you've been." He pushed back his hair from his face. It was getting long again and wavier than ever, probably from how damp the caves were. "You know this place is weird, right?" I thought about the cave with the map of the network and nodded, then hesitated. "Weird how?" "Like, it has a master-level water spirit illusion on the entrance of the cave and more electricity than the town I grew up in. Where do you think it all comes from? Did your grandma tell you anything?" I shook my head. I hadn't thought about it at all, really. "No, she hasn't." Well, I wanted to know, so I started exploring. These caves go on practically forever, but I finally found a way down to the river. I pulled the blankets tighter around my shoulders. "What river?" "Can't you feel it?" he asked. I shook my head again, feeling more than ever like we lived in two different worlds. "We're living on top of a river. It's far underground, but..." He pressed one hand to the bare floor. "It's so loud. It's what supplies all the electricity here, and the water spirit..." "What water spirit?" I asked, alarmed. "The one who created that illusion." There was a note of frustration in his voice now, and I flushed at how slow, how oblivious I was. "I'm an idiot," I muttered. "So you met another water spirit down there?" He didn't reply immediately, lines creasing his forehead as he watched me for a moment. "No," he said finally, "but I found where the spirit lives. They're down there somewhere, but I kept my distance." "Why?" I asked, surprised at the idea, especially after I spent so long chasing fellow fungus spirits down. I couldn't believe there were so many hiding spirits I had probably passed along the way. Shit, Kai lived right down the river from one. "I don't trust water spirits I don't know," he said simply, "especially one hiding deep underground away from anyone else. Your grandma obviously knows they're there, has some kind of deal with the spirit to conceal her cave, and never said a thing to you." There was so much she didn't tell me. Was it a result of living alone for so long and forgetting how to communicate? Or was it because she had been part of the network for so long? Maybe she had gotten used to sharing information without saying it out loud. Or maybe she intentionally hadn't told me. "Why are you in here?" he asked again, leaning back against a shelf. "Don't tell me you prefer the ground over a mattress now." "Are you really fine living like this?" I waved a hand at the surrounding rock. "Indoors all the time?" "We're not indoors," he said mildly. We're in the wild that your grandma has moved some furniture into. I didn't know if indoors hadn't translated right, or if he was being deliberately obtuse. Or maybe he really didn't see the difference between spending time in a cave and spending time outdoors with trees and wind and sun. Well, I am losing my mind in here, I said. I just needed some air, a glimpse of the outside world, the sky. You really don't care about any of that? He pressed his lips together like he was attempting not to laugh at me. Hresha, you're clearly not a fungus spirit. I bristled, but he flicked my forehead. Yes, I'm fine in here. Your grandma's fine in here. We're made for living like this. You, however, he gave me a half smile. You're Hresha too. You're born to live under the sun. Of course you're never going to be happy picking one world or the other. My dad's alive, I said, the words coming out before I could think about them. Gillean stared at me for a moment before standing, and I was afraid I had upset him somehow, but he only grabbed a handful of berries from the shelf above us, then settled back down. Are you sure? He asked. I nodded, then hesitated. Kai's memory had been from over 12 years ago. A lot could happen in that time. I don't know, I said, but your dad... Shadows, I wanted to tell him everything, but could I do that to him? What was the alternative? Unless we parted ways right now and I never returned to his home, I had to. I saw memories of what happened when Quinn found me and my family. At first, she didn't know I existed, and my parents tried to hide me with my grandma. Gillean popped a berry into his mouth and then offered them to me. I waved him away, stomach too nervous to eat. Kai was the one who found me. He could have left me with my grandma, kept me out of it, but he chose not to. That's what I didn't tell you before when you were leaving. He nodded, looking unsurprised. But then he also had the chance to let my dad escape. And he did. Gillean shrugged. I'd love to tell you that story surprised me, but there was a reason my father worked for Empira'an. He's made a lot of stupid fucking decisions. I frowned, and he relented. And a few okay ones, too. I just feel like I can't trust anyone anymore. Why can't anyone just be honest with me? No secrets. I was pleading with him now. He ate the last of the berries and sat back, still looking unconcerned. What do you think I've been telling you from the start, Hresha? Don't trust anyone. He hesitated, glancing at the bag that he had dropped next to him, presumably the one he was planning to fill with food. His backpack was nowhere to be seen, strangely. The meaning was clear, and I couldn't really blame him for already wanting to leave as I badgered him with all my issues. I've got no more secrets from you, if it helps. Nothing at all? I challenged. Although his face remained still, I felt a flutter of uncertainty from him as he tried to judge what I meant. You fucking know what I mean, Gillean, I thought. Finally, he shifted away, rifling through his bag. At his dismissal, I knew I couldn't hide the disappointment on my face, so I looked away, back at the window. A sliver of a crescent moon was partially visible, sliding into view. I got you something, he said finally. His back was to me, and he held out his hand over his shoulder, something small pinched between his thumb and forefinger. I plucked it from his grasp and stared in confusion. It was a lacy piece of something spongy that appeared to be slightly luminescent in the dark room. Some kind of lichen, maybe? What is this? I asked, utterly confused. When he turned around, I was still inspecting the glowing piece of whatever it was. He didn't expect me to eat this thing, did he? It felt so scratchy I thought I'd probably choke on it. I looked up when he didn't answer and nearly dropped it when I spotted an identical piece of lichen tucked into the top buttonhole of his jacket. Oh, I said. I'm sorry I didn't get you a matching flower the first time. His voice was quiet and he frowned as he watched my reaction. Can I please have a redo? I swallowed. This isn't a flower. I don't think it's even a plant. He grabbed it from me, and for a moment, I thought he was going to crumble it. Instead, he leaned closer as he pushed back my hair and tucked the lichen behind my ear. Shut up, Russia. Make me, I whispered. All his hesitation vanished as he finally made a move, pressing his lips to mine. More, my heart whispered. The blanket fell from my shoulders as I moved closer, tangling my hands in his hair. Oh, shadows, his lips tasted like berries. I was burning up, and his lips, his skin were so cool. It was everything I needed, and I wanted more. I opened my mouth just enough to catch his lower lip and bite it slightly as I tugged the back of his head closer with my hands. He made a noise I had never heard from him before. A moan? This was no pity kiss, no obligatory attempt to make me feel better. He wanted this as much as I did. I let go of his lip as I felt his mouth open and mine followed. As his tongue slipped inside, I let out my own unintentional moan. My cheeks flushed at the sound, but I felt him react instantly, pressing harder against me, pushing me down onto the blankets, the weight of his body on top of mine. More. I was so warm, I needed his skin against mine, and I pulled one hand from his hair, yanking it a little by accident, but he only let out another small moan. Lights above, I could feel his heart hammering against my chest, and all I could think about was his body against mine. I blindly felt the back of his jacket, yanking it up and finally finding the cool balm of his skin. I ran my hand up his bare back, marveling a little at the fine hair, the bumpy ridges of the scars that lined his skin. He reached down as well, one arm pushing his body up to hover above mine as the other hand ran down my side, reaching for the bottom of my shirt. Too slow. I couldn't wait for him to find his way underneath it, and I squirmed, desperate to remove the layers between us. His lips pulled away from mine, and he stared down at me with wide, wild eyes, pure silver. Should we stop? He asked. Fuck no. I untangled my hands from his hair and shirt, straining upward to wriggle out of my top. I was topless now, except for his necklace, and Gillian's eyes trailed downward, taking me in. I liked the hunger I saw on his face, and I pushed myself up to close the distance between us, kissing him with the same hunger. My body ached for more, and I pulled him back down as he pressed his lips hard against mine, biting my lip this time. I was breathing hard as his hand trailed downward and I tugged his jacket. He acquiesced instantly, tossing it aside without breaking the contact between us. Using both hands this time, I found the hem of his shirt and pulled it up, finally forcing him to lift his head from mine to pull it off. He pressed his deliciously cool skin against mine, and I found myself kissing his cheek, his neck, his chest as my fingers explored his back. When he lifted his chest from mine, I only had a split second of disappointment before he pressed one hand against my breast, cupping it gently before shifting down to... Something banged nearby, and we both jumped, Gillean leaping off me. Was that... Breathing too hard to respond for a moment, I scanned the dark room and saw nothing. I think it was outside, I said hopefully. To tell the truth, I didn't even care if it was my grandma or some water spirit or anyone else. I needed more. I held out my hand, a question in my eyes, but he shook his head. Cora, I can't, he gestured widely. Do this in your grandma's fucking fridge. He tossed me my shirt before gathering his clothes. Fuck me, he grumbled to himself, roughly yanking his shirt on. I sighed and started to pull on my shirt, but got stuck halfway as he lunged in while my shirt was still over my head. Wrapping one hand around my bare back, I felt him take my right nipple in his mouth and flick it with his tongue, then kiss the left with those slightly cool lips of his. Then, as quickly as it happened, he moved away as I laughed, struggling to get my shirt on the rest of the way. "Couldn't help myself," he said with a shrug as I finally yanked my shirt down. "Stay here tonight?" I asked. When he raised an eyebrow, I laughed again. "Just to sleep, promise." He pulled the lichen from his jacket and flicked it aside. "Fine, but if your grandma catches us in here, I swear I'm going back down into the caves and never coming back up. I don't care if I starve." I almost told him that I didn't think she would care, that she was used to the network being in her business all the time. But shit, I hadn't been paying attention to anything but Gillean a moment ago. Had other fungus spirits been watching us? I needed to tell him, but my stomach flipped at the thought of trying to explain the network. Would he even still be interested in me if I came as a package deal with a few hundred other spirits? I knew I had no choice but to find out, but not tonight. I flopped down on the blankets, flinging one of them over both of us when Gillean lay down next to me. When I rolled onto my side, facing away from him, he tucked himself around me, one arm pulling me closer. "I want to leave here," I whispered, scared that my grandma would somehow overhear me. "Not because of you," I clarified, "but I need to get Mahara back." "You know how to cure the affliction?" he asked, his breath on my cheek. "No," I admitted, "but I think maybe I have everything I need to figure it out now." I still didn't know how to actually communicate with the other fungus spirits, but I knew it was possible in theory. If I could rally them to my cause, or maybe even teach them how to cure the afflicted spirits themselves, I had options. It was more than I had before anyway, and I didn't think my grandma had anything else for me, except maybe memories or belongings of my mom. I could always come back, I told myself. Maybe even bring Mahara here to meet her. The thought made me cringe a little, thinking of what our grandma might say to her. She could be so harsh, so mean. I didn't care when she directed her ire my way, but I couldn't let her do that to my sister. "I don't know if your grandma will let you leave that easily," he murmured, sounding half asleep. "She wants something from you, Haresha. Even from the little I've been around her, I can see the greed in her. You know that, right?" I did. She wanted to learn more about changing memories, knowledge I didn't even have to give her. It was all she asked me about anymore. I hedged. "I can communicate with her from afar now, though. It'll be okay." He tightened his arm around me, pulling me close enough that I could feel his heartbeat against my back. "We'll figure it out in the morning. Get some sleep now." For the first time in weeks, I slept, really, truly slept, deep enough that I didn't wake even once during the night. Chapter 22. Gillean had to wake me in the morning, his lips brushing against my forehead. I groaned and opened one eye, squinting against the sun. "I don't suppose you've changed your mind about what we might or might not do under my grandma's roof," I mumbled. He let out a short laugh, pulling on his jacket and stuffing the empty bag in his pocket. "I hope that's not why you decided we need to leave now." "No." I pushed myself up and gathered the blankets. "I need to find Mahara, make sure she's okay, teach her what I know so we can really make progress fixing things." I shrugged. "And then, I don't know, maybe look for my dad, too." I remembered then what he had said, that he didn't want me to just drag him around anymore. "What do you think?" He tugged his hair, frowning. "Yeah, I'm worried about Mahara and True. If you're up for it, we can find another way to get to them." He waited for me to nod. "But first we have to get out of here. I have a suggestion, but I don't think you're going to like it." "What do you mean?" He let out a slow breath. The day we got here, I tried the front door, just to make sure we had an escape if we needed it. Your grandma uses some kind of fingerprint lock like they do everywhere in the capital. She hasn't added you to it, has she? He sounded hopeful, but I shook my head. I hadn't even noticed we were locked in. I figured, he continued. Fortunately, I have a backup plan, but it'll be easier if we just go. I still didn't understand. Just go? No goodbyes, no explanations. If you follow me right now, we can get out before she realizes you're gone. My mouth fell open. What? Gillean, no. She rescued us, taught me so much. She might be annoyed we're leaving, but she's not going to, attack us. Yeah, she's kind of mean, but she's not a monster. I have to at least say goodbye. He looked disappointed, but not surprised. It's not a good idea, Haresha, but I can't force you. If things go wrong, though, you'll have to trust me, okay? I might not have time to explain everything. Sure. I was only half listening now, worrying about how my grandma might react. Had she really locked me inside this whole time? She'd let me out if I asked, right? Gillean trailed after me as I dropped off my blankets on my bed, then headed toward the kitchen where I usually met her in the mornings. Sure enough, she was already drinking her tea, a book propped up on the table. There you are, she said, dropping the book. What's that in your hair? When I patted my hair, I felt the hard edges of the lichen Gillean had stuck behind my ear last night. I grabbed it and stuffed it into my pocket, hoping she wouldn't ask any more questions. She looked past me instead. The water spirit's still here? I didn't realize I could leave, he growled. I could feel the tension between them and quickly intervened. Grandma, I have to go, I blurted before I could think about it for too long. With all you've taught me, I feel like I'm ready to go find my sister, really start healing the affliction. Her face changed, and I wasn't sure how to interpret it. Disappointment? Annoyance? It just looked flat, like she had dropped a fake smile, unable to hold it up anymore. I can still talk to you through the network now, though, I continued, talking faster. And maybe I could even bring my sister back here to meet you after things calm down a little. She still said nothing, and I took a step back. We're leaving, Gillean said from behind me. Will you please unlock the door? No, she said, eyes narrowed at him. She turned her attention to me. It's not time for you to leave yet. You may think you're so smart now that you found the network, but we've barely gotten started. My anger flared now. I was getting sick of everyone trying to control where I went, what I did. Thank you for rescuing me, I said, and taking me in too, but you're not going to stop me from leaving now. She snorted and nodded, her gaze over my shoulder. I beg to differ. Gillean grabbed my hand. I turned to look at him, confused, but his eyes glazed over, unfocused. His hand went slack. When I spun back around, I saw my grandma's head bowed over the table. Shit. I dropped to the floor, not even bothering to sit down first. My grandma's spirit form stood in front of Gillean, twisting and connecting random threads together, tangling them into a knotted mess. Stop! I screamed at her, trying to shove her away from Gillean. Her force of spirit was stronger than my own, and she barely seemed to notice my attack, only giving me a sad smile before continuing her messy work. I was truly hoping to avoid this, she said, but he knows too much. About you, girl. About all of us. This power of yours is for the fungus spirits, not the water spirits. Her voice was gentle, but my panic only rose. Besides the blank, confused look on Gillian's face, I realized for the first time that when I taught her how to do this, how to make such a mess of another spirit's memories, I hadn't truly been teaching her. I had been teaching the entire network of fungus spirits. Shadows take me. What had I done? Please stop, I begged again. He's not going to tell anyone about the network or how we share info. He's not like that. I grabbed at her core, desperate to stop her in any way I could, even if that meant controlling her, but she shook me off, completely ignoring my efforts. I wasn't strong enough, wasn't smart enough to stop her. With every knot she created, I felt my panic rise. I didn't know if I could fix this, ever piece him back together. He's going to be okay, she tried to reassure me. We'll send him on his way when I'm done, no worse for wear, but you're not done here. I changed tactics, grabbing for Gillean's threads, trying to wrestle them away from my grandma as she growled at me to stop. To my horror, one thread snapped as we played tug of war over his memories, and I let go, fearing I was doing more harm than good. I felt like I might throw up if I was in my physical form, and it was a struggle not to collapse into sobs and let despair truly take over. She shook her head, continuing to weave as I let go. You've got too much of your mother in you, she said more quietly. Always eager to leave and abandon your people. Family is everything, girl. Family is everything. Where had I heard those words before? I smelled pine needles, tasted bread dipped in something warm and spicy, felt the warm rush of a mischievous spirit connecting mind to mind. The Mushroom Kid had said the same thing to me when they refused to come with me back in the scavengers camp. What they had shown me, the little red mushroom cut off from the mycelium plucked by a fox, made so much sense now that I understood Amira and Coco had both been cut off from the network. Amira's kid had never even had an opportunity to connect to it. It was possible to cut someone off from the network. Was it too late? Had my grandma already shared everything with the others? I focused, the golden threads going blurry as the purple glow materialized. Could I do it myself? I didn't let myself agonize over the decision and began ripping at the gently oscillating connection. So much thicker and almost meaty, my fingers digging into it. My grandma's core pulsed in response, and I felt her attention shift toward me. As I yanked harder, I felt the power flowing through it, other spirits assisting her, fueling her. It hurt to touch, but I dug my fingers in deeper, yanking out chunks of the purple strand, shredding it into small filaments that dissolved around me. She fought against me, anger turning to fear, and her core began spinning in place. Like a heartbeat, it lost the pulse of the network, beating out of time, out of sync with everyone else. Ignoring it all, my vision gained a purple hue as I dug into the core of the strand, and brilliant violet began spilling out, first as tiny sprays of light, then as gushing fountains that leaked in every direction. The network surrounded me, and I could feel the other spirits now, their outrage as I ripped one of their own from the network. It felt as if 100 spirits turned in my direction with visions of death in their glare. I shuddered, and with a final heave, I wrenched my grandma's connection to the network from her core, then wheeled backward, terrified at what I had done. Gillean took a step back from my grandma as well, both hands held out in front of him. I refocused to see what had happened to his threads, already feeling sick to my stomach. With my grandma's power cut off from the network, he could fight off her manipulation, but the damage was already done. Her work was all over his threads as I spotted dozens of unnatural knots and frayed edges. Although I was desperate to see if I could fix it, it had to wait. I was terrified at what my grandma might do to us now. When I returned to my body, the first thing I heard was an awful wailing noise. I sprang to my feet, scrambling to get in between my grandma and Gillean, but slowed when I took in the scene. My grandma was the one making the awful, low-pitched noise. She no longer sat at the table, but had slumped to the ground, crumpled on the floor. "Please," she cried, looking up at me. She didn't even look like the same spirit as tears ran down her face. "Reconnect me. Please, girl." I slowly backed away, arms spread wide. When I glanced behind me, Gillean had slumped against the wall, his head in his hands, face hidden. I had to get him out of here. When I shook my head, the same broken wail seemed to throw her backward as she fell against the chair she had been sitting in, knocking it over. "You can't leave me alone here," she gasped as the chair clattered to the ground. She was breathing too fast, hyperventilating. "Please don't leave me." She ripped out some of the lacy, moss-like hair from her head and it fluttered to the ground. I couldn't keep watching. I grabbed Gillian's hand and yanked him forward, past my grandma, down toward the cave depths. His hand hung loose in my grip, but he followed, stumbling a little after me. "Which way?" I asked as we left the warmth and lights behind. He didn't answer, and I slowed. Shit, what if he was like Kai had been post-affliction? How much of him had she left intact? When I turned, I saw he was staring at the walls as we passed, eyes narrowed slightly. "I don't know," he said slowly. "We're leaving?" Fuck. "Give me the flashlight," I ordered, coming to a halt. The crack in the wall that led to the dome-shaped cavern was to my right, and we were about to leave the industrial lights behind. With only a slight hesitation, he let go of my hand and patted his jacket, looking surprised when he found something hard in his pocket. Even the way he moved was strange, like he wasn't quite sure how to control his own limbs. A far stretch from his usual grace. Fumbling with his pocket, he finally handed me the flashlight, which I flicked on. As I turned, mind racing, no idea where Gillean even left his backpack, I heard my grandma yelling something from where we left her. I couldn't make out the words, but it sounded short and angry. A name? "We need to get out of here," I pleaded. "Please, try to remember how to get out." He only shook his head at me, eyes still wide. "You said there was a river down here," I tried, hoping we weren't about to meet the river spirit who protected it. "Is it a way out?" My grandma had fallen silent, and the lack of noise bothered me even more than the screams. "I think so," Gillean said finally, voice rough. "But I don't know where." I rubbed my face in frustration, but as I did so, something caught my eye. I shone the flashlight on my palm, hope fluttering in my chest. It exploded into joy when I saw an illusion sketched not just on my palm, but all the way up my arm. I tucked the flashlight between my chin and my chest and pushed up the sleeve of my jacket. It was a map of the cave system, hastily drawn but detailed. I quickly spotted a round room in the crook of my elbow, the map of the network like a starburst, the same room that sat directly to my right. "I could fucking kiss you," I told him, quickly orienting myself and committing as much of the map to memory as I could. He had drawn our path with a dotted line all the way down my arm, across my palm, and down my ring finger. I had no idea how quickly it would fade, but spared a split second to gauge his reaction to my words. I knew it wasn't the time or place, but I was desperate to know how much he remembered, particularly of the previous night. He didn't react, and I tried not to let the disappointment register. We could figure that part out later. Flashlight back in hand, I dragged Gillean down a series of passageways, glancing off and down at my arm. Neither of us spoke as we slipped through narrow crevices and down slippery ledges, steadily heading downhill, deeper into the mountain. It was freezing down here, and our breath hung in the air, illuminated by the flashlight as I swung it around, trying not to get lost. Halfway down the map on my forearm, I heard footsteps. Not from behind, but from in front of us, growing louder. Lowering the flashlight, I pulled Gillean to the side, tucking us tightly against the wall of the passage. I didn't bother asking him to hide us. If this really was the river spirit, they'd be able to see through it. I only hoped we wouldn't be spotted in the pitch black. Heart in my throat, I pulled Gillean tightly against me, minimizing the space we took up. The footsteps got louder until I felt a breeze pass directly in front of us, something wheezing and gurgling. I held my breath until the footsteps faded away, only startling when the spirit called out, voice muffled as the passage turned. "Lynn?" The voice was rasping, deep. Waiting only a few more seconds, I flicked the flashlight back on and pulled Gillean forward. But when I looked back down at my arm, the map was gone. The passage ahead split into two directions, and I couldn't remember which way to go. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I should have listened to you." "About what?" he asked. Maybe it was false hope, but I thought his voice sounded a little more normal. "You told me not to go see my grandma, to just follow you down to the river, I assume, and get out of here." I swiveled the dim light of the flashlight between the two passageways. Neither looked more likely than the other. "That's right, there is a river," he murmured. "It was so loud." "Yeah, you mentioned that," I said slowly, our conversation replaying in my head. I tried pressing my ear to the floor, to the walls, but couldn't hear a thing. That wasn't the only thing he mentioned, though. The electricity. Instead of staring at the walls, the floors, I shone the flashlight up. There. It was almost invisible against the gray rock, but there was a cord tacked against the ceiling of the passage on our left, disappearing into a hole that led up. "This way," I said, pulling Gillean forward. "Let's get out of here before that spirit comes back down." I smelled the river before I heard it. It smelled like wet soil, like the first rain after a long summer. We picked up our pace, our footsteps splashing in puddles as water rained down on us. At first, I thought there was a roaring wind somewhere down here, maybe leading us out into a wintry blizzard. But when we jumped down a series of stair-like ledges, the passage opened up into a huge cavern, and I saw the river. It erupted through a hole in the rocks to our left, slamming into a wide fissure that ran the length of the cavern, disappearing around a bend. We must be close to the exit now because dim light filled the room, filtering through tiny cracks in the ceiling. Although we'd been heading down for ages, the river must exit out at some lower elevation of the mountain. "This is the river you found," I said, shouting to be heard over the crashing water in front of us. What would the plan be now if we wanted to escape this place? He looked around the room as if seeing it for the first time. "The water must go somewhere," he said, rubbing his forehead. "Cora, what happened up there? Something's wrong with me." "It's okay." I squeezed his arm. "We'll fix you up once we get out of here. Let's follow the river." "I would have stashed supplies somewhere," he said, feeling his shoulders as if he just noticed something was missing. "My backpack." "Where?" He led the way now, walking downriver, clambering across the uneven bank and reaching back to help me up. I stashed the flashlight in my pocket, no longer necessary as the gray light lit the way. I wished we could just climb up the ceiling and squeeze out, but there was no way up. "Here," he said finally, pointing at a crevice in the rock below us. Laying on our bellies, we hung over the side of the river to check the hollowed-out section of rock. I saw nothing. The water splashed my face, and I wiped it impatiently from my eyes, convinced that the shadows must be hiding something, but the hole was truly empty. I pushed myself up. "Guess not," I said, scanning the room for some other hiding place. "We can keep heading downriver." The bank narrowed the further downriver we walked, the walls closing in on our sides. "No," he muttered, pushing himself up more slowly. He looked troubled. It was here. Looking for something? I hadn't heard his approach over the sound of the river, but I spun around now. The other water spirit stood upriver, Gillean's backpack in his hand. Shadows. I'd never seen a spirit like this before. He was huge, at least 6 feet tall. 7? At first, I thought he was wearing an enormous cloak, hood pulled low, but as he moved, I realized he wasn't wearing a shirt at all. His gray skin was rough and jagged, the skin piled up in layers that shifted and hid the features of his face. The arm that held Gillian's pack was almost twice as large as his other arm and looked like it was made of rock. For a moment, I considered simply jumping into the river with Gillean and letting the current sweep us away, supplies abandoned. The spirit laughed, a low, gravelly noise that sounded like rocks grinding together. I crouched, ready to spring into the river, blindly reaching for Gillean, but something inside me, maybe some kind of intuition, screamed at me not to do it. Instead, I took a lesson from my grandma and dropped to the ground, reaching for the spirit's threads before I even hit the floor. My hand burned as I touched his threads, and I gritted my teeth against the pain, trying to overcome it, but I couldn't concentrate, couldn't keep my grip. Fuck. I returned to my body and found Gillean had caught me before my head hit the rock. The spirit laughed again. Weak, he growled. Weaker than Lynn. That won't work on me. Lights above, what was his relationship with my grandma? Come on. Gillean hauled me up, and together we ran toward one of the other entrances to the cave, back toward the endless passageways of the cave system. The river spirit behind us couldn't be that fast, right? Could we lose him? Wait until he was sleeping, maybe? I was quickly running out of ideas. As we neared the gap in the wall, I heard a crashing sound behind us, even louder than the river. When I glanced over my shoulder, I saw the spirit slam his massive, rock-crusted fist to the ground, Gillian's backpack flung to the side. Gillean yelped, and when I spun back around, I spotted why. The ceiling collapsed in front of us, massive boulders crashing to the ground and dust rising in the darkness. Except the ground didn't shake. I didn't smell the dust. As Gillean skidded to a halt, yanking my arm back, I saw through it. It's an illusion, Gil, I shouted, trying to pull him forward. The spirit behind us pounded the ground again, and a second round of illusioned boulders fell, these directly above us. This spirit was good, and even as I tried to pull Gillean forward, he yanked me back again, closer to the massive spirit. He was too strong, too heavy for me to drag forward against his will. When I looked back, I saw my opportunity in slow motion. As the spirit strode forward, leaving the backpack behind, I knew I could reach it in time. I was faster than this giant spirit now that my ankle had healed, and with Gillean in the way, I could grab it, jump in the river, and take my chances. And to my shame, I'd be lying if I said I didn't consider it. But with Gillean afflicted and completely under the spirit's illusion, ducking away from non-existent boulders piling in front of us, I couldn't do it. We left together or not at all. And with the way this was going, it seemed more like the answer really would be not at all. Feeling helpless, I knelt down and jumped into my spirit form, looking for anything I had missed, any possibility of escape. I wished more than anything that Mahara was here with me, here to save me like usual. Here in my spirit form, where no one else could hear me, I screamed for help, even though I knew I was all alone down here in the depths of the mountain. Except someone answered. They didn't speak, but I felt their interest pique at my plight. As I pleaded for someone, anyone to help me, the network answered. Most of the spirits turned a blind eye to me, and I felt their rage. They knew what I had done to my grandma, and they wanted me to fail. But some of the others, some of the younger spirits, funneled their power in my direction. I barely understood what was happening, but I felt it happen, felt their approval warm my core as my power flared, multiplied. Shadows, I could feel them inside me, got glimpses of their surroundings, their thoughts. I was no longer just Cora, and as I sprang toward the giant river spirit, we began to weave. If they didn't know how to affect memories, they certainly did now. We tore through his memories with no regard, driving his core backwards, distracting him, interrupting his illusion. We got glimpses of him and Lynn, a tentative agreement forged between them, a symbiosis. She was younger, running from the threat of Quinn's influence, looking for somewhere to hide, while he was wasting away in this cave, surviving off mushrooms and fish, exiled from all the nearby towns. A tentative bargain, growing into friendship. Something was attempting to call me back to my physical form, but we ignored it, desperate for knowledge, control. Could we take over this water spirit, use him for ourselves? He was strong, and we could use an illusionist at our disposal. I was finding it hard to concentrate on our goal, and I paused, stepping back from our work. Something else needed us. No, me. Me. Gillean. I ripped the connection, and the others vanished, leaving me staring in horror. The giant spirit's threads were in tatters before me. What had I done? I was no better than my grandma. I retreated into my body, shakily standing with Gillian's help. "We have to go," he said, voice grim as he watched the spirit in front of us blink and look around. I'm sorry. I didn't know if I was talking to Gillean or the other water spirit. I didn't mean to. Gillean looped an arm around my waist, pulling me away. You did what you had to. No, he was wrong. I went too far. This was the line Kai said I would cross. If I hadn't already crossed it by ripping my grandma out of the network, I certainly had now. I swore I wouldn't create another affliction, and now the network knew. This was worse than anything I'd done before. Cora, Gillean snapped, we have to go. The river spirit was starting to walk around, kicking a rock on the ground. Lynn, he called, looking around. Fuck, maybe my grandma could help him heal what I broke. And maybe he would keep her from falling deeper into loneliness, cut off from the other spirits. I couldn't keep standing here, feeling sorry for them. With a low moan, I turned and let Gillean lead me away, watching numbly as he grabbed the backpack and led us back downriver. At least he seemed more aware of what was going on, although I had no idea how much he truly remembered. The ledge above the river continued to narrow until we could go no further. I could see light at the end of the tunnel, though, literally. Daylight shone downriver, beckoning us forward. How much do you trust me? Gillean asked, tightening the backpack straps on his shoulders. With my life, I said, truly meaning it. He gave me a cocky half smile, although it didn't quite reach his eyes. Then I'll do my best to keep it safe. He sat down and dangled his legs in the water, using his arms to push himself in and turn around, still holding on to the rocky ledge. The water moved quickly, pulling his body downstream even as he clung to the rock. I need you to climb in, but hold on to me, he said. If you fall, I'll grab you. I nodded, teeth already chattering, hands trembling. Even though I was a strong swimmer and Gillean was even stronger, it reminded me too much of the stormwater river I had fallen in back in the capital, when I got trapped underwater and nearly drowned. I sat down on the ledge, but as soon as the water spilled over the top of my boots, I froze. It was so cold. Come on, he urged, letting go with one hand to grab my arm. I could see his muscles straining to hold him in place now. It's not far, and then we'll be out. It looks sunny, he added, with a glance down the tunnel. My whole body shaking, I pushed myself forward, panic surging through me as soon as the water took hold. My jacket caught in the current, and I lost my grip on the rock, slipping down. Water covered my head, and I thrashed as the world went dark, my hearing muffled. "I got you," Gillean yelled as my head crested the river. The water crashed around us, and a giant boulder flashed by in an instant. I couldn't breathe, my chest tight, but I felt his arms tighten around me, pulling me closer. "Hold your breath," he said in my ear. "We'll be out in just a few minutes." I still couldn't get a breath in before we got pulled under, and I saw a glimpse of the rocks below us, moving impossibly fast. My lungs were burning, my chest spasming when the river released its hold on us and we resurfaced, allowing me to gasp a breath down. I wasn't calm exactly, but the oxygen helped, and I no longer felt freezing cold. Blinking the water from my eyes, I tried to get a look around us. The end of the tunnel was closer, still farther than I expected, but at least the river was calmer here, and I could feel Gillean navigating us around the rocks. We were back in control. I tightened my grasp on Gillean. "You okay?" he asked. "Yes," I gasped. "Are you?" He nodded, and I could feel him kick harder, propelling us toward the exit, but he frowned when he glanced back at me. I wasn't sure why. "Just a few more minutes, okay?" "Okay." The river brightened, and I thought the sun must be coming out, except we were still in the shadows of the cave. I blinked, and it was dark again. Cora? Bright again. Threads filled the surrounding air, reflecting off the surface of the water. No, they were underwater too, lighting us up in brilliant golden light. I knew I had made mistakes, but lights above, this was beautiful. I felt myself grow calmer, marveling at how clear the water was, how full of life the world was. The only time I had seen the threads while still awake had been when I was sick or high. Which was it this time? Had my grandma poisoned me again before I escaped? I was having trouble remembering when I had last eaten or drank something of hers. Had we gone to the dome-shaped cavern this morning? I was all mixed up now. Except there was the problem. I wasn't in my physical body. I was certain of that because I could see it in front of me, my spirit form trailing behind. Thankful Gillean still had a good grip on me to keep me afloat, I sped ahead to get back inside my body. Had I forgotten to breathe or something? The water crashed around me, shocking me with the intensity of the sound. I hadn't even noticed its absence in my spirit form. I took a deep breath, certain that was my problem, but I felt fine, just tired. Had I fallen asleep? Gillean was saying something, and I tried to respond, but I couldn't understand him and couldn't get my body to cooperate. All that came out was a weird groan. I almost laughed at the absurdity of it. Then the sound faded, and I was back behind us again, annoyed now. I lunged forward, determined to get back in my body, but it didn't respond, wouldn't let me in. Speeding ahead, I spun around to glare at myself, face to face, and even in the dim light with threads swaying between us, I finally understood. My skin was deathly pale, almost blue. I was too cold. Relegated as a spectator to our growing plight, I watched as we finally broke out into daylight, the river spilling out into a small clearing in the forest with the sun shining bright above us. I couldn't hear anything now, but I watched as Gillean hauled us both to shore, fighting hard to haul my waterlogged body onto the bank. He unhooked his backpack and threw it aside, finally getting enough leverage to drag me up. In my spirit form, I sat down, cross-legged, on a boulder in the middle of the river. My heart sang to see the sun again, even like this, and I sat back, closing my eyes and savoring the light. When I glanced back over to check Gillean's progress, I saw him check my pulse and then lean down, trying to see if I was breathing. He had no clue what was wrong with me, I realized with amusement. That's the problem with water spirits, I decided. They can't tell when the water is cold, and they ignore blue pallor. Even from this distance, I could see my core dimming, its steady pulse slowing. Well, nothing I could do about it now except enjoy the show and see if he could figure it out. I drifted over to get a better look and noticed his backpack was still half dry. It had apparently stayed partway above the water during our entire swim. I could even see his sleeping bag all rolled up on top. "Gillean," I said, knowing he couldn't hear me. "Look at how cold I am. Humans aren't supposed to be that shade of blue. Take my clothes off and get me in that sleeping bag." I gestured at it for good measure. He didn't respond, shaking my shoulders instead, my head rolling to the side. I couldn't help but laugh at the dead-eyed expression on my face. As Gillean looked around for help, "No one around for miles, Spirit." I threw out my hands and drifted upward, spinning slowly. I felt floaty and weightless, and I liked how washed out the world looked, like someone had thrown a bucket of soapy water over it. All my stupid mistakes, all my worries, all my fears, none of it mattered now. It was like being charmed, except I was still me, pure Cora. Relaxed now, I floated back down, hoping to get one last good look at the two of us. But when I caught sight of us on the edge of the river, something like guilt wormed its way into my gut. Gillean had hauled my limp body into his lap, and he had his arms wrapped around me, eyes shut. Worried now, I floated closer. I had only seen this look on his face once before, reflected in the window when Sorsha shoved him out of the burning room and slammed the door in his face. I could feel his panic, the overwhelming grief. He knew I was dying, and the thought grounded me. Something shifted. Nothing physically changed, but I felt the world resettle into a new configuration around me as I put the pieces together. Maybe Gillean couldn't hear me here, but we could communicate. I don't know if it was my grandma or the network or my mind, but I finally understood. All I had to do was grab the thread between us. My grandma was right. It was a language, and I could read it. Even slower than I could read the spirit language, but it was there. I watched as Gillean's experience of the world uncurled from his core, growing at the same time as my own did, even unconscious. Because I wasn't totally unconscious. I was right here, shouting the obvious at him. As the world continued to disappear into a blinding brightness, I squinted and scanned my own thread, finding the exact moment I had stood above us, pointing at the sleeping bag and telling him exactly what to do. I clipped it, bound the ends neatly back together, then grabbed his end of the thread. One quick snip, and I added the false memory into the thread we shared, creating a shared memory between us. The moment I finished my work, I saw the result. Gillean's eyes opened wide as he looked around, pushing my body off his lap as he grabbed for his backpack. His hands were shaking, and it took an agonizingly long time to unstrap his sleeping bag and unroll it, throwing it on the ground next to me. Now I truly could do nothing else to help, and I felt the stress melt off me. "Up to you now, Spirit." I sat back on the ground to watch, laughing again when Gillean hesitated for a split second before he stripped off the clothes that clung to my body, still sopping wet. I fell back on the ground and stared up at the sky. The snow had begun to melt here, and beads of water collected on the pine needles, refracting the light into hundreds of tiny rainbows. It was fucking beautiful. I closed my eyes and wished I could hear it, smell it, even taste the world one last time before I left. Was this the first time I had ever truly appreciated my surroundings? I don't know how much time passed before I opened my eyes again, but when I did, the world was dark. No, not dark, just normal. No longer painted in an oversaturated filter of shining brilliance. I groaned and tried to move, my skin on fire, joints aching. The pain was like nothing I had felt before, but it was real, undeniably real. I managed to turn my head and saw Gillean sitting next to me. He sagged with relief when our eyes met, slumping down onto the ground to lie next to me. "Don't look so happy to see me awake again," I joked, my voice coming out as little more than a whisper. I coughed and spit out a little water, Gillean's sleeping bag rustling around me. He didn't answer, staring up at the sky, his own clothes clinging wetly to his body. I could tell he was pissed at me, probably for implanting a false memory, but what else was I supposed to do? "Sorry about that," I apologized anyway. "I couldn't figure out another way to tell you what to do. It seemed like I might be dying." "You were." He finally spoke, and his voice sounded weird. I looked over, and he had one arm over his face. "I thought I fucking killed you, Cora." I squirmed one arm out of the sleeping bag and reached over to grab him. My skin no longer burned as fiercely, but it still felt clumsy, a little slow to react. He reluctantly let me pull his arm away from his head. To my shock, I saw a tear running down the side of his face, and he turned away. I've never felt so scared or helpless in my fucking life. "Gillean," I trailed off, unsure what to say. "We figured it out together, okay? You saved me. I'm fine." He wiped his face and looked back over, studying me as if deciding whether I was telling the truth. With his face this close, I couldn't help but wonder again how badly my grandma mangled his memory of our time in the cave, what we had done last night. "How do you feel?" I finally asked. "Do you remember much?" "I don't know," he said, plucking at his shirt. "Bits and pieces. It all feels kind of like a dream." Not helpful, but I didn't want to press him too hard. "I might be able to fix it," I said. "Not now, I'm too tired, but later maybe." "It's fine," he said. "I remember enough." What did that mean? Pondering it, I fell into silence, nestling deeper into the sleeping bag. He really had stripped me completely naked, I noticed with amusement. "Please keep talking," he said, propping his head up on one arm. "Every time you go quiet, I think you're dead." Put on the spot, I had no idea what to say. In the end, I said exactly what I was thinking. "I think your dad was right about me. He knew I was going to screw things up, cross all the lines, and, well, it happened. I told him about the network, about what I had done to my grandma and the spirit living in the depths, how the other fungus spirits likely knew how to create their own afflictions, might even figure out how to create false memories if given enough time. My grandma had been close." He waited for me to finish before speaking. "You figured out how to implant memories." I didn't sense any judgment, just an observation. I hesitated. "Yes," I finally admitted. I wanted to promise not to use the knowledge unless I had to, but was that even true? I had already implanted false memories in his head without his permission, just to save my own life. "And this network, are you still you?" "Yes." I sat up, wringing out my still wet hair. "The others can see through my eyes, but they can't control me unless I let them in, like when I asked for their help with that spirit." "But they're gone now, right?" I nodded. "I pushed them out when I realized what was happening. I don't know if I can block them from looking in my direction, but I can at least feel them there if I pay attention." "Cora, this doesn't sound like an impossible problem. Yes, you're going to make some mistakes while you learn how it all works, but if my father was right about you, then he was right about me, too. I can help pull you back, figure it out. I think this network thing could be helpful." He shrugged, added, "And at worst, you can always disconnect yourself like you did to your grandma." I let out a slow breath. I guess that's true. And once we get back to Mahara, she can help me figure it out too. I didn't know if she'd want to be part of the network, but she was the smartest person I knew. If anyone could figure out how it worked, it would be her. That's our next step then? Find a way to reach Hera and True? I didn't want to tell him that we had already had this conversation just this morning, so I nodded. I know the avalanche took out a lot of the gear, but maybe they might have repaired it by now? Last I checked, Arlen and Philpetus were long gone. I think they gave up on us now that they can't track us using the radio. Maybe. He didn't sound convinced. Whatever we do next, we need supplies. You lost all yours and half of mine. He was right. I had left the extra clothes he left me behind, and we hadn't grabbed more food before we left. At least I hadn't lost his necklace. I could feel it on my chest, the metal cold against my skin. With a groan, he pulled himself up to sit next to me, staring at the river. We should get out of here, go find the nearest town, see if anyone knows a way up that mountain. You ready? I was still cold as I pulled myself out of Gillean's sleeping bag, but no longer felt on the verge of death. Teeth chattering, I grabbed my clothes from where he had laid them out in the sun and discovered they were mostly dry. When I looked over to thank him, I found he had turned around completely, staring downriver, arms crossed. I grinned, but did my best not to laugh as he determinedly refused to watch as I dressed and then rolled up his sleeping bag, packing it back away. We walked downstream. Although we weren't sure exactly where we were, Gillean insisted the easiest way to find a town was to follow a water source. My body warmed as we walked, and when I stuffed my hand in my pocket, I discovered something scratchy, the lichen. I pulled it out to inspect it and found it half crumbled, but still partially intact. I tucked it behind my ear again. Even if he didn't remember, I did. "What are you thinking about?" I asked, a little worried by his silence. "The memory you gave me," he said. I opened my mouth to apologize again, but he wasn't done. It was so, I don't know, different. It was like I could see how everything connected, and it was so peaceful. Is that a fungus spirit thing? Is that always how you see the world? No, that's just how it looks when I'm in my spirit form. And when Mahara shared her memories with me, it looked a little different. So I think it depends on the spirit. I wonder, I continued, thinking out loud, I wonder what it looked like for my mom. Gillean gave me a sidelong look, but didn't answer. Do you think my mom ever came to watch over me in her spirit form when we first came to Empira'an? I asked. I mean, she must have, right? Shadows, if I wasn't such an idiot, I probably could have talked to her before she died. You have got to stop that, he replied, stopping suddenly. I slowed more gradually, then turned to watch him, unsure. Stop what? Spying on people in my spirit form? I know. I didn't go see you at all in the caves, even though I could have, if it helps at all. No, not that. He hesitated, eyes narrowed. Well, yes, stop that too. I hate it. But no, I meant whatever shit your grandma said to you that makes you think you're stupid. He started walking again, faster now, and I had to dash to catch up with him, clambering up a boulder. You're currently the only spirit in the world, in both worlds, who knows how to change memories. You're not stupid, and it pisses me off when you say you are. I didn't get a chance to answer before he pointed out something to our left, away from the river. Told you we'd run into civilization if we walked long enough. I wasn't immediately sure what he saw, but as we got closer, I saw it was a well-worn path, footprints still visible in the melting snow. Come here. He waited for my permission before dropping an illusion on my face, just like old times. How do I look? I asked, doing a small spin. Boring, he said, pulling out a wool hat from his backpack and pulling it down over my head. Unremarkable, just like any other plant spirit out there. Too late, I remembered the lichen I had stuck in my hair, and I reached up to grab it from under the hat, but Gillean already had it pinched between his fingers, and he turned away, spinning it in front of his face as he illusioned himself as well. Still a water spirit, but older, a little scruffier. "That's mine," I grumbled. "I don't think so," he said, tucking it in his front pocket. What did that even mean? Did he think it was his, or was he joking that I wasn't Cora right now, but some random plant spirit? By the time we reached the town, the temperature had dropped back below freezing as the day hurtled toward evening. I didn't want to think about what would have happened if we made our escape just a few hours later. To my relief, I saw a glow coming from several houses we passed, lines strung between the buildings. It was built up enough to have electricity. Over the top of the houses, on the other side of the river, I saw silvery mountains peeking out above the trees, the last rays of sunlight catching their peaks. We were at the base of the mountain range now. When I pointed them out to Gillean, he nodded. "I think I know roughly where we ended up," he said, pointing at a triplet of smaller peaks. "That's where we left True and Hera." It was uncomfortably far away, but just the knowledge that she was sort of within sight set me slightly more at ease. We settled in at a small bar that advertised a couple rooms available, and it even had a tiny TV hung up in the corner. It was mostly static, but I was pretty sure it was showing some kind of news program, although the volume was too low to make anything out. While Gillean pulled his wallet out of his backpack and began counting through his money, I stood underneath the TV, trying to make it out. "I don't have much left," he said, "but we can stay here tonight and resupply a little at least. Are you hungry?" I affirmed, squinting at the news program. Something about the picture seemed weird, almost like it was two images, one overlaid on top of the other. Gillean wandered off to sort out the room and food while I continued to stare at the TV. It was an old-style CRT TV with antenna on top, like I hadn't seen since I was a kid. It was too high on the wall for me to reach, but I wondered if it needed to be tuned or something. "No use trying to watch the game tonight," someone said from one of the nearby tables. When I glanced over, I realized he was talking to me. I tugged my hat a little lower. "Is the TV broken?" "Nah." I thought he was another water spirit at first, his skin grayish blue, but on second glance, I spotted his round eyes and scaly skin. I was pretty sure he was an animal spirit, maybe one who specialized in fish or reptiles or something. "Gretsch are trying to broadcast something, but they're doing it on top of Channel 4. "That's why it looks like there are two pictures?" "You got it, Sprig. Been playing all day on repeat. Not the first time they try to send out broadcasts like this, but it's getting real annoying. Just one of the downsides of living this close to them." I was silent as I squinted at the picture again, trying to separate the two images. It was harder than I expected, and I turned back to him. "What's the point?" He shrugged, sitting back in his chair. "Just trying to spread their word, I suppose. I caught a bit earlier when the signal was stronger, talking about their goals, gain sympathy, the usual shit." He grinned and raised his glass. "Wish they'd get their own channel, right? You passing through?" I nodded. The spirit was right. When I watched closely, I could see the broadcast was repeating. I recognized the part where there was a wide shot of a group of spirits in a snow-filled field with some kind of dark buildings behind them. Focusing closer, I wished the spirit would stop talking to me, but he continued, undeterred. "Want to join me for a drink? Love to hear what brings you here, long as you're not one of them." I grimaced and glanced back, concentration broken. Definitely not. When he frowned, I shook my head. "Not one of them, I mean." He relaxed and gestured at the empty seat across from him. The last thing I wanted was to continue making conversation with this spirit, but before I could decide on an excuse, Gillean reappeared and pulled me away. "We have a problem," he muttered as we sat down at an empty table. I looked at him, but continued to watch the TV out of the corner of my eye. What is it? He tipped his head at the TV as he stashed his backpack under the table. You see this? That spirit told me it's a Krecha broadcast, I said, pleased with myself for gathering information while he was away. They're broadcasting on top of another station, and we can only see it because we're so close to wherever they are. Have you noticed who's in that broadcast? He asked, voice grim. I narrowed my eyes, focusing on the TV again. As I attempted to ignore the spirit at some kind of fancy party interviewing others, I focused instead on the grainy Krecha recording underneath. It was the wide view of the larger group again, followed by a closer shot sweeping across them. It paused for a second on a smaller group with, "Oh shit," I said, gripping the edge of the table as I half stood, craning my neck to get a better look. "Is that—" "Sit down," Gillean hissed. "Yes." True smiled at me from the TV with that slightly feral, sharp-toothed grin of hers. Next to her, wearing a bright red hat with her hand raised in a tiny wave, my sister. In a split second, they were gone, and someone else was speaking, walking down a hallway as he gestured broadly at something off-camera. I watched without blinking until the recording began to repeat. Without sound, it was impossible to understand what it was about. I hardly noticed as some spirit slid a sandwich in front of me. "This is good," Gillean murmured. At first, I thought he was talking about the food, and my mouth dropped open in disbelief, but he watched the TV as intently as I did, his food untouched. "Are you kidding?" I hissed. He shook his head. "Think about it, Haresha. They clearly made it to the Krecha, and they're still together. They look well, happy even." He hesitated, and I glared at him, daring him to keep going. Valued. As much as I hated it, he was right. I didn't know what they were trying to communicate, why they were broadcasting my sister on TV, but she did look okay from what I could see through the grainy image. Even so, my heart ached. They might value her, but she was just a tool to them, an object of power. She was so much more than that. I wanted to be there when she realized that. "We'll get her back," he said, almost too quietly for me to hear, and I nodded, taking a bite of the flavorless sandwich, full of some unidentifiable meat. Eventually, I tore my gaze away from the TV, unable to keep watching. "You okay?" I asked, swallowing. His face looked almost pained, and I worried again about his memories, what was missing. "Tired," he said, taking another bite. He made a tiny circular gesture in front of his face, and I understood. Our illusions. "Then let's take a break," I said, polishing off the last of my food. "You got a room, right?" "Yeah." He shoved away the rest of his sandwich and grabbed the backpack, leading the way out of the busy room. I carefully avoided the gaze of the animal spirit who had talked to me earlier. "You're okay with one room, right?" Even as worried as I was about Mahara, my anxiety found a way to ratchet up another notch. Guess we were about to find out how much he remembered. He knew I had no idea what I was doing, right? When he glanced back, I realized he was actually still waiting for an answer. "Sure," I said, my voice sounding too high. I shrugged, trying to add an air of nonchalance, but he only frowned, puzzled, before turning away and leading us upstairs to a small room that smelled like old beer and unwashed clothes. I immediately opened the rickety old window to air it out. "Sorry," he said, sitting down on the bed and unlacing his boots. Our illusions dropped. "Small town like this doesn't get a lot of visitors. Best I could do." I shrugged, sitting on a wooden chair by the window and kicking off my own boots. Muffled laughter and shouts filtered up from the bar below. The place was really filling up as the evening turned to night. "It's nice," I lied. "Better than my grandma's fridge," I wanted to joke. Instead, I hugged my knees to my chest and watched a small beetle climb up the wall toward the window. A dog barked somewhere in the distance. "Do you want to get to sleep?" "Why are you acting so weird?" he asked, picking up the quilt and shaking the dust off it. It had several holes in it that looked burned in, and he grimaced. "We can look for somewhere else if you want." "I said it's fine," I snapped. He took a deep breath, annoyance crossing his face. "No, you said it's nice, which is an obvious lie. I know you're worried about Hera, but..." I was worried, but it was only partially about Mahara. Sometimes annoying Gillean being a little mean was easier than being vulnerable and admitting that I was really fucking nervous and unsure. "And I can't keep doing this," he finished, taking a deep breath. "Please." I had no idea what he had just said. I had been too distracted by my own self-doubt. "What do you mean?" I hedged, trying to focus on him this time. "You do this every time," he said, pushing himself off the bed and taking a step toward me. For a moment, I thought he was going to rant at me, and I was a little relieved, but his voice just sounded tired. For some reason, I couldn't meet his eyes, so I stared at his feet instead. "You let me in and then freeze me out a moment later. I can't figure out what you want." He knelt, getting directly in my line of sight, and I couldn't avoid him any longer unless I squeezed my eyes shut. To be perfectly honest, I considered it, but resisted. "Yesterday, I would have shrugged it off like I always do, but you nearly died today, Cora. For a minute there, I thought you were dead in my arms. I know things are fucked up, but please just talk to me. Tell me what you want." I stared at him, trying to find the right words, but he must have thought it was an unwillingness to talk because his silver eyes dimmed a little. "I'm not willing to keep going back and forth with you. Don't get me wrong, I'll keep helping you no matter what, but if you can't talk to me, that's it for us. I'm done." Part of me, a big part of me, wanted to shrug and hand him back his mom's necklace. Not because it's what I really wanted, but because it was the easy choice. My hand twitched, tempted, and I tucked it between my knees, looking back at the window. The beetle had finally reached the window ledge and appeared to be peering out at the frosty night, whirring its little wings in anticipation. The stupid thing was probably going to die if it ventured out there. Or maybe it would find a better home than this dingy little room. The beetle took a leap of faith, buzzing off into the night, and I took a deep breath, turning back to Gillean. "I'm scared," I admitted quietly. He blinked and tugged at his hair with one hand, unsure. "Scared of what?" he finally asked. "Shadows. This was embarrassing. Gillean, I bit my lip. "I've never had a boyfriend," I said in a rush, trying to get it all out. It was more than that, though. I'd never been close to anyone but Mahara, not even myself. As much as I hated being practically invisible for all those years in the human world, life had been easy, stress-free. Was this really worth it? Losing the people I loved hurt. I knew that from experience. But then again, so did Gillean, and he didn't let it stop him from trying. "A girlfriend, then?" he asked. Pure confusion flickered over his face, and I wasn't sure if it was surprise at my confession or uncertainty over whether I even liked him at all. "No girlfriend either. It's always just been me. I want you, but I don't know what I'm doing, and that scares me." For my honesty, I was rewarded with a rare gift as Gillean laughed, hard enough that he sat back on the floor. Maybe I should have found the reaction insulting, but his laughter was so infectious that I couldn't help but smile as he finally grinned up at me. Cora, you cannot tell me you'll face down a bear, but you're scared of some weak, scarred water spirit. I shrugged, slowly unwinding from the uncomfortable chair I sat in. The bear was just going to bite me. He stood, offering me a hand, and I let him pull me up as well. You're going to destroy me. I squeaked as he picked me up and spun me around, tossing me onto the bed. With the most ungraceful landing ever, I bounced and nearly fell off the other side. He only laughed again and stared down at me, arms crossed. You're tougher than you think you are, Cora. If anyone's getting destroyed here, it's me. As I straightened myself out on the bed, Gillean flopped down next to me, offering me his arm as a pillow. This place didn't even have a pillow for us. I hoped he hadn't spent much on it. For a moment, as I put my head on his arm, I didn't know what to do with the rest of me, and I lay there stiffly. But when Gillean pulled me closer and I nestled into the crook of his arm, I couldn't help but relax, tentatively putting my arm across his chest. I closed my eyes in bliss when he ran a hand across my hair. You've really never had a boyfriend? He asked, still sounding amused. No, I grumbled. Of course not. I was afflicted for the past 6 years, idiot. I raised my head to look at him and saw he was smirking. Jerk. So you have to tell me when I do things wrong. Happy to, he said, voice smug. When I put my head back down, he twined his fingers back through my hair, rubbing my scalp. But fuck, Crasha, you have to tell me what's going on in your head. We don't have to. We can take things slow if you want. It was my turn to laugh, and I curled against his side, sliding one leg over his in response. But instead of reciprocating, he stiffened. Had I already done something wrong? Cora, wait, he said, turning onto his side to look at me. I think I need to tell you something. No secrets, right? No secrets, I agreed, unsure where this was going. He sighed and touched my forehead, trying to wipe away the creases that had formed there. It's probably not the right time, but I waited too long to tell True, and I don't want to make that mistake again. What? Like when you were dating? Their history didn't really bother me anymore, but I didn't like that she knew something about Gillean that I didn't. What do you mean? Yes, I didn't realize we were anything serious, so... Gil, I interrupted. You were vacationing together. You didn't think it was anything serious? I felt a little offended on her behalf. He groaned and rubbed his face. Please don't lecture me. I was 18. I was just having fun. Like you said, she was convenient. Gillean, I frowned. Look, I know I made a mess of it with True. I still feel bad about it, okay? He rolled onto his back and stared up at the ceiling. You've noticed how many animal spirits are around, right? Sure, I guess. Well, there's a reason for that. He made a face. They love having babies, and they have a lot of them. I know better now. Where in the world was he going with this? Did he have a baby with True? I swallowed with some difficulty. What happened? He let out a slow breath and looked back over at me, but didn't answer right away. Long enough that I worried he had decided not to tell me after all, decided not to trust me with his secrets. Finally, he relented. I can't have kids, Cora. Physically impossible. Oh. My chest loosened. Are you okay? I asked. Why can't you have kids? After you and my father left the capital, I had to get home on my own. I got into trouble. Remember how the old marsh spirit tried to take your hair as payment? Of course, I said, instinctively touching the streak of white in my dark hair. Well, I made a similar deal with a spirit, except I traded away my fertility. And unlike you, He offered me a smile that looked more like a grimace. I didn't renege on the deal. He looked pained enough that I couldn't help but reach out and run my hand through his hair. Do you regret it? No, he said with some finality. It got me out of a dangerous situation. Honestly, I didn't even think twice about it until True accused me of wasting her time. I don't want to make that mistake again. I thought about Kai, about how there must have been a moment between when we left the capital and when I created the Affliction, when he realized things had gone horribly wrong, that Sorsha and Gillean hadn't made it out of the capital. Does your dad know? He shook his head. No, he was so afflicted when I finally found him. And now, well, it didn't come up before we left, I guess. It's not something I think about that much. True is the only one I told before you. I took it all in. I guess now I finally know why the two of you broke up. One could argue it's because I was an 18-year-old just looking for a distraction from shit, and she was ready to settle down, but sure. He raised up onto his elbow to get a better look at me. That's not why I brought it up, though. If this is a problem for you, I want to know now. I'm not that flippant kid anymore. I ran a finger along his arm, watching the blue tint move like water. Can I be honest with you? Please. Shit, how did I explain this? There was no way I came out of this looking good, so I went with honesty instead. This is going to make me sound terrible, I started, voice slightly unsteady. But I kind of feel like I already raised a kid. Hera. I nodded. Please don't get me wrong. I love her more than anything, and she's basically the best kid in the entire world. Both worlds. But I'm done, Gil. I'm so thankful for her and will always be there for her, always support her and lead her the best I can. But I don't want to start over. I know that's awful. Gillean sat up, pulling me with him. Fuck that, Cora. My eyes widened at the brutal honesty, but he shook his head. That's not awful. You did a good job with her. You're still doing a good job. She's enough. She's everything, I said softly. She was my sister, but she was so much more. So, are you saying you want to take this seriously then? He cupped my cheek in his hand and leaned in to kiss me, but it was soft, unhurried. When he broke away, his face was serious, but his eyes were bright. This doesn't feel like a vacation to me, Haresha. A tendril of his dark green hair had fallen over his face, and I pushed it back, marveling that he simply let me without frowning or pulling away from my touch. Not a vacation, I agreed. Don't give me that look, he warned with a mischievous smile, winding one hand behind my lower back. What look? I asked, genuinely unsure of what he meant. He pulled me forward onto his lap with surprising strength. Like you want to see me naked. I rested my forearms on his shoulders. So maybe I do, I replied, grinning at him. To emphasize my point, I wound my legs around his back to hold myself in place, pulling my body closer to his. I've wanted to fucking hold you like this since you dragged me up into that tree. He kissed me, harder this time, more urgently, and sat in my lap while you floated around with your stupid fungus spirit power. Oh, and how much have you thought about that? I asked between kisses, sliding my hands down his back until I grabbed the bottom of his shirt and yanked it off, laughing when he got partially stuck and had to help me guide it over his head. Every fucking night, he said, sliding my shirt off far more smoothly. I shivered at the cool touch of his hands sliding up my spine. You have no idea. I might have some idea, I said with a shrug, that familiar ache growing quickly. Fewer clothes. We needed fewer clothes between us. As if he had the same idea, he pushed me down onto the bed, sitting on my legs as he unbuttoned my pants. Well, his pants that I had borrowed, technically, and he had them undone in an instant. "Are you okay?" he asked, hesitating. "Fuck yes," I gasped, lifting my hips. He took the opportunity I gave him to slide my pants off, then rolled off me to remove his own. "Lights, take me. This was really happening." I propped myself up on my elbows, taking him in, naked except for his underwear. I had seen him topless before, swimming, changing. It was inevitable after traveling together for so long. But in the dark like this, with that hungry look on his face, I needed to touch him. I pulled him down on top of me, his muscles flexing as he lowered himself gently down, just a layer of underwear between us. I couldn't help myself as my hips pivoted, pressing against him, needing more. My hands raced down his back, pulling him closer, harder, catching the edge of his underwear and urging them down. "Please," I whispered. He was breathing hard and finally let his full body weight down on top of me, teasing my earlobe in his teeth. "I wanted to savor this," he laughed in my ear. "But you're too much, Cora. I can't slow down." I felt the same urgency, the same need, and didn't answer, simply pulling his underwear lower. I could feel him against me, so close but unable to enter. My hips moved against him again, and he groaned, reaching to yank my underwear down as well, not even all the way off, but part way down my thighs. Low enough so that when he freed himself, I felt him pause at my entrance, the pressure unbearable. "You sure?" he asked again, kissing my forehead, my nose, my lips. "Yes," I pleaded, pressing down on his lower back with both hands. "Please." My pleas broke into a soft moan as he slid inside, just a little at first, but then more with each thrust until he was buried inside me. It hurt just a little, but I wanted more, needed more, and the pain disappeared. "Fuck, Cora," he groaned as I clutched at his back, my underwear sliding a little lower with each thrust, allowing my hips to open a little wider. "I don't know how long I can last." It didn't matter as the ache turned into a quickly rising rush of pleasure that came out first as a gasp and then as a moan that I couldn't stop. My body clenched around his as I finally kicked my underwear free and wrapped my legs around him. I felt his movement change as he buried his face in my hair and, oh, light, I could feel him spasm inside me as he gasped my name. We lay like that for a moment, and I could feel his heart hammering against my chest, answering the call of my own frantic beat. Everything was right for a moment. Awkward, weird, and right. Was I okay?" I asked, breaking the silence, suddenly embarrassed. He laughed, his whole body shaking against mine. "You're fucking perfect, Cora." An hour later, clean, exhausted, and with something that felt strangely like pure contentment warming my core, I sat back against Gillean's legs as he tried to braid my wet hair, freshly detangled. "Hold it tighter," I instructed, blindly gesturing behind me. "I can feel you losing half of it." "I only have 2 hands," he grumbled. "Hold this." I reached a hand back, but instead of handing me a piece of hair, he took a sharp breath, releasing the braid. "Gillean?" I turned and found him wide-eyed, staring straight ahead. "What are you doing?" "Something's wrong," he hissed. I scanned the room but saw nothing. The patrons below us were still talking and laughing loudly, although it had quieted a little. Everything seemed perfectly normal, but he gasped as if in pain, scrambling backward on the bed until his back pressed against the iron headboard. "Gillean?" I was scared now, certain someone was about to burst into the room, but nothing happened. "Please talk to me. What's wrong?" He held his hands out in front of him, eyes narrowed in concentration, then finally shook his head. "It's gone." he said, as if in disbelief. My power just dried up. He met my gaze. Precious, something's wrong back home. The river. Chapter 23. Barely even taking the time to explain, I tapped the network, retracing my steps back to the fungus spirit who lived in Gillean's town. Although it was late, he wasn't sleeping this time, peering out the window of his cabin at dim shapes in the trees. I felt him note my presence, my alarm. Looks like Spexa, he thought, presumably for my benefit. Some sort of blast shook us all awake a moment ago. You nearby? I felt him prod my mind for information about who I was, where I was, and our connection soured. Don't come back here again, Maverick. I felt myself being shoved back into the network, pinballed back into my body. I had no idea how he did it, but it gave me hope there was a way to block other fungus spirits from spying on me. I opened my eyes. Spexa, I said, and some kind of blast. I couldn't get any more, though. The guy's not happy with me, probably because I cut off my grandma's connection without the other's agreement. Gillean was already pulling on his boots. I have to go, he said, swearing when his fingers slipped and he had to start over tying the laces. I'll leave you all the money I have left. It should be enough to buy supplies and information. Be careful asking about the Krecha. They won't have a lot of sympathizers down here, but we're close enough that someone will know someone who defected, know how to get up there for the right price or the right favor. Start with the older tree spirit downstairs who works behind the bar. There's a reason she left that broadcast going all day. She made a point of asking if I'd seen it when I asked for a room. He was talking quickly, but I was only taking in maybe half of it. You're going home, I said, not really a question. Your best bet is going to be half-truths, he said. Try mentioning the broadcast in passing. Get a sense of where their loyalties lie. Feel them out first. You're a terrible liar, but if you explain your sibling was lured up there, maybe go with your brother instead of sister in case words got out about Hera, you might find someone who takes pity on you. You can pass as an afflicted animal spirit, maybe. He didn't sound terribly reassuring, but handed me his wallet. Keep half in your pocket, half hidden in your pack. Bring more food than you think you'll need. You mean your pack? I asked quietly. He grabbed his jacket and pulled it on. It's yours now. I can manage without it. We're not splitting up. Cora. He leaned down and kissed my forehead. I'm sorry. If it was anything else, I wouldn't, but I'm a river spirit. He ran a hand through his hair, and the dim light caught his eyes. They were no longer silver, but a steely gray. I know it doesn't make sense to you, but it's part of me. This is me under attack, my family, our history, our future. It would be like sitting back and watching while someone sawed your leg off. It'll kill me, kill my father, honestly, probably the entire town if I don't stem the bleeding. I have to go. I know. My stomach flipped, but I handed him back his wallet. I'm coming with you. He stared at me for a moment. But, Hera, we stick together, I repeated. You saw her in that recording, Gillean. She's safe. Fuck, she's probably safer up there than we are down here. She's still with True. She looked, the words stuck in my throat a little, happy. I stood and grabbed my own boots. What would I even do if I showed up there tomorrow? Drag her away again? Your dad told me she needed to learn how to stand on her own and make her own decisions. I think she's exactly where she wants to be right now. I wondered for a moment if True could feel the attack on their town as well, if she regretted her decision to take refuge with the Krecha. Gillean was still as I shoved my boots on, angry not at him but at this impossible situation, the impassable gap between me and Mahara, not just the physical one. It's not going to last, he said, as if knowing what I thought. Eventually, she's going to get a good look at their methods and want out. I know, I repeated. And when that happens, I'll be there. Shadows take me. I hoped I would be. but I have to give her a chance to figure it out on her own first, or she'll just go straight back again. There's a good chance we're walking into a trap, he said, voice hoarse, but he didn't stop me when I stood up and grabbed my jacket, daring him to challenge my decision. This isn't about me. After the hunters lost your trail, what better way to lure you back out? Kai had warned me not to let others control me through Mahara. Did he ever imagine I might do the same for him, for his son? I knew I was walking into danger and doing exactly what the Spexa hoped I would, but what choice did I have? We couldn't keep running, keep hiding from them. Although I had no idea what we would do once we reached the town, I wasn't defenseless. And if I could somehow convince other fungus spirits to help me, maybe we had a chance. Then we better hope they're ready for us, I said with more confidence than I truly felt. Gillean shook his head, but he didn't argue. We left together then, dropping off the room key with the tree spirit at the bar that Gillean had mentioned. She grimaced when she saw us, taking a small step back before she composed herself and politely took the key. At first, I assumed she was just surprised we were checking out so soon, but then I realized we were no longer illusioned. And while Gillean didn't look too different, I did. Unsure whether she thought I was a human slave or just a powerless spirit, I tried to give her a reassuring smile, but she only frowned and handed Gillean a wad of cash back. You need to get out of here, she said, voice lowered. No charge if you leave now. Gillean seemed as taken aback as I was, but quickly took the money. Understood. The bar was mostly empty, with only a few spirits sitting around a table in a corner, playing cards almost entirely silently. As we turned away to leave, they all burst out laughing at something that had happened, and the spirit behind the bar leaned over and grabbed my arm. You are the girl they're looking for, right? She glanced at the TV, even though it was no longer on. I couldn't think of a single reason to confirm her suspicions. But maybe I hadn't completely given up on the possibility of goodness in the spirit world because I nodded, even as Gillean drew away from her, a hand on my shoulder. I didn't even know which they she was referring to. Really, who wasn't looking for me? We should leave, Gillean said, fingers tightening on my shoulder in warning. The spirit radiated a lot of feelings, disbelief, fear, concern, but I didn't sense any kind of threat from her, even as she let go of my arm and dipped her head for us to follow her behind the bar. As the spirits in the corner burst out laughing and shouting at something again, I slipped after her through a door into the kitchen, Gillean following behind us with a quiet sigh. It was silent back here, the only sound the tap of our footsteps on the tile floor. Still, she glanced around the abandoned room as if someone might jump out from one of the cabinets. In here. She ushered us through another door into a small room, barely more than a closet containing a table and chairs. When she tugged on a pull cord, a single overhead light turned on and she closed the door behind us. Baffled but intrigued, I finally gave her a good look. While most plant spirits seem to be all spring or summer, blossoming, blooming, or otherwise bursting with life, this spirit was pure winter with what looked like ice-crusted skin, dry, twig-like hair, and fingers that ended in what looked like thin roots. I wondered if she changed with the seasons or if she had bloomed with life in her younger years. Oblivious to my curiosity, the spirit rummaged in a box under the table and pulled out a radio, flicking it on as she placed it on top of the table. Just like the TV, it seemed like it was between stations, mostly static with two different voices talking over each other. Why? She shushed me with one root-like finger, then spoke quickly in a hushed voice. I don't know if anyone's listening. Her eyes flicked around the room, and I wasn't sure if it was paranoia or a legitimate concern. I shouldn't be talking to you, but my daughter knows you. Who's your daughter? Gillean asked, standing near the door. I could feel the tension in his body as he prepared to drag me away the moment this turned ugly. "She's a doctor," the spirit said. "She's been on rotation for nearly 2 years now." I raised my eyebrows. 2 years? I thought rotations were only around 6 months. "What did you do?" Gillean asked, suspicion growing. His hand curled around mine, and I squeezed it. "Wait," I tried to tell him. She sat down in one of the wooden chairs, rubbing her face with both hands. "I didn't think they would notice if I skipped one rotation. We lived so far from the capital. What use would they even have with an old tree spirit?" "So they took your daughter instead?" I asked, finally catching on. "As punishment?" She lifted her face. "Yes, but that's not why I wanted to talk to you. We're occasionally able to send quick messages back and forth." I glanced at the radio, wondering if it transmitted like truths. "She's told me about you, about what they did to you." "What they did?" "She works at Empira'an?" I asked, still confused. At the time, I had thought of all those Spexa as the enemy, but did they even really have a choice? Could I really hold them accountable for their actions when they were held there against their will as much as I was? I wasn't sure. "Yes, I should have known better than to dodge a summons from Quinn. My daughter's last message was brief, but she was terrified at what they created. It was little more than a warning to stay out of trouble. And then you showed up. Perhaps I'll pay the price for her transgressions just as she paid mine." "I'm not going to hurt you," I said, taking a step back. "You don't have to worry about Empira'an anymore. I erased Quinn's memories. She probably doesn't even remember you or your daughter. Her message must have come from before I escaped." She shook her head, hair rustling like windswept, dried grass. "You don't understand," she said. "This was only a week ago. Please, whatever you helped her create, you have to destroy it. We can't be responsible for this." Gillian's hand tightened around mine. "We're not going to the capital." "You might not have to," she murmured. "Quinn's on the move again. If she's coming for you, I don't want you anywhere near me." I bit my lower lip, worried now. What had the hunters said? Something about new Quinn? What had Empira'an done since I left? "I'll leave tonight," I promised. "But if you want us out of here, we need some kind of transportation." "Transportation?" She perked up a little at the prospect of us leaving. Gillean caught on and released my hand, finally relaxing. "Know anyone selling a snowmobile?" She pushed herself to her feet, radio rattling on the table. "You can have mine. I never use it." She gave my bare hands a skeptical look. "And maybe some gloves." "We'll take whatever you can sell us," I said, somewhat relieved. "And I'll really try to take care of whatever Empira'an did." "Lights, thank you, girl." Even though I knew she was only helping us in order to protect herself and her daughter, I still had to resist the urge to throw my arms around the old tree spirit and hug her tightly. Something told me she wouldn't appreciate it. However, as she reached to switch off the radio, I had another thought. "Can you contact the Cratcha with that?" I whispered. "Is that where you're headed?" she asked, then clicked her tongue. "Never mind. I don't want to know. What kind of message would you want to send?" "I need to get a message to my sister there. I want her to know we're fine, we're safe, but we have to take care of an emergency before we see her again." She hesitated, but gave a tiny nod right before pulling the switch for the light, leaving us in darkness. By the time we set off from the tiny town, it felt like everyone except us had fallen asleep. The buildings, including the bar, had gone dark, and the only sound was the crunch of our footsteps as we packed by the light of a flashlight. When we started the snowmobile, a dog began barking in the distance, and I winced, worried about how many spirits we were waking up. With extra gasoline and supplies strapped to the back, I was pretty sure the tree spirit had given Gillean an extraordinarily good deal in her haste to get us far away from here. We finally set off. Despite the painfully cold air on my face, I couldn't help but stare wide-eyed at the landscape as we skidded past, lit up in silvers and blues in the clear night. We rode through the night, and as dawn broke, we traded off so Gillean could rest his eyes, putting his head down on my shoulder as I attempted to navigate the narrow, snow-covered trail, visible only because of the other snowmobile tracks. The farther we traveled, the less visible they became, and Gillean eventually had to take back over when I almost drove us off a steep embankment. Because even though he repeatedly referred to it as a cliff, I insisted it wasn't nearly that dire. In the back again, I focused on the network, sorting through their chatter. As usual, it was mostly inane banter between spirits who clearly knew each other well, with a few lively arguments, but one conversation caught my attention. It was a side conversation that the others mostly ignored, but they were discussing interlacing. I wasn't sure what they meant at first, but when one of them suggested experimenting on each other and the other said it was impossible, my heart sank. Any hope I'd had that the threads of memory could remain a secret vanished. It might take time, but I knew they'd eventually figure it out. And if I could discover how to modify memories, it seemed inevitable that they would too. It was a mess I'd have to deal with later, after we dealt with the Spexa in Gillean's home, after I reunited with my sister, after we fixed the Affliction. However, I didn't miss the fact that I was returning with a bigger mess than I'd started with. We only slept once during our long trip home after I fell asleep on the back of the snowmobile and slid sideways off the seat, only waking when I somersaulted through the snow, landing on my back. Through some miracle, as Gillean cut the engine and sprinted back for me, I was unhurt, only stunned and shaken and very much awake. "Sorry," I mumbled when I finally recovered enough to sit up and start brushing the snow from my clothes. "I'm slowing you down." He knelt next to me, not quite believing I was completely uninjured, and worked his way up my body, prodding at me and flexing each joint. It gave me a chance to really look at him, and his appearance scared me a little. I had never seen him look so, well, human. The turquoise tint of his skin continued to fade, and his hair looked more brown than green. "I'd still be 100 miles north, walking through the forest with no supplies without you," he said. "Don't sell yourself short." I dismissed him with a wave, but my cheeks warmed a little. I think I fell asleep for a second. "I've nearly dozed off twice now," he admitted, shading his eyes to spot the sun. It had to be approaching early evening already, and while we had snacked during our ride, I felt a little nauseous from the lack of sleep combined with the lack of an actual meal. "We should rest a little," he said, finally deciding I really was uninjured and helping me to my feet. "Come on." Although I doubted I could sleep while the sun still shone overhead, my body quickly proved me wrong, and I didn't wake until Gillean shook me hours later, the world dark around us. My body felt like sludge, and I gladly took a steaming mug of coffee from his hands as I tried to wake up. We sat in silence, passing the mug back and forth, leaning against the snowmobile behind us. I was looking down at the mug when Gillean nudged my side, tipping his chin forward. A small fox approached us, walking daintily on the ice-crusted snow. Moonlight tipped fur ruffled as it cocked its head, nose twitching. Moving slowly, Gillean reached into his pocket and tossed a peanut to it. The fox skittered backward, but then danced back toward us, snapping up the peanut and approaching more confidently. "Here." Gillean pressed a few more nuts into my hand. Barely breathing, I tossed them to the fox, who devoured them greedily. When I threw the last one, it snapped the nut right out of the air before racing off into the night, somehow sensing that was it. You really shouldn't feed wild animals, Gillean said, as if he hadn't handed me the nuts himself. They need to learn to hunt on their own. I gave him an exasperated look, and he lightly flicked my forehead. But this one wasn't so wild. He paused for a moment before continuing. Besides, you compared me to a fox once. I felt a kinship with it. You're ridiculous, I grumbled, taking a sip of the coffee. He reached back into his pocket, maybe to grab a snack for himself, but pulled out the lichen instead, the one he had stolen from me when I was illusioned. It was barely recognizable, half crumbled and broken into pieces. Sorry, I meant to give it back to you in one piece. I shrugged and snatched it from him, crumbling it further and scattering it on the ground. There, I said, a piece of us can stay here now, an offering to the foxes. Some small piece of me crumbled with it. I could feel my optimism faltering the closer we got to Gillian's home. For some reason, I feared we weren't going to see this place again, feel this happiness. I wanted to make sure something of us remained, proved we'd been here, even if it was just a scrap of lichen frozen in the ice. And the bears, he added, pushing himself up. Come on, Haresha, let's finish this. We rode through the rest of the night, gaining speed as dawn broke. Around midday, we had to abandon the snowmobile as the snow turned to slush and patches of bare ground broke through. Fortunately, we were close by that point and only had to walk a few hours before Gillean stopped us at the base of a hill. We're nearly there, he said, closing his gray eyes and breathing deep. But it doesn't smell right. Let me scout ahead, I offered, in spirit form. He gave a small nod, so I sat down against the base of a tree. Trying to ignore how soggy the ground was, I slipped away and flew over the hill, looking for the river. I saw a golden glow in the distance and hurried toward it, stretching the bounds of how far I could reach. Dozens of spirits, Spexa by the way they dressed and the way they carried themselves, walked the area. Based on the shimmer around some of their cores, around half of them wore a mechanism, making them immune to my powers. While some appeared to have some sort of task and hurried up and down a gash in the earth, others milled around, maybe waiting for something. The gash hadn't been there when we left, and I couldn't imagine the type of machine that had created it, gouging a trench straight toward the town. It wasn't until I saw a dead fish that I finally understood. They hadn't created this massive rift, they had drained it. This was the river, dead or dying, I wasn't sure. Had they dammed it somewhere upstream? Even if we could get water flowing again, was this even salvageable? It had been drained for nearly 2 days now, and if I could smell in this form, I'd bet the stench would be horrendous. Now that I looked closer, the spirits looked utterly miserable. A few were even wearing masks. I wanted to head upstream to figure out how we could even begin to fix this, but I was already stretching the limit of how far I could stray from my body. As I tried to peer upstream, though, I saw something curious. Someone else in spirit form, golden body luminescent and slightly transparent. From his own vantage point, he watched the Spexa. Shit, this had to be the fungus spirit who hated me. Who else would be out here? I ducked behind a tree, fairly certain he hadn't yet spotted me. As I peered out from behind the tree and tried to decide whether I should approach him or stay hidden, he retreated, crossing the drained river and disappearing into the trees. Only seconds later, a trio of spirits emerged from the trees, but unless he was illusioned, he wasn't one of them. All three were animal spirits, one much smaller than the other two. A family? I cringed as they waited for an opening while two Spexa hurried past, only a few feet away, but their focus was on the river. As soon as the Spexa were clear, the group dashed toward the river, sliding down the bank and trudging perilously slowly through the muck, half dragging the smaller one. I saw him lose a boot partway through, but they didn't stop to retrieve it. On the other side of the river, another Spexa walked past. She appeared distracted, looking at her watch, but there was no way she would miss them when they emerged from the river. Shit, what choice did I have? I surged forward, reaching for the Spexa. To my relief, she didn't wear a Mika Nazit. I grabbed her core and, with my grandma's voice echoing in my ears, drove her. Gently twisting until I found something that felt like worry or suspicion, then pushed until I redirected it downriver. When she turned and I felt an unexplained anxiety spike through her as she looked back in the direction she'd come, I let go and stepped back. The trio of animal spirits rushed past, ducking into the underbrush, close enough that I could make out a fresh bruise on the older male spirit's cheek. My body was calling me back, but as I drifted backward, watching the activity along the river as long as I could, I saw the other fungus spirit step out, back in a spirit form. He definitely saw me this time, and although we could have heard each other if either of us spoke, neither of us chose to. When I raised a hand in a tentative greeting, his only response was to cross his arms, mouth drawn into a thin line. Yep, he definitely hated me. But then, as the trees closed in around me, breaking our awkward eye contact, he spoke. Network. Private conversation. His voice wasn't what I expected. Not that I was expecting anything in particular, but he sounded vaguely familiar. Before, through the network, he hadn't spoken out loud, just kind of thought at me, and his voice didn't have any particular sound to it. Now, my mind raced. Was it just an effect of being in spirit form, or had I met him somewhere before? I hadn't gotten a good look at him through the network since the first time, when he was sleeping in the dark. During our second encounter, I had looked through his eyes at the world, not down at himself. Here, in his spirit form, it was hard to make out any details, but he hadn't struck me as anyone familiar. Then again, his spirit form didn't necessarily match his true self, so that wasn't a great indicator either. I supposed there was no use worrying about it now. As I returned to the clearing where I left my body, I saw Gillean crouched over me, waiting. But I wasn't ready to return just yet. Instead, I refocused and entered the network, pinging my way back over to the fungus spirit, hoping I wasn't mistaken. To my relief, he let me in and I found him creeping back downriver toward town. What are you doing here? I felt the question rather than heard it, but knew it was directed at me. Unfortunately, I had no idea how to answer him. I attempted to think my answer back, but shadows, it was so complicated. Obviously, I was here to help Gillean, but I felt like in order to explain why I was helping him, he should probably understand how we knew each other, how his dad helped me escape when I was a kid, how I'd lived in the human world, the Affliction, Empira'an, why the Spexa were even here. It was all linked. I knew my thoughts were a mess, and he shook his head, irritated. You can't even use the network, yet you take it upon yourself to rip someone out of it. I could feel his anger growing. Shit, he was on the verge of pushing me back out. He reached a cabin and waited for a moment before finally emerging from the woods and quickly stepping up to the porch and slipping through the door. The lights were already on, curtains wide open, a pot of water boiling on the lit stove. I tried to catch a glimpse of his reflection in the window, but the light was all wrong. All I could do was send all my regret and sorrow at what I'd done. I knew ripping my grandma out of the network was wrong, but for Gillean, I'd do it again. He sighed out loud as he sat down and began unlacing his boots. I can't even tell if you understand me, he muttered. Just come here so we can talk properly, but avoid the Spexa. I tried to send my acknowledgement and thanks, but he didn't respond. Giving up, I let the network send me back to my body. So? Gillean asked as I opened my eyes, face twisted in worry. I explained quickly, leaving out my suspicion that the spirit's voice sounded familiar. We'd deal with that later if it turned out to be a legit concern. When Gillean asked for details I hadn't even thought to look for, if the Spexa were reporting to someone, if I could tell what company they were from, how many there were in total, on and on. All I could do was tell him I didn't know. I used the family of spirits escape as an excuse, but the truth was I never would have thought to look for any of that. I wish you'd prepped me a little more beforehand, I muttered as I gestured for him to kneel. I thought it was obvious, he whispered back, standing as I climbed onto his back and hooked my legs around his arms. Annoyed, I swapped to my spirit form, breaking the bond of any animal that noticed us, just to be safe. At the same time, I directed Gillean in the right direction by pointing or giving instructions, then quickly implanting the memory over to him. It was slow going and a little frantic, but it worked. When we finally reached the clearing where the fungus spirit lived, I re-entered my body and tapped Gillean's shoulder to let me down. The clearing had looked abandoned in my spirit form, devoid of any golden glows that signified a spirit's core. But right as I pushed forward to make the dash to the cabin, Gillean yanked me back, pulling me down. Across the way, their back to us, a spirit slowly walked through the clearing, glancing back and forth. Shadows, how had I missed that? The spirit didn't look like a Spexa, just some kid, but it was hard to tell from our angle, and I cringed at the near miss. Waiting several minutes after the spirit disappeared down the trail to the river, I finally tugged Gillean forward and we dashed toward the cabin, only hesitating when I stopped with my hand on the knob, unsure whether I should just let myself in. Is it locked? Gillean hissed. I shrugged and raised my hand to knock. Shouldn't we? Gillean gave me a look of pure exasperation and flicked my hand out of the way, letting us both in before shutting the door firmly behind us. Hello? I called, looking around the empty room. The stove was off now, but the water still steamed, the room warm and humid. When the fungus spirit emerged from the connecting room to meet us, we both froze. Me, because this was not the spirit I'd seen standing across the river. That spirit had been slightly more heavy-set, with short, almost spiky hair and what I was pretty sure was a mustache. This spirit was a younger, clean-shaven animal spirit with shaggy brown hair and large ears that stuck out a little. And I had seen this spirit before. I recognized him instantly. Except, shadows, it was good, but he was illusioned. How had I missed it the last time I saw him? The illusioned fungus spirit stared at Gillean. In my defense, I had tried to communicate that he was with me, but I was pretty sure now the message hadn't come through. Who the fuck did you let into my house? The fungus spirit growled. I tried to tell you, I said, a little of that defensiveness creeping into my voice. This is Gillean. I know you, Gillean said slowly. True's friend. That's right, he had been there too. Now I was certain this was the strange animal spirit I had run into twice now. Once when I hid under True's house and tried to eavesdrop on their conversation, and again right before we left town, sitting at True's table. Why didn't she tell us she knew a fungus spirit? Unless she didn't realize he was illusioned either. To my surprise, the other spirit relaxed slightly, shoulders drooping. Kai's kid. Yeah, okay, now I get it. No wonder the Spexa showed up here. He gestured for us to follow him into the other room without explanation. I could feel the suspicion positively flowing off Gillean, but what could we do but follow him? Unlike the front room, this room was dark and cold, curtains drawn. When the spirit sank down into an armchair, Gillean and I took our places across from him on an old couch. The cushions may have been dirty and lumpy, but it still felt heavenly after our long ride on the snowmobile. You mentioned my father, Gillean started. The fungus spirit waved a hand. Yeah, Kai's fine. Been helping me evacuate some spirits who wanted out. Despite what the others think, he's a good guy. Never once asked me why I'm illusioned. Others? I cut in. He raised his eyebrows at me. You know, the others. Oh, other fungus spirits. Shadows, this was going to be an annoying conversation if we continued like this. Anything you can say to me, you can say to Gillean. He knows everything. So I've gathered, he replied. Lynn never should have brought you into the network, but I suppose she paid the ultimate price for that mistake, didn't she? You make it sound like I killed her, I protested. Can't someone just go reconnect her? I'll go do it myself once I'm done fixing... I gestured around the room. This. The fungus spirit shrugged. None of us can see past the illusion she lives inside. And she has no way to contact us now, even if she leaves. Great. Guess it really was up to me then. I sighed. I know you're pissed at what I did, but you all cut my mom and Amira out of the network. No one threw a fit then. He studied me for a moment, sitting back in the chair. Lynn threw a fit, but in the end, it was a unanimous decision. That's how it's supposed to work. I wondered for the first time if the other spirits were already discussing cutting me out. I hadn't exactly kept up on all the chatter as much as I could have, especially over the past 2 days, but I hoped it hadn't been unanimous at least. Some of the spirits had helped me afterward with the water spirit in the cave after all. Maybe some agreed with my decision, or at least understood it. Coco and Amira both endangered all of us by what they did. They gave away our secrets, drove us even further into the shadows. He looked pointedly at Gillean, who shifted nervously next to me. Don't even think about it. I braced myself in case I needed to shift into my spirit form, but the fungus spirit only shook his head. I'm not getting involved in memory manipulation, he said, and I don't want to get erased like Lynn. He took a deep breath. Let's start over. You can call me Clemson. I knew who you were the instant I saw you at True's house, but I remained hidden because I didn't know what your intentions were in returning. I regret that decision, as I do many others. Nice to meet you, Clemson. I didn't bother to introduce myself or Gillean. He clearly knew who we were already. Why couldn't I see through your illusion before? And how do you know True? I resisted from asking the question that loomed largest in my mind. Did you help bomb that train? He gave me a self-satisfied smirk. Glad to hear there are some illusions you can't see through, kid. I frowned. I could tell something was weird about you, but I wasn't looking for illusions. And how'd you know I could see through illusions? Gillean nudged my side. Even I could tell I sounded increasingly defensive every time I opened my mouth. Lynn bragged about it. Under the guise of informing the rest of us about something we could learn to do, sure, but she was bragging. The idea of my grandma bragging about me made me feel sick. It didn't track with the spirit I knew. She hated me, I protested. Why would she brag about me? Lynn is, he paused, considering his words, a difficult individual, to be sure, but she values knowledge, sometimes to a fault. I wanted to ask more, but when I opened my mouth, he slashed his hand a little lazily in my direction. But to answer your original questions, I just had the illusion redone when I saw you last. It only lasts a few months, so it's getting stale. Kai offered to redo it for me if we can get the river running again. My father's really okay then? Gillean asked. Clemson nodded. Being watched now, but he was fine last I saw. What about True? She doing okay? Fine, I said shortly, with the Kratcha. I carefully observed his reaction, very much aware he had never answered the question of how they knew each other. Whatever I was expecting, it wasn't for him to burst out laughing, doubling over on the armchair. That's rich. She must be miserable. I narrowed my eyes. Aren't you both Kratcha? Gillean gave a long sigh next to me. He snorted. Shadows take us. No, she might agree with their goals, but what spirit doesn't? True hated their guts. For her to end up there, she really must have been desperate. As for me, my loyalty will always be to the network. But the train, I protested, still certain she must have deceived him as well. She knew something was going to happen. His face darkened and his laughter disappeared. True was the only one who really knew what would happen. She tried to talk Drake and I out of it, but I shook my head, trying to understand. Who's Drake? With a grim smile, he stood. I'll tell you, but let me make some tea first. I told you, Gillean grumbled as Clemson left the room. She knew about the bomb, I argued back, listening as cabinets clattered in the kitchen. Clemson reappeared in the doorway. You're certain you weren't followed, right? I nodded. We were careful. As if disagreeing, a dog began barking outside, and Clemson's eyes narrowed. Either way, let's hurry this up. I can't afford to have you caught in here. He glanced at the crate-like coffee table in front of us before disappearing back into the kitchen. Was he merely checking if he had coasters, or was there something more to his look? Suspicion growing, I gave it a subtle tap with my boot. I didn't see a way to open it, but it could be hollow. I wasn't sure. Clemson reappeared with 3 mugs of tea and set them on the table. It smelled exactly like the tea Kai drank, and I felt a wistful warmth for a moment before I remembered how angry I was with him. Drake and I came here after the most curious thing happened 6 years ago. 2 fungus spirits fled our world, and most everyone seemed to forget. The fungus spirits remembered, however, and sent me here to investigate. When I got here, I discovered some Krecha poking around the same way I was, Drake. Over time, I learned the Krecha had some inkling of what had happened as well. They kept their own records and reports, ones that hadn't been destroyed like the ones in the capital. It didn't take long for us to team up and narrow our sights on Kai. We had a good partnership. Gillean bristled next to me. I never talked to either of you. Clemson took a sip of tea as an amused expression crossed his face. You probably don't remember, but we tried a couple times when you were younger. You were too suspicious, too protective. We couldn't get near Kai when you were there. True, though. He trailed off as he tapped the mug with one finger, eyes almost wistful. True was more receptive, also wanted to know what happened, why Kai was so badly afflicted. Occasionally, you'd leave Kai under her protection. He shrugged, and I wondered if he felt Gillian's rising anger beside me. We never could get anything useful out of him, but we got to know True. She assumed we were both Krecha, and neither of us corrected her. For a long time, nothing happened at all. And then my sister came back, I guessed. And then she came back. Clemson took a slow breath. We were complacent at that point, just living our lives here. I was supposed to be the one to intercept her if she ever returned, but after 6 years, I was negligent. Someone else found her before we even knew she had crossed over, wasted no time in selling her out to the Spexa, and she was whisked away before we even had a chance. You can imagine the Krecha were desperate to retrieve her, so when they proposed infiltrating Empira'an, the network agreed to help with the distraction. They got us explosives. Lights protect me. The train bombing was because of Mahara? The fungus spirits were as much at fault as the Krecha, maybe even more so. I wasn't sure if I wanted to hear more, but Clemson continued, distractedly sipping his tea. True knew what we were planning and wanted us to wait, thought we were acting too hastily, but it was imperative we moved quickly in order to time the distraction. The bomb, I wanted to shout, with the Krecha's movements in the capital. I remembered now how chaotic the capital had been when we finally arrived. The closed roads, burned out cars, explosions at night. That had all been because of us? It seemed impossible. Drake was supposed to ride the train that day and deliver the package to the capital, but something happened and it went off early. When word got back to us, shit, I've never seen True so angry. Of course, she was right. We should have been patient. He lowered his eyes to the mug and swirled the liquid gently. Never found out what happened, but he was lost and the Kretcha didn't get the distraction they so badly needed. Whole infiltration failed without him. He panicked, I said, wondering if True was angry because of the botched attack or because she thought the blast might have killed Gillean. I still hadn't touched my tea, didn't think I could handle tasting what reminded me so badly of Kai. I saw him on the train. The conductor was questioning him and he was panicking. Clemson started to reply, but the barking outside had gotten louder. It sounded like there was a pack of dogs next door. The three of us exchanged glances and Clemson stood, pulling the curtain aside to peer out. "You were fucking followed," he growled. Incredulous, I peeked through a small hole in the curtain, certain we hadn't. But then I spotted her. Arlen stood a short distance away with 3 dogs barking and snapping at something she held. When I pressed my eye closer, I recognized it. My shirt. One I had left behind in my pack on the sled. "Oh shit," I murmured. "It's Arlen." Gillean was on his feet immediately, glancing between the window and the door. I understood his unasked question. Did we have enough time to escape? I shook my head at him. Not a chance, especially not with those dogs. "Just give me a second," I said, sitting back on the couch. "I'll fix this." I had no idea what to do, but unfounded confidence had gotten me this far. I surged out in my spirit form, determined to do something. But, of course, a humming Mika Nazit obscured Arlen's core. She was untouchable. Spinning slowly, I saw the 3 other Spexa nearby wore them as well. We were completely defenseless as they rounded the corner of the cabin, dogs pulling them toward the clearing. Shadows, the dogs. They weren't linked to Arlen. They had no bond I could break or bend to distract her, and I knew I couldn't control all 3 at once. But if I worked quickly... I didn't know this town well, but there was another cabin I was pretty familiar with, True's. I closed my eyes and pictured the route, trying to remember everything I could about it. The route upriver, just up the bank from the dock, the smell of honeysuckle, probably wilted and dead this late in the season, the old pile of firewood, dirt, and oak. Shit, I was running out of time. When I opened my eyes, the dogs were already in the middle of the clearing, straining toward the cabin where we hid. If this didn't work, Arlen had us. I had no doubt she'd kill Gillean and Clemson for helping me before dragging me back to the capital. I couldn't let that happen. Skimming the language of my own core, I located the hastily constructed description of True's cabin. Diving toward the dogs, I floundered for a moment, unsure what to do. Their threads looked so different from a spirit's. Would they even understand what I was trying to tell them? Throwing caution to the wind, I shoved the description of True's cabin everywhere I could, jamming it throughout multiple threads on all 3 dogs. It wasn't a fix, but all we needed was a distraction, and the dogs paused, confused. One began sniffing the ground, and I could see Arlen saying something, shoving my shirt at them again. Then the second began pulling toward the river, and the third seemed content to follow. With a wave of her arm, Arlen called the Spexa with her as she followed the dogs away from the cabin. At best, I had only bought us a few minutes. Already one of the dogs seemed unsure, looking back in my direction. I flew back to my body, launching off the couch as soon as my eyes were open. "We've got to go," I said, before I realized I was alone. "What's your plan?" Clemson's voice came from the kitchen, and I hurried toward them, adrenaline rushing through my body, making my teeth chatter. Gillean and Clemson stood by the window, watching the dogs retreat. This was the problem with fabricated confidence. Eventually, it caught up with you. I had no idea what the plan was, and I hesitated. When I felt my hands shaking, I stuffed them in my pockets. Clemson's eyes darkened. Whatever you're going to do, you're not staying here. His gaze flickered toward the main room again, where the couch was, where the coffee table was. He moved toward the door, ready to shove us out. What's in the table? I asked, hoping I was onto something. I couldn't sense his emotions like I could other spirits, but you didn't have to be a fungus spirit to see the surprise on his face, followed quickly by guilt. Is this what Gillean meant when he said I was easy to read? Leftovers, he said. Drakes. Do you mean there's a fucking bomb in there? Gillean asked, edging toward the door. Clemson snorted. Relax. Networks learned their lesson. They won't let me use it this time, so it's just going to rot in there. As long as the two of you get the fuck out. Now. I had seen spirits arguing in the network, but completely glossed over what it was about. Had I really missed a conversation about bombing something? How did the others possibly pick out what was important and what wasn't? The river's dammed, isn't it? Gillean asked, still giving the main room a suspicious look. You were going to bomb it. Clemson shrugged, but he stopped urging us toward the door. It doesn't matter now. The hair on the back of my neck prickled, and it wasn't just because there was a literal bomb in the other room. Someone else was listening to us, some other fungus spirit, maybe drawn to the tension between us. I tried to push them out, close my mind somehow like Clemson had done to me, but I didn't know how. Even as I pressed against them, I felt another spirit join. I'll convince them, I said. Tell me how to speak to the network and I'll make them listen. He rubbed his face, looking suddenly exhausted. No. I opened my mouth to argue, but he wasn't done. You haven't even learned to listen. He turned his attention to Gillean. You want to free your river? It's all yours, spirit. When Clemson left the room and I heard the table bang open, I stared at Gillean. We can't take a fucking bomb with us, I hissed. This is insane. He shrugged. I'm not saying we have to use it, but it's an option. Clemson returned with what looked like a shopping bag, and I backed away, hands up. He handed it to Gillean instead. What was even happening? When did Gillean become the reckless one? Now, time for you to leave, he said, scooping us toward the door. After a quick glance out the door, Gillean slipped out, vaulting over the porch railing and dashing for the brush behind the cabin. Thanks for your help, I mumbled, unsure whether it was really help at all. Wait. Clemson caught my shoulder before I could follow. There was a time when we helped spirits, you know? I frowned, glancing through the door at where Gillean had gone. Us fungus spirits, you mean? He nodded. Help how? Help process situations, work through emotions, that sort of thing. He put his other hand on my shoulder, turning me toward him. Listen to me, Cora. I didn't understand why he was telling me this, but his intensity piqued my curiosity. How long ago was that? He gave me a grim smile. Long before our time. I shrugged, losing interest and anxious to follow Gillean. My sister would be good at that, I think. I thought back to the mushroom spirit being used by the scavengers to detect which spirits would be the best at bartering. They weren't exactly helping them, but I could imagine how such a thing would be possible in another time. You could be good at that, he insisted, giving me a tiny shake. When he let go, I edged toward the door. Learn to listen, spirit. I will, I tried to reassure him. He didn't look convinced, but he let me go and I slipped away, mind already racing on our next steps. With the sound of dogs barking in the distance spurring us on, Gillean and I raced into the forest, the bag of explosives slung over his shoulder. Once we had space between us and the cabins, he resituated the bag and knelt down to let me climb on his back. "Where are we going?" I asked, worried this situation was quickly spinning out of control. I gave the bag an anxious look. "Home," he said, standing with a groan. "So keep an eye out. That fungus spirit said my father's being watched." Is this how Gillean felt when I was making all the calls, only able to watch as the plan devolved into chaos? I lay my head down on his shoulder and shifted, jumping into action to break all the threads of animals who noticed us pass. Sure enough, when we approached Kai's house, I spotted 2 spirits waiting nearby. By some miracle, their cores were unguarded, and I surged forward to intercept them, trying to imagine Arlen giving them instructions to go elsewhere. Shadows, Arlen wouldn't just tell them to go away. I needed some kind of explicit instruction, something plausible they had a chance of believing. As Gillean continued to travel obliviously toward the spirits, I implanted the best I could do with my limited time and hurtled back to my body to warn Gillean to stop. To my relief, I found him crouched down in the weeds, waiting. As I quietly slid off his back, I heard the 2 spirits just beyond where we hid. Although they were mid-conversation and I only caught about half their words, I cringed at the tone. They sounded confused. Without speaking, we both flattened to the ground as footsteps neared, close enough that I prepared to shift back into my spirit form, certain they would see us. But luck was still on our side, and they seemed more concerned with their discussion. When their voices faded away, Gillean tapped my shoulder and we rose from the dry grass. "What did you do to them?" he whispered, creeping forward. "Told them Arlen had commanded them to go down to the beach," I replied. "Why?" He shook his head. "I don't think they're with Yanazit." "Then who—" I cut myself off as his dad's cabin came into view through the trees. Could I really do this? Face Kai? Gillean didn't notice my reluctance. "They were talking about Quinn. I think one of these groups is with Empira'an." Why would Empira'an possibly come after us? I had destroyed Quinn's memories, turned her into a shell of a person. Was this some kind of weird revenge? It made no sense, but I didn't have time to dwell on it as we squeezed between a bush and one of the back windows. Rattling it a little, Gillean shimmied it open, but I hesitated. "I could stay out here," I hedged, glancing around. "Keep watch." Gillean glowered at me before pushing himself up and squeezing through the window. "I'm not letting you out of my sight," he said, poking his head back out. I was shorter and tried twice to pull myself up before Gillean finally grabbed my arms, hauling me inside. We landed in a heap on the floor of his bedroom, scattering all the dried flowers, books, and tiny skeletons that had been sitting on his sill. When Kai slammed open the door, we were still untangling ourselves. We had finally made it back, come full circle, but it wasn't the warm welcome we might have hoped for when we parted 2 months earlier. Kai's face darkened as he stared down at us, and just the sight of him had me pushing myself off Gillean, fists clenched as my heart pounded. He coolly noted my reaction and turned to his son instead, helping him up with a strength that surprised me. "Where's Shay?" Chapter 24. Where's Shay? Even ignoring the fact that he still used the wrong name, I bristled at the question that he asked after my sister before checking whether either of us were okay. Not that I was jealous of Mahara exactly, but I was momentarily hurt before the anger took back over. "Safe," Gillean answered, peeking into the bag with the explosives. "Safer than us." "Good," he replied, sinking down onto the corner of Gillian's bed. I edged away, busying myself by pulling the curtains over the window. No, Kai interrupted. Don't tell me another thing about her or where you've been. When the Spexa get to me, he trailed off. The less I know, the better. He glanced at me for a second time before focusing on Gillean. You look like shit. Not just the... He gestured at his own body, how faded, how human he looked. You've lost weight. Had he? I gave Gillean a critical look, really inspecting him. Kai was right. He was thinner than when we left. How many times had he pushed away his food, too stressed or worried or frustrated to eat? Shadows, this was my fault and I hadn't even noticed. What are you doing here? Gillean towed the explosives and began to explain his plan to bomb the makeshift dam, persisting even when Kai began shaking his head. And then what? He finally broke in. The Spexa descend on you and haul you away? No. He fixed his gaze on me. It's time for you to go home. I couldn't get a word out, throat tight, and it was Gillean who protested this time. She belongs here, he said. We both looked at him with surprise. He wouldn't have done that before. Did that thought belong to me or Kai, or both of us? Because I could feel something that felt awfully like disappointment seeping from Kai. It had become harder to separate my feelings from his, because he was right. He had shaped me to be just like him, and as a result, I understood him. At least, sometimes I did. I grimaced and looked down, unable to face him when he turned his attention in my direction. That's right, I wanted to say. Gillean chose me. Kai let out a long breath, seeming to wilt a little where he sat. The capital will persist in hunting her down as long as she's within reach, he said. If you want to find safety and protect us, you have to be beyond reach. Go back to the human world. They'll follow me, I finally choked out around the ball of anger in my chest. I can't let them into the human world. Kai eyed the bag on the floor. Not if we destroy the passage. Gillean hesitated, but finally nodded, avoiding my gaze. I couldn't blame him. I didn't have a real argument either. The two spirits ignored my presence as they began working through the details, dividing up the explosives and sketching out something on a scrap of paper they grabbed from Gillean's desk. I hated this, hated the idea of returning to the human world. If I left now, all my time here would have been an utter waste. Everyone I met, the relationships I'd forged, another waste. Most of all, Mahara was still here. I couldn't abandon her and leave her unprotected, but I was all out of ideas. This couldn't end with the Spexa destroying this town, killing Gillean, and capturing me. I didn't know what else to do but run. With my thoughts running in circles, time spun out of control, everything moving too fast around me. The day was getting late by the time they finally stood, Kai declaring it time to move. I still hadn't shifted away from my corner by the window. Come on, Gillean said, waving me over. We can't risk staying here tonight. I want to talk to Kai, I said, alone. With an annoyed look, Gillean glanced at his dad, who nodded. This is my bedroom, I heard him mutter as he left, pulling the door closed behind him. For a long moment, neither of us spoke, standing on opposite ends of the room with the late afternoon sun filtering through the window and lighting the room in a warm orange tone, dust motes floating lazily around us. I'm angry with you, I said finally. So I see, he said, voice cool. I tried to warn you about what you might find, Cora. Why? Despite the anger heating me, my voice was calm, quiet. Why did you take me away from my grandma? He thought for a moment. Selfishness, I suppose. I thought I could gain favor with Quinn. And my own professional curiosity wanted to see what you could do. You were valuable, and I liked valuable things. I had no reply to his brutal honesty. I wanted to say that this wasn't him, that he had tricked me into thinking he was a good person, but what he said was true. He had tried to warn me. He rubbed his forehead, doing nothing to smooth the lines of worry planted there. I second-guessed my choice as soon as I made it, if it helps at all. I spent every moment since then trying to make up for it and paid deeply, many times over. And yet, it still doesn't feel like enough. I'm sorry. Is that why you let my dad live? I asked. He looked taken aback by the question, and I realized he hadn't expected me to see that. He thought I'd uncover my own memories, not his. Your father, he's alive? He asked. I nodded slowly, admitting what I'd been keeping curled up deep inside me. Kai's memory, even though it wasn't my own, had triggered something in me. Seeing his face, I thought I could remember him, what it felt to be thrown in the air by him, his face when he kissed me goodnight. There was a thread between us now, thin and fragile, but I could feel him out there. He was distant, likely not even in this world, but he was alive. I think so. Something like relief crossed Kai's face, and his shoulders sagged. I'm glad to hear it. If he's in the human world, maybe you can find him. His mention of the human world reignited my anger, and as if he could sense it, he asked what we were both thinking. What do you want from this conversation, Cora? I don't want to be angry, I said through gritted teeth. If this is it, if I'm never seeing you again, I don't want it to end like this. There's nothing I can do to soothe that anger, Cora. I wronged you, sent your life down a different trajectory without your consent. Nothing can change that. You're right to be angry. I almost walked away and told him to forget it. I could go grab Gillean for whatever plan they had put together and never see him again. Let him continue paying for his decision for however much longer he had. But, Shadows, I don't know if it was Gillian's demand I actually try communicating or Clemson's insistence that fungus spirits used to help others work through shit, but I stopped myself. Do you regret it? He clasped his hands behind his back and stared at the window long enough that I knew I wouldn't like his answer. The problem here, he said slowly, is that I learned long ago that you can sense when I'm lying. He looked at me, brow furrowed. And I must still be a selfish spirit because I find it difficult to regret my choice completely. Even after paying for it over and over again in all the worst ways possible. To my horror, his eyes looked watery, and I froze, barely breathing. He wasn't lying. Why? My voice was as small as I felt. He crossed the room and put his hands on my shoulders. Because it gave me you, Chickadee. You changed everything. I regret it took me so long to get my life in order, but I can't regret you. I was still angry, but it turns out anger and love aren't entirely irreconcilable because I couldn't stop my face from crumpling, even as I ducked away, trying to hide my tears. Because the truth was, I didn't entirely regret his decision either, even though it felt like a horrible betrayal of my parents. I really fucked everything up again, Kai. He gathered me up in his arms, and I couldn't stop a sob from escaping as I collapsed against him, desperate for him to fix everything, even though I knew he couldn't this time. Maybe it was because I had barely slept in days, but I hadn't cried like this since I was a little kid, when I accepted the fact that my mom was gone and went seeking some kind of comfort. And just like then, I found Kai. I waited for him to push me away and tell me to grow up, but instead I felt him smooth back my hair. "Have you considered," he said slowly, "that perhaps you did everything right and that it was the path itself that was fucked?" "I don't want to leave," I whispered. I knew I sounded like a child having a tantrum, but maybe some part of me still was that child. "I know," he said. "Kavisht Salah." He kissed my forehead, lips cool against my skin. "I love you, daughter." He'd said it before, but "Kavisht Kalan," I mumbled. I felt him freeze for a moment, then pull me tighter against him. I didn't let myself translate the words. Somehow, it didn't feel like a betrayal if it remained in the spirit language. When I pulled away, roughly rubbing my sleeve against my eyes, I ignored the fact that he did the same. "Come on," he said gently. "Let me go say goodbye to Gillean before it gets too late." I let him lead me out of the room, but I must have looked worse than I thought, because when Gillean glanced up from where he crouched over the bag of explosives, he was up in a flash, concern written across his face. We hadn't spoken about how we were going to act in front of Kai, but I assumed the same rule held true as last time. Keep our distance and pretend there was absolutely nothing between us. So when he cupped my cheek in his hand and asked if I was okay, I didn't know how to react. I couldn't see Kai's reaction behind me, but whatever it was didn't seem to bother Gillean, and I finally nodded. "I'm fine," I said, only lying a little. He dropped his hand, finally having the sense to look rueful as his eyes flicked over my shoulder at where Kai stood. His cheeks flushed, but what might have entertained me once only reminded me how human he looked, how the turquoise tint of his skin continued to fade with each passing hour. I tipped my head. "Go talk to your dad." His fingers brushed mine as he passed, but Kai remained silent. I was dying to know what they would talk about, but I resolved not to eavesdrop this time and went into the kitchen, turning on the sink and washing the mugs sitting in it. Their conversation took longer than I expected, and just as I was starting to worry there wasn't enough daylight left for what they had planned, the door finally reopened. I saw a mirror of what Gillean must have seen when I emerged, his cheeks flushed, eyes rimmed red. He avoided my gaze and silently sat down on the floor, sorting through the explosives with his back to me. This time, it was my turn not to care what Kai thought, and I moved behind him, running my fingers through his hair. Although I half expected him to duck away, I felt him instead lean lightly into my touch. The final instructions between them were hurried, and when Kai slung his half of the explosives in a bag over his shoulder, I felt myself on the verge of falling apart again. "None of that," he said sternly, ruffling my hair. "Go tell your father I did my best." I nodded, steeling myself. "And I'll see you soon," he added, giving Gillean a brief embrace. Gillean didn't respond, and with that he was gone, the front door clicking shut. 10 minutes, Gillean said, voice shaky. He shoved the rest of the explosives in a second bag, busying himself without looking up. "You keep count." I did, watching the oversized clock over the mantel. After 5 seconds, I had made up my mind, but I gave him 5 minutes of grace before I sprung it on him. "Come with me," I finally said, the words a rush. He looked at me sharply. "I have to destroy the passage." "I didn't ignore everything you two were talking about," I said. "There's a delay. Set the charge and come with me." He was silent for a moment, staring at the door. "Only if you want," I added, worried he thought it was a command, not an invitation. "I can't pass as human," he said finally, although he looked down at his hands, unconvinced. I shrugged. "You only need to pass long enough for us to find another passage." His eyes widened. This wasn't part of the plan. "We destroy this passage and everyone here assumes we're gone or dead," I explained. We come through elsewhere and get a fresh start. No one will know who or where we are except True, Mahara, and your dad. And the other fungus spirits, I supposed. I didn't think I could hide from them even if I wanted to. I glanced at the clock. 1 minute left before he had to go. He was still shaking his head, but I could tell he was considering it. My dad doesn't think he's coming back, he said slowly. Dead or captured, this is it. He stood and walked toward the door with his bag, right on time. I don't know. I didn't know what else to say, so all I did was shrug. Good luck, Gil. He managed a half smile, but all I felt was dread and heartbreak from him. Good luck yourself. With another quick look at the clock, 30 seconds late now, I rushed forward and met him at the door when he hesitated, hand on the doorknob. We crashed into each other, both desperate for something. Comfort? I never expected that a kiss could communicate, well, anything, but when his lips pressed against mine, I gasped at the sudden surge of emotions that flooded from him. Fear, uncertainty, loss, but also hope. I sensed his decision before he finally broke away and nodded, pale gray eyes wide with the enormity of the choice. Go. I pushed him out the door, worried it wouldn't even matter if he didn't hold up his half of the plan on time. He was 2 minutes late now, and he ran without looking back to make up the time, bag bouncing on his back. My turn to wait now. Moving methodically, I removed my bulky jacket and shoved the flashlight Gillean had left me on the table into my waistband. 5 minutes passed, then another 10. What would I do if I never got my signal? We had no backup plan this time. Everything hinged on Kai and Gillean both getting to their destinations with no power to illusion themselves or the bombs they carried. I pulled out Gillian's necklace from under my shirt and clutched it in my hand. At the 22-minute mark, I heard something that sounded like a plane taking off in the distance, followed by a thump that made the walls creak and dishes rattle. I rose, hoping Gillean could hear or feel it from where he waited by the ocean. As much as I wanted to check Kai's thread to make sure he lived, I couldn't risk it. Time to move. I slipped out the door, taking a deep breath of the wintry air. The sun was low in the sky now, and I squinted against it. There you are, someone said to my left, voice mild and familiar. I spun as someone grabbed my hand, but relaxed when I saw it was only Arlen standing on the porch next to me. The dogs were gone, and I wondered if they were still running around True's empty cabin. True. The thought of her gave me pause as Arlen gave me a feral grin. Come on, love, Arlen said, grabbing my arm and steering me off the porch. Let's go. I stopped, and she tugged my arm, impatient now. No, not impatient. Her words were sweet, but her eyes... I backed away. I'd seen this look before when she held True hostage with the snake. Oh, shadows, I couldn't trust her. The fury radiating from her faded, but it wasn't because she forgave me. I felt the bond between us fray, then snap. The terror hit me all at once, and I lashed out, desperate to get away. My foot connected with her knee, and she stumbled, just long enough for me to launch myself at her, flailing wildly. If she had charmed me, it meant her core was unprotected, but I didn't have the time for any of this. How long had I been standing here? My panic fueled me, and she screamed when I clawed her face, wheeling away from me. Her yells would draw other Spexa. Already I could hear shouts nearby. I took her momentary distraction as an opportunity to flee and broke into a sprint toward the beach, but only got a couple of steps away before Arlen's fingers wrapped like a vice around my ankle, sending me sprawling to the ground. I relaxed for only a brief second, all the fight leaving my body until she began slithering up my back, the flashlight in my waistband digging into my stomach. With a scream, I broke the charm and kicked at her again, but she was expecting it and pinned down my legs. I tried to push myself up, but she was too heavy and her hand curled around the back of my neck. This time, I could feel the charm prodding my mind and shoved it away with a snarl before it could take hold. When I swung backward to push her off, she grabbed my wrist, not bothering to charm me again, and I heard her curse as I writhed. My only chance at escape was to get into my spirit form, but I knew the moment I relaxed, she would tie me up. Already, I felt her loop something around my wrist. I didn't have time for this, and I twisted wildly, trying to throw her off. The suddenness at which she went still startled me, but I couldn't waste the opportunity and finally freed my wrist, heart pounding in my ears. She remained on the ground as I wriggled out from under her and sprung to my feet, her eyes staring straight ahead with no awareness in her expression. I couldn't take the time to understand what had happened as the other Spexa finally located us, bursting through the trees. When I dashed in the opposite direction, kicking up dirt as I ran, I almost tripped over Clemson, sitting against an old fallen tree, head bowed. "Thank you," I tried to shout through the network with no idea if it worked or not. I didn't have the spare attention to even see if anyone from the network was paying attention to what was going on, if they approved of his actions. I skidded down the bank of the river, desperate to cross it and reach the beach where Gillean waited. If he still waited. I was so late. Our timing was so badly off that I didn't know what would happen now. At least I hadn't heard a second blast yet. The passage was still open. To both my relief and dread, the river was no longer empty. A turbulent rush of water filled the riverbed, the water muddy and dark, covered in a thick layer of debris that I had to wade through, sticks and brush threatening to knock me over and pull me down. But the fact that there was water at all felt like a victory. Maybe the spirits here could still save the river, as long as I could draw the Spexa away from town. Any hope that Kai's explosion would draw the Spexa upriver and leave my path unhindered vanished as I reached the other side of the river and got my first glimpse of the ocean. My heart dropped. As the sun set, I saw dark figures silhouetted against the gray sky along the rocky outcropping that jutted into the ocean, hiding the passage below. Had Gillean even been able to lay the explosives? I doubted it. Without an explosion to destroy the passage, I feared I would draw the spirits directly through it, exposing the human world. Maybe it was a risk Kai would want me to take. It's what we did last time. But after seeing how the spirits treated humans, it was a risk I refused to take. And if Gillean was caught up there on the rock, I didn't know if he could follow me. I wouldn't leave him behind. Instead of diving into the ocean and fighting the massive waves to find the passage, I scrambled up the side of the rock, jamming my hands and feet into tiny crevices to haul myself up. Halfway up, my hand slipped, and I gasped as I skidded a few feet down until I caught myself, the rock slicing into my hands. I could feel the blood mixing with the salt water that coated the rocks, burning and making it even more difficult to get a firm grip. My heart thundered so loudly in my ears that it was difficult to hear the waves crashing around me. My fear accelerated my reckless climb, but I had no actual plan as I finally pulled myself over the last ledge. On top of the uneven rock, I quickly scanned the Spexa. They had seen me, how could they not? And the nearest two moved cautiously to intercept me as I took a moment to get my bearings, breathing hard and bouncing on the balls of my feet. From up here, I could see the spirit world on the other side of the rock, a near-perfect mirror image of the beach I thought I was exploring when I swam through the passage in search of Mahara. The salt-scented wind blew my hair straight back, and I rubbed my blood and salt water-smeared hands on my pants. It was getting dark, and I couldn't make out Gillean at the end of the rock that jutted out into the ocean, but I hoped he was among the figures at the far end. All I had to do was reach him. Well, not all, but certainly the first step. The Spexa couldn't move quickly on the slick surface. A single wrong step and they would tumble over the edge into the waves that pounded against the rocks below. The ocean was foam-capped and far more tumultuous than I'd ever swum through before. I forced myself to look away and focus on where Gillean should be. One problem at a time, one step at a time. Readying myself, I leaned down a little, left foot braced behind me. I could think of only one way to get past all the Spexa. They could easily overpower me if I got within reach, but the rock was too narrow to avoid them. I pushed off and started at a steady run, boots pounding against the jagged rock as I closed the distance to the nearest spirits. I blinked into my spirit form for a split second, timing the shift with the pace of my run. When I returned to my body, I was falling forward but caught myself with my next step, only stumbling slightly, my right foot sliding back on the slick surface. Lights above, their cores were exposed. This was going to work. With my next step, I shifted again for only a brief moment, the world lighting up gold. I heaved both arms down to break the thin threads that connected the spirits to me. When I returned to my body, the two spirits stumbled to a stop, blinking as I sprang past them, half falling, half running. I sped up. The light was fading quickly, or maybe it only looked dark as compared with the golden-lit world that I blinked between with every step. Faster. I became the wind itself as I gained momentum, finding a rhythm. For a moment, I saw a glimpse of the perfect balance I had lost before we started this journey. My body was strong, the path was clear, and I had the power to accomplish it. I could feel other fungus spirits watching, pushing me along as I broke another thread in between steps. I was flying and plunging all at the same time, constantly catching myself from falling to take another leap forward. Every spirit's core was unprotected, and no Mika Nazik got in my way as I grabbed and pulled, breaking their attention just long enough for me to slip past. I didn't have time to ask myself why these spirits were so defenseless. I was blinking so fast between spirit and physical that it was hard to tell the difference between them. Like the world took on a bit of a permanent golden glow, the spirits easy to spot in the dark. The sound of the ocean faded in and out with every shift. I was close to the end of the rock now, and lit up golden against the waves rocketing up into the air behind him, I saw a spirit connected to me with a thick thread. Gillean. I had to force myself to slow, snapping back to my physical form as I skidded and slid a little on the uneven surface. "Are you okay?" I gasped. I hadn't even noticed how hard I was breathing until I tried to speak, head spinning. Gillean stood in front of me, expression hard to read in the dusk. "Let's go." Were the explosives defective? With the Spexa momentarily distracted, maybe we could get away unnoticed, guard the passage from the other side. I reached out and grabbed his arm, sparing a quick glance over the side of the rock. The waves tumbled and shuddered against the rocks below us. My fingers tightened around him. We'd have to take a running start to get away from the rocks, and even then, I shivered. This close, I could practically feel myself being pummeled against the rocks with the force of the heaving waves. I looked back at the Spexa I had hurtled past. They were looking around, but some of them had spotted us. Why had they been ignoring Gillean here? He was just standing at the end, no illusion, nothing. "Gil," I started, but froze as I finally recognized the blank expression on his face. I had seen this look before, back at the scavengers' camp, when the little mushroom spirit hypnotized everyone. "Gillean?" My voice came out high-pitched and frightened now, my confidence faltering. "We have to go." Would the water wake him up? I tugged his arm, but he didn't move. "He can't hear you," someone said to my left. I let go of Gillean and spun, startled. I had seen no one else here as I approached, but sure enough, A small, red-headed spirit stood only a few feet away, a huge grin on their face. The Mushroom Kid. This was impossible. I had felt them die, and I took the risk of jumping into my spirit form for a split second, just long enough to understand why I had missed them. This spirit had no core, no golden light emanating from them. It wasn't the shimmering obstruction of a Nazit. The mushroom spirit was empty. Distracted by my confusion, I stayed too long, and when I snapped back to my physical form, I barely caught myself, sprawling on my hands and knees. I could feel the power of the waves through the rock as it vibrated and shook. The other fungus spirits watching through the network seemed as confused as I was, and I could hear them all chattering, the invisible crowd growing. "Who are you?" I asked, half shouting to be heard over the deafening sound of the ocean. "I am reborn." She smiled. Yes, she, because I recognized that vaguely amused smile that seemed so mismatched with the dead expression in her eyes. "Quinn." I faltered, truly terrified now, as I picked myself up off the ground, limbs shaking. We had to get out of here. What had she fucking done to herself, to the mushroom spirit? Just as soon as I had gained my footing, something shoved me, and I sat down hard, bruising my tailbone. No, not something, someone. Gillean stood over me, teeth bared. "Get the fuck away from her," he growled. His hair whipped around wildly in the wind, and I sat for a moment, stunned. It wasn't just my shock at Gillian's behavior. I felt wrong, like I had eaten something bad and alive, and it was writhing in my gut, my chest, my core. When I shifted into my spirit form, I saw what I already suspected. Something was rearranging the threads connected to me, reweaving them in intricate patterns that I didn't understand. I heard the other fungus spirits clamoring for attention, asking 1,000 different questions, but I only stared. I had never felt this, what it was like to have my threads forcibly rearranged. My physical body rolled over as Gillean kicked me closer to the edge of the precipice, but I ignored all that for a moment. How was Quinn doing this? Fungus spirits were supposed to be immune to each other, but this was different from anything I'd ever done. "It's a fucking illusion," one of the networked spirits shouted. At first, I thought he meant what I was seeing her do was an illusion, and almost dismissed the suggestion. But no, the spirit was right. As Gillean shoved my body again toward the edge, one more roll and I'd be dead, I understood. She wasn't changing my memories. She was changing the way others perceived me, like some kind of illusion. Just like how the spirit world was a mirror image of the human world, this new power was a mirror of my own. Instead of changing memories, she was changing perceptions. I still knew who I was, and when I looked down at myself, I looked normal, but Gillean saw me as an enemy. Did he see Quinn as me? I sprang back into my body just in time to scramble away from the edge, away from Gillean. "It's me, you stupid spirit," I yelled, even as I knew it was useless. If what she was doing was anything like an illusion, it was near impossible to overcome. He glanced at Quinn, waiting for instruction. "Remove her," she said, flipping a freckled hand in my direction. "That's not me," I said, frustrated. When have I ever said anything like that? This was more than an illusion, I realized. He wasn't hearing me, wasn't hearing her. Something she had done to the threads between us was overriding all his senses. But shit, he could definitely still kill me. I scrambled backward as he lunged at me. There was no time to shift into my spirit form and attempt to undo whatever Quinn had woven. I fell backward as my heel hit a ledge and my heart slammed in my chest as I landed on a slope and slid several feet toward the edge. My back was suddenly soaking wet as a wave crested the rock and swept across the surface. There were a couple dozen other fungus spirits with me now, all completely useless since I couldn't use my powers without Gillean shoving me to my death. Instead, they all talked over each other, giving advice and coming to their own conclusions. With my fingers gripping the rock as I resisted the wave's attempt to pull me off, there was one hypothesis I did agree with. Quinn wasn't here to capture me or get revenge. She was here to experiment with her new power. She had hundreds of Empira'an Spexa at her disposal, as well as Gillean, but she had chosen me to experiment on. I had no idea how she had accomplished it, but if her power truly was the opposite of mine, maybe she could only affect other fungus spirits. The consensus rippled up and down the network, attracting more fungus spirits to watch. My head hurt from the nonstop chatter, the attention too distracting. I could feel them around me, and for the first time, I just wanted to be alone. Gritting my teeth, I shoved them out like I was inflating a balloon around me, leaving only myself inside. Shit, if I was going to die here, at least the other fungus spirits had received a warning. I edged away from Gillean, groping the ground behind me. He hesitated, glancing back at Quinn again, but I sensed it wasn't because he knew me or even suspected I wasn't as I appeared. Like his father, he wasn't a killer. Quinn blew out a breath, irritated now, but unwilling to come within reach. "Fine, a little help here," she called. I heard a shout in response, the Spexa. Another wave crashed against the rock and sprayed against my back, but I didn't stand. Instead, I leaned forward, pulling my knees to my chest. If I only had a moment before some spirit shoved me off this rock, I'd make it fucking count. I shifted, and the sound of the crashing waves disappeared. The world lit up, except for Quinn's empty body, still nearly invisible to me without a core. I had no way of affecting her this time, but I didn't need to. All I had to do was make Gillean see me for who I was. Clemson's words echoed in my mind. There was a time when fungus spirits used to help others. Maybe I could start by helping myself. Gillean, the Spexa, Quinn, they all faded away as I stared at my own threads. I ran a hand across them, feeling the twists and knots run through my fingers. They were all wrong, I could tell that much, but I had no idea what she had done. But the thing was, I didn't need to understand exactly what she'd done, because I knew who I was. I was all the wildness of a spirit mixed with the confidence and curiosity of a human. I was brave and reckless and maybe just a bit impulsive. I was Coraline, but I was more than that too. That was what I'd seen in the threads between us, and as I began to reshape my own threads, it was what I wove back together. I wasn't just a lone human or spirit anymore. I was Kai's dedication to his family. I was True's leap of faith. I was Mahara's hope in the world. And I was Gillean's unfaltering belief that we could succeed together. We all tugged and pulled the threads between us, weaving a beautiful mess together, and I wouldn't let it be covered up by whatever Quinn had done. I wove myself into the threads, all of it, the good and the bad, the mistakes and the victories. I knew it by heart because it was my heart. I knew there were countless broken threads still out there, afflicted spirits who I still needed to find and reconnect to this web of truths. But this was a start, and I didn't hesitate, didn't flounder as I found the perfect balance in the world again. For another brief moment, everything was in sync, and I knew how I fit into the pattern, where I belonged. The rest of the world faded away, until I was shaken back into it. The world roared back into focus. For a moment, I thought Gillean had finally thrown me over the side of the rock, unconvinced by my attempt to save myself, but then he spoke. "Horesha?" His voice wavered, as if unsure what to trust now. Even though I was back in my physical form, a golden afterglow seeped through his skin, the threads still partially visible as they undulated around us. He was beautiful. the beads of water in his hair sparkling in the light. Quinn and the other spirits could be about to toss us off into the ocean, and I wouldn't have noticed. He reached down and touched my chest. No, his necklace. It had slipped out from under my shirt when I fell. He looked up at me with horror in his eyes, but I only gave him a lopsided grin. "Stupid spirit," I whispered and flicked his forehead. "Your eyes are glowing," he said, still wide-eyed. "The bomb." He paused, glancing behind him. I could hear spirits running toward us, boots pounding against the stone. I felt like I had been weaving for ages, but it must have only been seconds. I shrugged, slowly standing as he helped me up, and took a few steps away from the edge. Shadows. My body was tired. "I can buy us time," I said, with more confidence than I felt. I could still see the threads, though they were fading. The Spexa had slowed, approaching cautiously as they kept to the middle of the rock. I wondered if I could weave in this form. "No, the bomb," Gillean tried again, gripping my arm tightly. "It's already set, before they found me." He was stumbling over his words, talking too fast. My mind reeled. "How long?" I asked, darkness continuing to overcome the golden afterglow. "I don't know," he said, panic in his voice. "I don't know how long we've been—" Too long. Oh, shadows, between Arlen and Quinn, much too long. And by Quinn's nonchalance as she spoke to her Spexa, gesturing toward us, she didn't know what was coming. We had to go now. I grabbed Gillian's hand and took off at a sprint toward the edge of the rock, pulling him one step behind me. I heard someone shout an alarm. Quinn, maybe? With his longer stride, Gillean caught up and jumped ahead of me, hand tightening around my own. The gesture was futile. As soon as we hit the water, a wave tore us apart, and I somersaulted, my chest squeezing tight at the shocking cold. I flailed wildly, unsure which way was up, but terrified I was about to be shattered against the rocks. It was pitch black except for the afterglow of the threads, lighting the bubbles that foamed in every direction as I was thrown violently back and forth. My hold on the network faltered, and I could feel the fungus spirits filter back in, likely just in time to witness my demise. I couldn't tell which way Gillean had gone or where the passage was. Something cooled the panic coursing through me. A fungus spirit? "Think," he whispered. I felt for the flashlight in my waistband. Long gone. There was a brief lull in the waves as they sucked back away from the rock, and my head unexpectedly broke the surface. I sucked down a quick breath, paddling furiously as I spun in a circle, trying to get my bearings. There. I spotted the rock, the spirits on top barely visible as dusk settled into night. I could still see the threads that connected us, reflecting against the choppy water, although they continued to dim. I took another deep breath and dove. The threads. I followed one of the thickest cords, one I recognized at a glance. It skimmed the waves, and when I resurfaced, I found Gillean yelling my name. "I'm here," I shouted, grabbing his shoulder as we both treaded water. "Come on." He didn't respond, only taking a deep breath and grabbed my hand, not questioning how I saw the path forward. I dove again, following a frayed, thin thread into the dark. Even without his powers, Gillean was a stronger swimmer than I was and easily kept pace, propelling us forward. I hadn't thought about this thread in months, but still I recognized it. I had doggedly convinced her she was our mom day in and day out for 6 years. We were bound together, even across worlds. I caught sight of the passage, the thread lighting the open mouth and the face of the rock. We were going to make it, I realized with relief. I had one hand on the lip of the cave when I was ripped sideways, tumbling against the side of the rock, each impact knocking precious air from my lungs. Tiny rocks flew through the water as if it was air, grazing my arms. Oh, fuck, the bomb. All I could do was kick off the rock back toward the cave, searching for Gillean. It had happened so suddenly, I hadn't even felt him let go of my hand. I felt his fear before I found him, still clinging to the edge of the passage with one hand, the other over his head as jagged rocks tumbled around us, the water thick with silt. I could barely see using the light of the threads. He must have been completely blind in the dark. My chest already ached with the need for air, but if we surfaced now, I was certain the passage would be completely blocked by the time we returned. Already rocks were pounding against it, tumbling wildly as the world filled with the deadened sound of thunks and crashes. We'd just have to move quickly, and I frantically grabbed his arm, pulling him toward the passage. He reacted instantly, groping in the dark until he grabbed my hip, ready to follow me through. The thread dissolved as the golden afterglow disappeared. I swam hard, desperate to reach the midway point that I had missed last time, where I now knew we could stop for air. My chest spasmed, and as the cave narrowed, I clawed at the walls, pulling myself along as Gillean fell in behind me. The rocks shuddered around us, and I felt thick silt on my face. Lights protect us. The passage was collapsing with us inside it. As the water vibrated around us, the shuddering grew more violent, and I heard a crashing, grinding noise coming from seemingly every direction. I was like a torpedo through the water, pushing with all my strength to accelerate forward. Right as the passage turned, when I knew the air pocket was within reach, I felt Gillean give my feet a powerful shove from behind, propelling me forward with surprising strength and speed. My ears popped as if the pressure had changed. He must be as desperate for air as I was. I felt the cave open up and I kicked off the ground, rocketing out of the water and gulping down air. After a few seconds, I realized I was making that same awful moaning noise with every breath, just like I had after the avalanche. I forced myself to calm down, slow my breathing, paddle over to the ledge, and pull myself out. For a moment, all I did was listen to the sound of water dripping from my body onto the stone as I hung my head and tried to control my breathing. Where was Gillean? I whipped my head up and scrambled in a circle as I realized I was all alone. Oh, fuck. I dove back into the water, limbs shaking uncontrollably from panic. He was the stronger swimmer. I had felt him push me forward just a moment ago, hadn't I? I couldn't see in the pitch black water, and I shifted into my spirit form, ignoring the pure stupidity of shifting underwater. The golden cord that connected us was alive and moving, but extended in completely the wrong direction. He felt distant. Incredibly distant. Impossible. Unless he'd learned to teleport, I was looking at the wrong thread, but it felt and moved like Gillean. I felt the tug of my body and knew if I stayed here, I was going to drown. I had to go back. With adrenaline still coursing through me, I retrieved my body from the bottom of the cave and paddled for a moment at the surface, catching my breath. I couldn't keep going without him, not without knowing if he was trapped under the rocks somewhere. When I finally caught my breath, I submerged, feeling for the passage I had come through. I found it and swam quickly, patting the sides of the cave, simultaneously terrified and hopeful I would feel something soft. My hands were numb from the cold, but the walls were unyielding stone. The awful, grinding, crumbling noise had disappeared, and all I heard when I reached the end of the passage was the dull crash of waves above me. After swimming as far as I could away from the rock, I surfaced again, wiping the salt water from my eyes as I searched for Gillean. The sun was long gone, leaving me in a dark and moonless night. As I bobbed up and down in the waves, I could only see glimpses of the world around me, but it was unnaturally quiet. No shouts, no explosions. Shit. I was certain boulders would block the passage if we had waited even a few more seconds after entering, yet I had encountered nothing, not even a hint of debris. I turned slowly toward the beach, already suspecting what I was going to see. Still, my heart dropped, and I let out a tiny moan as I spotted them. Docks on the beach. Human docks. This was the human world. I swam slowly for the beach, exhaustion and the cold threatening to drag me under. The massive waves pushed me the final distance, tumbling me head over heels until I landed on my back, the ocean pulling at my hair. The network. I had no choice but to ask Clemson for help, ask anyone for help. I shifted back into my spirit form, reminded uncomfortably of the day I created the affliction. I refocused, but nothing. The violet glow never appeared, and I let out another tiny moan as I realized how quiet it was. No endless fungus spirit chatter filled my thoughts. Either they had torn me out of the network, or the network didn't extend across worlds. A second fact occurred to me as I sank down and glanced at my body laying in the sand. It hadn't been Gillean pushing me forward in the cave. It had been the force of the passage between our worlds collapsing. I was alone. A lone spirit trapped in the human world.